Chapter 2806, Doubt. Chapter 2806, Doubt. Yi Yuan did not deliberately suppress this corruption power, but his ennoble bloodline allowed no provocation. Chaos bloodline was practically the 33 heavens' strongest bloodline. Not one of. Carefully feeling this corrupted bloodline power, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. Very complicated. The corrupt blood mixed together with the ordinary bloodline and already completely fused into one. It could not be purged at all. Even if Yi Yuan's control of divine essence already reached a transcendent level, he could not do it too. This kind of fusion was a unified one tie. It could not be differentiated at all. After Yi Yuan stopped examining, Song Miao smiled and said, "This song appreciates younger brother Yi's good intentions. However, this song has a score in mind about this corrupt blood power. It's likely unable to be removed." Yi Yuan did not answer and asked, "Senior, those who got inflicted by the poison of corrupt blood such as yourself shouldn't be in the minority, right?" Song Miao nodded and said, "The northern land is relatively peaceful, but the vast majority of the people have aided in battles with the blood race before. This blood corruption poison naturally can't be avoided." Yi Yuan said, "I'll go take a look." Song Miao smiled and did not refuse either, bringing Yi Yuan out. Geniuses were all haughty. After Yi Yuan became aware of the overwhelming odds against him, everything could naturally be discussed. This blood corruption poison was not merely studied by grade 5, grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Even grade 9 heavenly alchemists had researched it before too. But it was simply incurable. Once the corrupt blood fused into the blood, no method could separate it. Unless the inflicted person died, otherwise, there was no way of separating it at all. Currently, Northern View City had a Saint Sovereign Heaven army of 2,000 stationed here. When Yi Yuan walked into the army camp, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The army of 2,000 was already left with just 1,400 over people. Furthermore, many people were injured. Many of these injuries were due to blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan ignored him but said to Song Miao, "Senior, I want to take a look at a few more." Saint Sovereign naturally had no objections, bringing Yi Yuan to take a look at a few more Saint Sovereign heavens inflicted with blood corruption poison. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. Zhao Chen was a centurion. With regards to Yi Yuan's action, he scoffed in derision. "Brat who hungers for fame and reputation, how ignorant. A country bumpkin who came from overseas, do you really think that alchemy Dao is so easy?" Zhao Chen said disdainfully to Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan still paid no attention to him and said to Song Miao, "Senior, there's a big problem with this method to control the blood corruption poison." Song Miao could not help being taken aback when he heard it. It was somewhat exaggerating things to raise an alarm, right? This method was not figured out by Dao Chen, this disciple, but devised by his master, an emperor-level powerhouse. You, a measly little middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, you're at the very best a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Yet, you're actually questioning a grade 7 heavenly alchemist. However, Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. Song Miao could not very well refute him either and said, "Oh? What's the problem?" He did not understand much about Yi Yuan. Actually, his thoughts were pretty much the same as Zhao Chen's, feeling that Yi Yuan was somewhat talking big to impress people. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "This method of controlling is using the power of true spirit bloodline to suppress the spreading of corrupt blood. But this kind of method has huge hidden danger. The pride of true spirit bloodline is even more so than that of the blood race. Using true spirit bloodline to suppress corrupt blood will indeed have a bit of effect within a short time. But, once a great battle starts, it's very easy for true spirit bloodline to lose control, and it will even cause a backlash to the master. At that time, our combat force will be greatly diminished." Yi Yuan saw through that this so-called treatment method was using chaos true spirit bloodline to suppress the power of corrupt blood. This method seemed flawless. But, once a genuine great battle erupted, it was very easy for Heaven One continent this side to crumble. It was just that No body seemed to be able to take this in. The moment Song Miao heard, he smiled and said, "Brother Yi is worrying too much. Suppressing corrupt blood with the blood of true spirit, This is the method that the extreme medicine sect devised and has already been verified at the southern front. There's absolutely no problem. Zhao Chen was also impatient, completely disregarding Yi Yuan's face as he said, City Lord Song, where did this kid come from? Such high-sounding sentiments. Extreme medicine sect is a hegemon-level holy land. Can the things that they figured out be questioned by people? In my view, this boy is completely haughty from being conferred favors. He wants to render even greater contributions and obtain even greater glory. Who, having half-baked knowledge but showing off? Kid, the bloodline suppression method that my extreme medicine sect devised has already been verified at the southern front. There's absolutely no problem, but now, you're saying that there's a problem with our extreme medicine sect suppression method. Who gave you the courage? Just as they were talking, Dao Chen heard about this from God knows where and swaggered in. Dao Chen looked toward Yi Yuan, his eyes seemingly full of disdain. He knew Yi Yuan and knew that Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. But, in his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a foreign hillbilly and had never seen the world before. How could he grasp bloodline suppression, this kind of high-level treatment method? Chapter 2807, Great Battle Begins. Chapter 2807, Great Battle Begins. Dao Chen came over, swept a glance over Yi Yuan, and said disdainfully, You're that kid who called down heavenly punishment. Hulu, a trash who was spurned by heavenly Dao also wants to talk big to impress people. Your meaning is that my extreme medicine sect is setting everyone up. What malicious motives? Yi Yuan sized Dao Chen up with a glance and could not help being speechless. He did not expect that he would make contact with the extreme medicine sect so quickly. He knew that Li Changsheng was a member of the extreme medicine sect. Of course, to a hegemon-level holy land, a saint sovereign heaven disciple was simply unimportant. A countryside B, Yu Empkin also dares to question a hegemon-level holy land, really ignorant. Who? This kid really takes himself to be the savior. How laughable. The extreme medicine sect roams grand bright jade complete heaven UNO bestructed. It's the #1 alchemy path sect. This kid really ate the wrong medicine, to actually dare question them. The mocking voices lingered on incessantly. To these people, the extreme medicine sect was the absolute authority and could not be questioned. Both parties' statuses were totally not equal. Even Song Miao was also very disapproving of Yi Yuan's questioning. It was true that Yi Yuan, rendered great contributions. But, this was not your confidence to question authority. Senior Song doesn't believe me too? Yi Yuan looked towards Song Miao and said. Song Miao smiled and said, Young friend, he has just arrived. You might not know the extreme medicine sect's strength. The suppression method that they devised shouldn't have a problem. Dao Chen laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Heard that, kid? In Heaven One continent, my extreme medicine sect is the absolute authority in alchemy. Questioning us? Ignorant. Bulls. HI plus T. If Master Yi says that there's a problem, then there's definitely a problem. These people can't tell good from bad and still speak sarcastically to Master Yi. What a bunch of fools. Before Yi Yuan said anything, he heard Big Yellow's furious voice come over. He heard that Yi Yuan woke up and immediately came over to find him, and just happened to hear these people making digs at Yi Yuan, and immediately could not continue listening anymore. In his heart, Yi Yuan was an omnipotent god. Especially in the alchemy path, it was even more so. Other people might think that Yi Yuan's martial arts were extremely strong and that his alchemy Dao was merely thus. But Big Yellow knew what Yi Yuan was truly incredible in. It was alchemy Dao. That's right. My big brother Yi Yuan's alchemy strength absolutely crushes your extreme medicine sect. Jingfei also said. The moment Dao Chen heard, he could not help sneering as he said, A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, ignorant. Big Yellow still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan interrupted him with a hand gesture and said, All right, no need to say any more. Let's go. As he said, he brought the two and left. Looking at the few people's back views, Dao Chen was pleased with himself as he said, Just this bit of capability and he also dares to step into the limelight and talk big to impress people. Being exposed by me, he ran away in disgrace. City Lord Song, These few punks hunger for fame and reputation. I'm afraid that they harbor ulterior motive. Song Miao frowned slightly and did not speak. No matter what, Yi Yuan rendering outstanding contributions was an undeniable fact. But regarding Yi Yuan's posturing personality, he disliked it. Dao Chen said. Who? Ignore this kind of fools. The powerhouses from all sides have already arrived one after another. They will be able to launch a general offensive on the spatial Par-S Sageway. This matter is the most important thing. To a proud son of heaven like Dao Chen, Yi Yuan, this kind of existence was simply insignificant. At present, the general offensive on the blood race's spatial Par-S Sageway was the most important. Saint Sovereign nodded and said, Younger brother Dao Chen, rest assured. The Northern Front has dispatched an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens this time. The blood race absolutely won't gain any advantage. Master Yi, these bunch of guys really don't know what's good for them. Could it be that you're letting it go just like that? Big Yellow said indignantly. He currently had a feeling like his good intentions were fed to a dog. Yi Yuan smiled and said, To them, we're outsiders. Heaven One continent is one of the main continents. The extreme medicine sect is even a hegemon-level holy land. To them, we're merely ants. If not because of the war with the blood race, we probably can't enter their sights at all. Even now, the words that I said have encroached on the authority of the extreme medicine sect too. It's naturally not tolerated by them. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. He was aware of what Dao Chen they all were thinking in their hearts. He knew that he could not convince these people at all, so he could not be bothered to argue. Only by suffering a big loss would they know how severe the consequences were. They are going to have a great battle with the blood race tomorrow. At that time, they will suffer a loss, Jingfei said with a laugh. Yi Yuan frowned and said, There's going to be a great battle tomorrow. Big Yellow nodded and said, Heaven One continent this side has already accumulated an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens. They will be attacking the spatial Par-S Sageway tomorrow. Yi Yuan had just woken up and did not expect that there was going to be a big battle tomorrow. He said in a solemn voice, From a certain degree, this battle is even more tragic than the Southern Front. Tomorrow's great battle will probably be extremely fierce. The extreme medicine sect's method is indeed able to suppress the blood race's blood energy from corrupting. But this method can only treat the symptoms and can't treat the root cause. Under such circumstances, it's very easy for the extreme medicine sect's method to cause a large-scale collapse. When putting it like this, the few people's expressions became ugly too. They wanted to see Dao Chen and the other get deflated, but if the blood race gained a firm foothold at the Northern Front, then the consequences would be too severe. But they didn't take Master Yi's suggestion in at all. What can we do? Big Yellow said unhappily. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said, There's only one night. I hope that I can make it in time. The next day, 50,000 troops were gathered on the coastline, majestic and mighty. The commander-in-chief of the army was a half-step Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse, Yu Ming. The war with the blood race was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the showdown of hegemon realm powerhouses. Regarding this level of powerhouses, the moment they took action, the sky would rent asunder, and the earth would split apart. The second level was the showdown of Emperor Realm powerhouses. This level of showdown similarly caused a huge commotion. However, the battles of these 2 levels were few in numbers but large in scale. The casualties were not high instead. But, the third level, the battles below Emperor Realm, was the most tragic. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Saint Sovereign Heaven and True Sovereign Heaven. This level of battle, they would often kill down to the last soldier. And this battle for the spatial Par-S Sageway was clearly a fight to the death. Neither could back down. Brothers, this battle consumes the life and death of all races on Heaven One continent. Once the spatial channel stabilizes, it will be our doomsday. Therefore, only victor is allowed for this battle. Defeat is not allowed. Are you all ready? Yu Ming said in a loud voice. To live and die together with Heaven One continent. To live and die together with Heaven One continent. To live and die together with Heaven One continent. The battle cries shook the heaven. Set off. Under Yu Ming's word of command 4, the 50,000-strong army set off. Above the sea, a black hole-like spatial Pares Sageway was currently giving off light. The army of 20,000 bloodkins was waiting in full battle array before the spatial Pares Sageway. This was a frontal confrontation without the slightest strategy. The two armies clashed head-on together just like that. Kill. 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 The two armies met in close quarters. Chapter 2808, Reversal. Chapter 2808, Reversal. Logically speaking, Heaven 1 army's numbers were 2.5 times that of the blood race. They should hold an absolute advantage. But the actual battlefield situation was not like that at all. The blood race army was completely overpowering the humans. The blood race was undying and imperishable. They did not need to defend at all. Their fights were simply a cruise. HI plus Ing style battle. The same attacks, Heaven 1 powerhouses would die immediately, but the bloodkins could revive. Therefore, the blood race's army of 20,000 could completely be treated as 50,000 troops, or even more. The blood race's emperor-level powerhouses guarded the surroundings of the spatial Pares Sageway tightly, unfolding an incomparably tragic fight with the Heaven 1 powerhouses. In this battle, either you die, or I peris. H. Plus ha ha ha. You lowly humans can't even withstand a single blow. Luo Chuan directly tore a human powerhouse apart, sucking the other party's blood greedily. In such a battle, the blood race could recover their strength through feeding on the other party's blood. Therefore, in battles between both sides, Heaven 1's side would often use several times the power to deal with the other party. But the result was still not optimistic. Blood dog, die. Dao Chen shouted fiercely, directly obliterating a bloodkin. The extreme medicine sect's disciples had extremely strong combat strength. Regardless of whether it was martial technique or cultivation method, it far surpassed said powerhouses of the same rank. Dao Chen's combat strength was naturally extremely strong. It was strong until he could obliterate the blood race. Song Miao's opponent was an upper true sovereign heaven bloodkin. The two people went back and forth, fighting fiercely without rest, unable to determine the victor. Song Miao received the extreme medicine sect's treatment too, suppressing the blood corruption with the blood of true spirit. Therefore, his combat power when exerted at this time, virtually reached the peak. In the army, there were no less than 5,000 powerhouses who received the same treatment as him. They had received the extreme medicine sect's treatment. Their conditions had long already recovered to the peak. Therefore, they did not take Yi Yuan's words in at all. Zhongyu, we fought 3 times. This time, I'll definitely avenge the enmity and kill you, Song Miao said with a cold smile. In the battle previously, Song Miao's opponent was Zhongyu. However, he was struck by Zhongyu's palm and corrupted by Zhongyu's blood energy, growing weaker with each battle. Now, his strength recovered to the peak. It was time to win back face. With regards to Song Miao regaining his peak strength, Zhongyu was very surprised too. The blood race did not expect that Heaven 1 continent's powerhouses actually resolved the blood corruption power. If that was the case, then the blood race's advantage would be greatly diminished. Just the likes of you? You're not qualified enough yet. If I can hurt you once, I can hurt you a second time. Zhongyu was unrestrained and did not defend at all. Even if Song Miao regained his peak strength, he found it hard to take him down for a while too. The two people's strengths were similar, and the battle was extremely fierce too. Both parties' strengths were unleashed to the extreme. Suddenly, Song Miao's expression changed, his entire person's aura suddenly became extremely unstable. Zhongyu naturally would not let this chance go and immediately rushed over in hot pursuit, not giving Song Miao any chance to catch his breath. Bang! Zhongyu pressed a palm on Song Miao's chest, sending him flying out. Song Miao's complexion turned deathly pale. The blood in his body was boiling. He suddenly discovered that the true spirit blood that was injected into the body had completely gone berserk. His divine essence could not control it at all. When Zhongyu saw the situation, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha. You really scared me badly just now." I even thought that you all really resolved the blood corruption poison. I didn't expect that you're simply a paper tiger. Song Miao, prepare to die. Damn it. It turns out that what Yi Yuan said was right. Extreme medicine sect suppression method really has a huge hidden danger. Normally, it can't be detected at all. But, once your strength erupts to the extreme, the balance within the body will be completely broken, and the true spirit bloodline and blood corruption power will erupt at the same time. Now, it's really a fate worse than death. Song Miao was bitterly remorseful in his heart. It was because he discovered that what Yi Yuan said was completely right. They had blind faith in the extreme medicine sect and did not have any suspicions at all. As for what Yi Yuan said, they thought it was naturally for the sake of talking big to impress people, in order to win more attention. This type of people, Song Miao, simply looked down on them. Swooze. Plus Song Miao retreated while fighting, not daring to confront Zhong Yu head-on at all. And in the army, the blood problem of thousands of powerhouses virtually erupted at the same time. I'm not resigned to this. Injecting true spirit bloodline, this is quenching thirst with poison. I died so wronged. So what that Yi Yuan said was true. Many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were killed by the blood race while holding strong unwillingness. At this moment, they felt incomparably bitterly remorseful. Although the blood corruption power was strong, they were not without the power to fight. But, in this current situation, it was directly equivalent to sentencing them to death. They could hardly even fight anymore. In the army, 5,000 people were suddenly defeated. It was really being routed like a landslide. The 50,000-strong army actually directly collapsed in an instant. When the blood race powerhouses saw this situation, each and every one of them was excited to the extreme, killing until the human army steadily lost ground. How can this be? How can this happen? The experiments previously clearly didn't have any problems. Dao Chen panicked. How could he still not know that the problem lay with injecting true spirit bloodline? But the experiments previously were clearly had no problems already. Why would such a major problem suddenly break out? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. T-tumps out that what that guy said was actually right. At this moment, he finally understood that what Yi Yuan said was true. But it was already too late. A rout was like a landslide. The present Heaven One army had already directly collapsed. Countless powerhouses were killed by the blood race, blood flowing to form rivers. At this time, 5 figures stepped out of the void. The 5 people each carried a set of bow and arrows on their backs. When Yi Yuan saw the scene in front of him, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. Sure enough, what he was most worried about still happened. Luckily it's still not too late. Each of you, find a good angle. Don't enter the battlefield. Shoot them with arrows. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, Big brother Yi Yuan's secret weapon, I really want to see just how formidable it is. Jingfei said with a laugh. The 4 people did not talk nonsense either, finding their positions at the borders of the battlefield and started bending their bows and notching their arrows. Swooze. Plus swooze. Plus swooze. Plus one sharp arrow after another cut through the air with a strong whistling sound. Fart. A blood race Saint Sovereign Heaven immediately gave a miserable scream when he got hit by an arrow, and his entire person's movements actually stiffened up immediately. Then he was immediately annihilated by a Heaven One powerhouse. That Heaven One powerhouse's expression changed wildly. It was because this bloodkin actually did not revive. He did not have time to think too much, immediately joining the other people's battles. This scene was still happening in every corner of the battlefield. One sharp arrow after another shot out. Blood race powerhouses fell down one by one. In the wake of the sudden appearance of Yi Yuan 5 people, the originally defeated Heaven One army actually re-established superiority. All at once, the human army counterattacked the other party, killing until the blood race's army was utterly routed. In a short dozen over breaths of time, Yi Yuan 5 people directly shot hundreds of blood race powerhouses to death. This was true death. Those blood race powerhouses actually did not revive. Chapter 2809, Apology. Chapter 2809, Apology. Hey, it's actually Yi Yuan they all. What powerful arrows, to actually be able to inhibit the blood race's revival. How did he do it? The significance of this is too far-reaching. It might affect the entire war. Previously, everyone all said that he was talking big to impress people. Sigh, we really had eyes but couldn't see. Turns out that what he said was all true. When Heaven One Army saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. It was naturally impossible for ordinary arrows to accomplish it. They guessed that this might very likely be because Yi Yuan dipped something on the arrows. This truly held extraordinary significance. Once this kind of method could be used on a large scale, it could absolutely reverse the war between Heaven One continent and the blood race. Meanwhile, the powerhouses on the blood race side were all incomparably alarmed and terrified. A few people dying was irrelevant to the blood race. But this kind of major killing tool was simply lethal to them. The ability that they relied on to roam the heavens unobstructed was actually being restrained. If this kind of weapon appeared on the battlefield, the degree of impact could be imagined. When Luo Chuan, who was in a fierce battle presently, saw Yi Yuan, his pupils could not help constricting. Previously, Yi Yuan breaking through the defensive life and sending news back to the Heaven One continent already gave him a huge shock. But that shock was far from comparable to the scene before his eyes. Zhong Yu, Zhu Hai, Chen Sai, the three of you go and kill boy. Absolutely can't allow him to live, Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice. Zhong Yu gave a cold cry, immediately leaving behind the Song Miao who was opposite of him, and charged toward Yi Yuan. Three great true sovereign heavens pounced toward Yi Yuan at the same time. The corrupted blood within Song Miao's body was currently boiling. He was already on the verge of death to begin with. Zhong Yu actually abandoned him at the crucial moment and gave him a lease of life. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Miao directly withdrew from the battlefield. Retreat. Yi Yuan turned around and ran without another word. Facing three great upper true sovereign heavens, he stood no chance at all. His goal had already been achieved. There was no need to continue staying anymore. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance gave the blood race a huge shock. The human race side also won a fleeting opportunity to catch their breath. However, it was nothing more than that. It was impossible to turn things around. Therefore, they had to retreat now. The battle to destroy the spatial Pares Sageway this time, the Heaven One army had clearly already lost due to the eruption of corrupt blood. Yi Yuan warned them previously, but nobody took it seriously and only treated it as Yi Yuan talking big to impress people. In the end, they burned themselves. The thing that Yi Yuan smeared on the arrowheads was the blood essence of blood race powerhouses. It was refined with 81 kinds of precious grade 5 heavenly medicines, and named Blood Suppression Morning Sunday. The hardest thing to come by in this Blood Suppression Morning Sun was not these 81 types of grade 5 heavenly medicines, but it was the blood essence of blood race powerhouses. It was common knowledge that as long as the blood race had one drop of blood essence surviving, it could be reborn from a drop of blood. This ability could be said to be extremely heaven-defying. Normally, wanting to obtain the blood essence of bloodkin was simply impossible. Because if you wanted to kill them, you had to completely wipe them out. However, Yi Yuan ambushed hundreds of bloodkin in the fog. Back then, he held a trick in reserve. When he eliminated the bloodkin, he attempted to use his Dao sword to suppress. In the end, he discovered that the blood race's blood essence indeed could not revive anymore. Yi Yuan's Dao sword had been tempered by heavenly Dao, it could suppress all things. The blood race's blood essence was actually unable to revive under the suppression of the Dao sword. But even so, Yi Yuan only obtained extremely little blood essence. It was also by relying on the advantage in timing, geographical, and human conditions back then. Otherwise, even if it was Yi Yuan, it would be difficult to collect these blood essences too. These blood essence could only be used in medicine after 100 times of Yi Yuan's refinement. Yi Yuan made haste without resting and only created several hundred arrows. Yi Yuan arrived quickly and left even faster, not waiting for the three great true sovereign heavens to carry out an encirclement, he already made his getaway. This great battle actually ended just like that in the end. Of course, The Heaven One army suffered Ma's sieve losses. The army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens actually had more than 10,000 casualties. Another large batch of powerhouses was inflicted by corrupt blood energy. And this was still under the situation where Yi Yuan arrived in time to suppress the blood race. If not for Yi Yuan, this battle's losses would be even greater, and they could even have been completely wiped out. The consequences of the corrupt blood energy erupting was seriously too severe. Outside of Northern View City, Song Miao stood in the air, his complexion deathly pale. At this time, the corrupt blood energy had already spread across half the blood in his body, and it was incomparably agonizing. However, he did not cry out in pain at all. He just kept looking at the horizon. Suddenly, a figure cut across the horizon and came towards this side. Song Mia's face revealed a look of great joy. Yi Yuan returned safely. Seeing Song Miao, Yi Yuan was a little surprised. At this time, he should be nursing his injuries in the city. "Senior Song, why are you here?" Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan. Suddenly, he lowered his body and knelt down, saying, Song Miao had eyes but couldn't see. Song Miao blamed brother Yi wrongly and also caused this great battle's defeat. This Song apologizes to you in front of everybody today. Him kneeling caused a great sensation in the entire city. An exalted upper true sovereign heaven, Northern View City's city lord, actually knelt down and apologized to a junior. The powerhouses in the city had been guessing all along on what City Lord Song Miao would be doing. They did not expect that he was actually specifically waiting for Yi Yuan to return, to kneel down and apologize to him, while those people who ridiculed Yi Yuan before, all lowered their heads in shame at this time. Song Miao really did not have scornful words or jeers back then. Rather, it was them who made extremely nasty remarks. As for Dao Chen, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. He used his authority from being from the extreme medicine sect to suppress Yi Yuan's opinion, and he even mocked him to the best of his ability. As a result, it caused this miserable defeat. Yi Yuan was also stunned by Song Miao's action. Song Miao doing this sort of action, it could be seen how regretful and how ashamed he was in his heart at this time. This person had a great breadth of mind. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Song Miao up and said, "Why is Senior Song going so far? You're this Yi's savior. This is killing Yi." Song Miao said ashamedly, "If back then this Song gave brother Yi a chance to prove yourself, maybe I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake." He knew that when Yi Yuan was seeking his opinion back then, it was actually hoping for him to come forward and speak up. He ignored that look which asked for help. Yi Yuan was merely a foreigner. His words carried little weight. Facing the extreme medicine sect, this kind of colossal Titan No body would believe his words at all. Therefore, all explanations were futile. Hence, Yi Yuan chose silence. However, he did not bear any hatred. Instead, he refined those powerful arrows that very same night and reversed the war situation. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Senior Song, now isn't the time to say this. Your corrupt blood energy has already erupted all round. It will be too late if we don't treat it in time." Song Miao said, "This Song's wretched life isn't worth mentioning. If I die, so be it. But, if I don't apologize to you, even if this Song dies, I'll find it hard to close my eyes." Yi Yuan said, "Does Senior Song trust me?" Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan and nodded his head seriously. Yi Yuan said, "This blood race's corrupt blood might not be without a genuine method of cure." Chapter 28:10, Emperor. Chapter 28:10, Emperor. When Song Miao heard that, his entire body shook. He already harbored the will to die and no longer held any fantasies at all. He just wanted to repent to Yi Yuan for the mistake that he had committed before he died. But now, Yi Yuan told him that he did not need to die anymore. Is this true? Song Miao was agitated until his entire body was trembling. It was for him and also for everyone who was inflicted with corrupt blood. The blood race's corrupt blood was extremely powerful. A moment of carelessness in battle and one would fall victim to it. Comment especially in this kind of great decisive battle, it was even easier to suck. UMB. The majority of the powerhouses from all races did not die on the battlefield but died under the corrupt blood. If Yi Yuan was really able to treat corrupt blood, that would really be the greatest good. This significance did not pale in the slightest to inventing the method to inhibit the blood race's revival. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I already have some leads, but I still need some time. However, before this, I can help you suppress the spread of corrupt blood power. Actually, Yi Yuan had long already begun his research into the blood race in the fog. This powerful race made him burn with eagerness. Yi Yuan discovered that the blood race's blood was indeed incredibly powerful and was a one-of-a-kind thing. Especially the blood essence of the blood race, not only could they revive from a drop of blood, but it was also an excellent material for refining heavenly pills. It was just that the blood essence of the blood race was too difficult to obtain. He originally planned on diving into research, who knew that this incident occurred, completely depleting the blood essence that he had gathered painstakingly. However, Yi Yuan already had some understanding of some characteristics of the blood race's blood. Corrupt blood power was merely one of them. Song Miao said spiritedly, if younger brother Yi can really resolve the corrupt blood, then you would really be the #1 hero in the world. If it was before, he naturally would not take Yi Yuan's words seriously. But now, he believed it without a shadow of a doubt. Yi Yuan exposed the huge flaw in the extreme medicine sex treatment method with a word previously. Furthermore, this had already been verified by fact. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a figure emerged. Song Miao's expression changed, and he gave a bow and said, Lord Ming Yi. The arrival was a half-step Emperor Realm superpowerhouse and also the Heaven One Army's highest commander. Ming Yi nodded slightly and said, Emperor Dan Fei wants to meet this little brother. Seeing Yi Yuan's confusion, Song Miao said, Emperor Dan Fei is presently the Northern Front's strongest person, an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm mighty expert. He probably wants to meet you because of those arrows. Emperor Realm's 3 heavens, Emperor Cloud Heaven, Emperor Vast Heaven, Emperor Sacra Heaven. Different from Sovereign Realm powerhouses, Emperor Realm powerhouses were powerhouses who truly transcended worldliness, their strength being unimaginable. In the battle previously, one should not look at how the Saint Sovereign Heavens and True Sovereign Heavens from both sides were fighting with a huge commotion. The real fights happened between Emperor Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it and said with a nod, come on then. Ming Yi flicked his sleeves grandly, and Yi Yuan had no command over himself, disappearing from where he originally was. Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly. Was this the strength of Emperor Realm? This Ming Yi was not Emperor Realm yet, but his control over SPACE was already strong to the degree that it made people's hair stand on end. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he arrived in a garden. An old man in RSE cloth was currently watering flowers. Lord Emperor, Yi Yuan is here. Ming Yi said respectfully. In front of this person, Ming Yi, this half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse, was humble to the extreme. Yi Yuan sized this old man up and discovered that he actually could not see him vividly. He was clearly standing right there, but it was like he had fused into one with the surrounding garden. It was as if where he was standing was a world on its own. Emperor Dan Fei looked at Yi Yuan and said with a nod, sharp edge revealing itself, sword intent soaring to the sky, a peerless good sword. No wonder it isn't tolerated by heavenly Tao. Young friend, I hope that you can achieve hegemon one day. Yi Yuan could feel that the other party's gaze seemed to penetrate his physical body, looking at the Dao sword in the depths of his body. He did not have the slightest secrets in front of this old man. Of course, apart from Mi Tian, this guy was once a hegemon realm overlord. Wanting to pry into him, Emperor Realm was not enough. By the side, Ming Yi's pupils constricted too. He had never seen before Lord Emperor have such a high appraisal of a junior hegemon. This was the 33 heavens' paramount strength, the overlords above Emperor Realm. Wanting to reach this realm was virtually impossible. Just talking about Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, it was boundlessly vast, the cultivators unable to be counted. But attaining hegemon this sort of words, there was really no one who dared to say it. Even Emperor Dan Fei, this kind of terrifying existence, did not dare to have the slightest excessive expectation for hegemon realm too. But he gave Yi Yuan this kind of appraisal. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said, Lord Emperor is too kind, Hegemon realm is too far away, Yi Yuan had better be down to earth. Dan Fei smiled and said, a tough will, firm Dao heart, a good sapling. You should know why this old man is looking for you, right? Yi Yuan nodded and said, it's for those arrows. However, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Lord Emperor. This kind of method can't be used on a large scale. I can only suppress a few hundred drops when suppressing the blood race's blood essence with Dao sword. Furthermore, the conditions to obtain the blood race's blood essence is too harsh. It can only be left up to fate. Dan Fei was not too surprised. He just let out a long sigh and said, as expected. The reason why the blood race is difficult to deal with is precisely because it's hard to obtain their blood essence. The extreme medicine sect has attempted many times and couldn't do it either. Either eradicate or let them revive. Your Dao sword is actually able to suppress the blood race's blood essence and make them unable to revive, indeed formidable. It was not that Heaven 1 powerhouses did not think of studying methods to target the blood race before. But, to research, one must obtain the blood race's blood essence. Yet, this was the hardest part. Killing a bloodkin was easy. But wanting to obtain blood race blood essence was as hard as ascending to heaven. It was just that Dan Fei did not expect that something that nobody had ever done before, Yi Yuan actually did it. Yi Yuan's Dao sword had experienced the tempering of Dao tribulation and absorbed large quantities of heavenly Dao's power. One could say that his Dao sword held heaven's might. No matter how strong the blood race's blood essence was, it also found it hard to take a single step under heaven's might. Divergent cultivators indeed had very formidable strength, but there was no one like Yi Yuan at all, using their lifeblood Dao sword to meet the Dao tribulations each time. This kind of thing was no different from seeking death. They did not have the attributes of heaven's might, so they were naturally unable to suppress the blood race's blood essence too. Ming Yi, who was by the side, was also shocked when he heard it. This boy was extraordinary. This kind of ability was what even Hegemon realm powerhouses did not have. Of course, it was far too difficult to want to kill the blood race's Hegemon realms. Originally, he still had a high and mighty attitude towards Yi Yuan. But now, it was completely gone. How could a character that even Emperor Dan Fei had praised repeatedly be of the common sort? Yi Yuan nodded and said, during this period of time, I've been constantly studying the blood race's blood essence. This is indeed a rarely seen treasure of the world. Even those natural treasures are greatly inferior. Originally, I planned on devoting myself to studying it. I didn't expect that I'd completely exhausted all the blood race blood essence that I've accumulated before. Chapter 2811, Xuanji 9 leaves. Chapter 2811, Xuanji 9 leaves. Brother Yi, you're back. Brother Yi, this battle was all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back. It was all us who were blind previously. Be magnanimous and don't take offense at us. When Yi Yuan appeared in the Northern View City's army base, there was immediately a commotion. When those Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers saw Yi Yuan, they came up to say HEL low one after another. Comment among them, there were many people who were mocking Yi Yuan on that day. At this time, they were regretting it immensely. This time, if not for Yi Yuan, most likely only a handful of them would have been able to return. In fact, Northern View City might have directly been steamrolled by the blood race. A rout was like a landslide. It was not to be made a joke. Yi Yuan did not put on airs either, responding with smiles one by one. When these Saint Sovereign Heavens saw this, they were even more ashamed. Yi Yuan really had a mind as open as a valley. Brother Yi. Zhao Chen saw Yi Yuan, the look of embarrassment on his face becoming even stronger. Before the great battle, his words were the nastiest. But now, his face was slapped resoundingly. When he saw Yi Yuan, there was naturally indescribable embarrassment. Yo, isn't this Centurion Zhao? Our master Yi is merely a foreigner. How can we dare call you our brother? When Big Yellow saw Zhao Chen, his anger flared up, and he immediately jeered. Zhao Chen's expression immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. With regards to this, Yi Yuan did not say anything either. Back then, Zhao Chen's words were indeed very nasty. His contempt for him was not only expressed in words, but also on the face. Zhao Chen clearly looked down on Yi Yuan, this kind of foreigners, especially when Yi Yuan got involved with the extreme medicine sect. That sort of contempt was impossible to hide. In reality, those who had this kind of notion were not in the minority. It was also that it was currently wartime. Normally, the status of Yi Yuan, this kind of foreigner, would be very low in Heaven One continent. Just like in the Rain-Clear continent, the native forces discriminated against ascenders. Yi Yuan did not know to make trouble, but it did not mean that he was submissive. Suddenly, Zhao Chen directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud and said, "Master Yi, it was all my fault previously. I know that you have great abilities. You must have the means to save my men. They're inflicted with the blood corruption poison. I beg you to save them." In each great battle, those who got inflicted with blood corruption poison were not in the minority. Even Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven, was poisoned by the blood corruption poison, let alone these saint sovereign heavens. Zhao Chen's men originally had many who were inflicted with blood corruption poison. In this battle, the blood corruption poison erupted all round. His men suffered heavy casualties. Over 70% of these remaining people were inflicted with blood corruption poison. If these people all died, he would practically become a lone general without an army. Of course, although Zhao Chen this person was very mean to Yi Yuan and looked down on Yi Yuan's background, he treated his men as his own brothers. For the sake of these subordinates, he would rather put aside his dignity and kneel down to Yi Yuan. Even Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven powerhouse, knelt down. What was wrong with him, this measly little centurion, kneeling? But Big Yellow did not buy it and said with a cold smile, "Yo, Lord Zhao, don't do this. Master Yi is merely someone with half-baked knowledge. The extreme medicine sect is the authority. Did you find the wrong person? You should be going to find the extreme medicine sect." By the side, Zhao Chen wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. He was sent over to learn from Yi Yuan. Along with him, there were also dozens of grade 5 and grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Close to 100 military doctors were deployed to Heaven One Army. These military doctors were mainly from the extreme medicine sect. In fact, Zhao Chen was a distinguished talent among them. Before this, he was a highly respected extreme medicine sect disciple. But, after this battle, his status completely changed. The current Zhao Chen was like a big villain who had harmed nearly 10,000 troops. It was them who did not listen to Yi Yuan's words, resulting in this great defeat. If not for the extreme medicine sect pledging in all solemnity, even if those soldiers who were inflicted with blood corruption poison did not take part in the fights, this war would not have been defeated so thoroughly too. In this battle, those soldiers who were inflicted with blood corruption poison were like time bombs lying in ambush on their side, blowing up and injuring all of them at once. When Zhao Chen heard, he clenched his jaws tightly and suddenly kowtowed to Yi Yuan fiercely. Dong! 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 Each sound struck everyone's heart. "Master Yi, this Zhao acted like a stuck-up SN. OB, but my brothers are all good men. As long as you can save them, this Zhao is willing to pay it off with death." Zhao Chen wept tearfully as he kowtowed. All around, many people shed silent tears. In this battle, many of their companions died on the battlefield. The former fellow officers were no more together. But no one dared to step forward to speak up for Zhao Chen. It was because they were indeed too unfair to Yi Yuan previously. Someone who made great contributions came to their army and said something that could turn the tides. But in the end, he was looked down upon by everyone. If it were them, they would not be able to stand it too. Goodwill being taken for granted was probably like this. Everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his hand and patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder twice and said, "All right, take me to go take a look at your subordinates." Zhao Chen's entire body shook, and he kowtowed a few more times agitatedly and said, "Thank you so much, Master Yi. Thank you so much, Master Yi." When Yi Yuan saw Zhao Chen's men, he could not refrain from furrowing his brows too. Too awful. Some people's blood corruption poison was extremely deep, their entire person being already riddled full of holes, looking extremely hideous. A foul smell greeted the nose. Weak groaning sounds filled the tent. Blood corruption poison was extremely terrifying. Even the final outcome of Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven powerhouse, was no better than these Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers. Not only could this corrupt blood affect one's blood, but it could also even corrode the origin divinity, and there was virtually no cure. The only thing that could resist it was just true spirit bloodline. Therefore, after the extreme medicine sect suppression method was devised, it was a great boon to the Heaven One army. As for the words of Yi Yuan, this kind of minor character, they naturally could not take it in. It was not that Yi Yuan was even more impressive than the extreme medicine sect, this hegemon-level holy land. But that even a clever wife could not cook a meal without rice. They had fought with the blood race for thousands of years but never obtained a drop of the blood race's blood essence before. Yi Yuan came beside the soldier who was poisoned the deepest and started diagnosing him. Very soon, Yi Yuan's origin divinity traveled a circulatory cycle within his body, and he could not help secretly shaking his head. Master Yi, is there still hope for Qiao Yiping? Zhao Chen asked worriedly. All the blood in his body has already been corrupted by more than 90%. In at most a few hours, he will definitely die beyond a doubt, Yi Yuan said. Zhao Chen's expression dimmed, blaming himself heavily in his heart. This scene was taken into Yi Yuan's sights, and his impression of Zhao Chen changed a little. This guy looked down on him, this kind of foreigners. But his feelings for his fellow officers were not fake. Yi Yuan ignored him but said to Zhao Chen and the rest, "You all watch carefully. This needle technique that I'll be performing next is called Xuanji 9 Leaves. After you guys leam it, apply the technique on the others. But at present, this needle technique can only temporarily suppress the blood corruption poison. As for whether or not it can really purge the blood corruption poison, I still need to research more." Chapter 28:12, Marvelous Work of Art. Chapter 28:12, Marvelous Work of Art. Xuanji 9 Leaves originated from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was a powerful and profound needle technique. The Labyrinth Divine Palace back then was not only powerful in martial strength, but their alchemy Dao was also unparalleled. Disregarding other things, just this 100 herbs illustrated handbook was not what ordinary hegemon-level sects could come up with. The various acupuncture techniques inside, poison arts, and other branches of alchemy Dao were all encompassing and contained everything. When Yi Yuan entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he did not care about other books. He only paid the most attention to the alchemy-related books. In the last few decades on the Rain-Clear continent, Yi Yuan's martial arts did not make much progress. He spent a lot of time on these Class 6. The Xuanji 9 Leaves was one of them. This acupuncture technique used Xuanji Star Force as the guide, triggering the resonance of all the heavens, and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Its control over the flow of blood energy was especially unique. That day, after Yi Yuan diagnosed Song Miao's pulse, he had some ideas in his mind. This set of Xuanji 9 Leaves was extremely profound. With Yi Yuan's deep foundation, he spent close to a year's time before he thoroughly grasped this acupuncture technique too. These heavenly alchemists around Yi Yuan, even if they were grade 6 heavenly alchemists, it was also impossible to grasp this acupuncture technique within a short time. What he was executing presently was the acupuncture technique that Yi Yuan created from simplifying off the foundation of the Xuanji 9 Leaves by cutting out the superfluous to specifically target blood corruption power. Yi Yuan knew that the extreme medicine sect's heavenly alchemists level was still extremely high. Under his guidance, grasping this acupuncture technique within 10 days was still doable. Yi Yuan focused his fingertips. A tiny divine essence needle condensed and forced out. With his current skill, he no longer needed to rely on physical objects. With the Dao sword as the foundation, the divine essence needle that he condensed had an even stronger effect than ordinary needles. Seeing this move, Xiao Shan's pupils could not help constricting. He was the commander of all the military doctors, extreme medicine sect's peak grade 6 heavenly alchemists. But Yi Yuan's move made him ashamed of his inferiority. Unless he had a needle-type Grand Mist treasure, he could not compare to Yi Yuan's ability to condense the divine essence needle. But needle-type grand mist treasures were too hard to come by. But the following scene made all the heavenly alchemists even more shocked. When Yi Yuan stabbed with the needle, the stars across the heavens actually produced a resonance. The entire camp seemed to have become a miniature universe. One of the stars was extremely bright. It was precisely the Xuanji star. In Qiao Yiping's meridians, a pale yellow divine essence was swimming around. The meridians that the divine essence traveled were thick and thin, yet extremely fine. In reality, when applying the needles, this kind of situation would not occur. But Yi Yuan did it in order to let these people feel it distinctly. But it was precisely so that the shock of the scene was even stronger, especially those extreme medicine sect disciples. Although they stumbled hard this time, they were still unconvinced in their hearts to follow an outsider to learn acupuncture technique. Many were bottling their thoughts up, wanting to see how impressive Yi Yuan was. Now, they saw it. The acupuncture method had two sections. One section was on oneself. One section was on the patient. A person would work one's body to call down the power of heavenly Tao, injecting it into the sick body, reversing the universe. Regarding this step, Yi Yuan calling down such powerful stellar power already made them lost in wonder. While in the sick body, the operation of divine essence and application of heavenly Tao power were also complicated to the extreme. But at this time, the meridians in Qiao Yiping's body became incomparably clear. Even those meridians that were tiny until they were invisible to the naked eyes were manifested by Yi Yuan. A marvelous work of art. Marvelous work of art. I didn't expect that acupuncture techniques can actually be used to such a degree. What a formidable acupuncture technique. My extreme medicine sect doesn't have such a formidable acupuncture technique either. This level of acupuncture technique can actually be used so transcendently by him, truly God-like. Master. An absolute master. We all, heavenly alchemists' years of living, have been an utter waste. Very soon, cries of exclamations sounded out all around. Yi Yuan used his acupuncture technique and completely conquered this group of proud PCC. OCKS. Originally, Dao Chen still had quite a bit of resentment in his heart. Although Yi Yuan hit the mark, he was unconvinced in his heart, feeling that Yi Yuan just caught it by sheer luck. But now, he did not have any temper in his heart at all. What remained was only admiration. Too formidable. Such a wondrous acupuncture technique, he was absolutely unable to execute it. Ace a top figure among the extreme medicine sect's grade 5 heavenly alchemists, Dao Chen's alchemy path strength was not weak. Not only was it not weak, but it could also virtually look down proudly upon his peers. His eyesight was naturally extremely strong. He saw through that this acupuncture technique was after it was simplified. It was not hard for him to learn it. But, wanting to reach Yi Yuan's level, it was impossible to achieve it without 10 years of hard work. And this was just the acupuncture technique post-simplification. But, how much time had Yi Yuan been in contact with the blood race? He could simplify the acupuncture technique and even apply it to such an exaggerated level. It showed that Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique had already reached an ingenious level of application. It could be used freely at will. Convinced. Xiao Shan's gaze had been fixed on the stellar power in the house. Xuanji 9 leaves. It's actually the legendary Xuanji 9 leaves. This acupuncture technique has already been lost for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, it actually reappeared in the world. Just what origins does this boy have? Xiao Shan said in shock. Xuanji 9 leaves. Is this acupuncture technique very formidable? Dao Chen wondered. Xiao Shan said, more than just formidable. Legends have it that this acupuncture technique can defy heaven and change fate, bringing the dead back to life. In fact, after grasping this set of acupuncture techniques, one will be invincible at the same rank in martial arts too. Flying needles killing people without making a sound, taking your life as easily as flipping over your hand. Do you think it's amazing or not? With this, everyone was no longer calm. Acupuncture technique was acupuncture technique. It was an aid to alchemy Dao. Now, Xiao Shan actually said that this acupuncture technique was also invincible in the same rank in martial arts. This was too terrifying. IIT's actually so formidable. My extreme medicine sect doesn't have such a fierce acupuncture technique either. How? How did he obtain it? Dao Chen muttered. Looking at a leopard through a tube, and one was to see only one spot. He knew that Xiao Shan was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. Although the acupuncture technique that Yi Yuan displayed was not profound, what Yi Yuan displayed was clearly just a very superficial part. This acupuncture technique was indeed extensive and profound. Except, the more formidable this acupuncture technique was, the more depressed Dao Chen was. Yi Yuan was merely born in a remote continent at sea. How could that place possibly have such a formidable acupuncture technique? In fact, even extreme medicine sect, one of the top sects in the world, did not have it. This sort of thing was seriously too fantastical. In the wake of Yi Yuan applying one needle after another, the poisonous sores on Qiao Yiping's body were currently disappearing rapidly. His complexion actually became rosy too. I'm actually not dead yet. Qiao Yiping opened his eyes, a little dazed. When Zhao Chen saw this scene, he could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Qiao Weiping's consciousness was originally already blurry. Now, he actually regained his senses. Master Yi's means truly startled heaven and earth and made gods and ghosts weep. Chapter 28:13, Grandiose Ambitions, but Puny Ability. Chapter 28:13, Grandiose Ambitions, but Puny Ability. You're not dead now, but you're also not far from death. After I applied the acupuncture technique, your corrupt blood power has been suppressed to 70%. But the consequence of this kind of suppression is that once it erupts again, you'll die even more horribly. Yi Yuan was not exaggerating to scare people. His acupuncture technique could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Actually, there was no essential difference between it and the suppression method of the extreme medicine sect. The only difference was that it was more brilliant than the extreme medicine sect's method. It sounded like there were no differences. But the heavenly alchemists present were long already inexplicably shocked. More than 90% of the corrupted blood was suppressed to 70%. Ever since the war with the blood race, no body in the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had done this. Furthermore, Qiao Yiping was inflicted with the blood corruption poison previously and later suppressed by the extreme medicine sect with true spirit blood. Now that it had erupted again, it could be said to be fiercer than a tiger. However, he was still saved by Yi Yuan. They thought that Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique could only control the spread of the corrupted blood. Who could have thought that it could actually directly suppress it back? At this very moment, many of the heavenly alchemists present actually felt ashamed of their unworthiness. Many thanks to Master Yi for helping out. By the side, Zhao Chen said gratefully. Yi Yuan said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank first. Whether or not the method to deal with the blood corruption poison can be found, it is still not known. It won't be too late to thank again after truly resolving this disaster." Zhao Chen shook his head and said, "This Zhao is already endlessly grateful that Master Yi is willing to take action." "Qiao Yiping, why haven't you thanked Master Yi?" Qiao Weiping hurriedly said, Thank you, Master Yi, for repaying evil with good, and saving this Qiao." That day, among the people who mocked Yi Yuan, there was also Qiao Yiping. Hence, when he saw that it was Yi Yuan who came to the rescue, he immediately felt too ashamed to show his face. Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have accepted it. Turning his head to Zhao Chen, he said, "Go and gather the soldiers who are most severely poisoned by the blood corruption poison here." Yes. At this time, Zhao Chen was long already wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan, immediately receiving the order and leaving. Xiao Shan was also exceedingly shocked by Yi Yuan's strength in his heart. But currently, his eyes were flickered indeterminately. He was moved by this heaven-defying acupuncture technique. There were also Dao Chen and many members of the extreme medicine sect who were similarly moved. Very soon, Qiao Yiping was carried away. Another injured person under Zhao Chen was carried in front of Yi Yuan. "Put away those stray thoughts. You guys only have a few days. After this storm, I'll impart you guys the Xuanji 9 leaves. Yi Yuan said to Xiao Shan and the others with his back facing them while he applied the needles. The moment these words came out, Xiao Shan somewhat doubted his own ears. Such a heaven-defying acupuncture technique, Yi Yuan handed it over with both hands just like that. This guy wouldn't be deliberately buying time, right? Just as his thoughts were running wild, Yi Yuan continued slowly, in times of crisis, one should abandon the idea of sects in the first place. The Xuanji 9 leaves is indeed a supreme needle technique. But, no matter how strong I alone am, the number of people I can save is limited too. It's better to impart it. Only then can it save even more companions. Hearing these, Xiao Shan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were too shallow, too narrow-minded. Yeah, if Yi Yuan really had some other thoughts, having suffered so much grievance previously, he would not have come forward at all. But not only did he step forward, he even overturned the tides and saved the Heaven One army. Very soon, stellar power lit up once again. After 5 days and 5 nights of treatment, saving dozens of patients in the most critical conditions, Yi Yuan never took a rest. Some of the heavenly alchemists watching from the sides were already drowsy with sleep. When even the person applying the needles did not rest, they were naturally embarrassed. Said to rest. Many people secretly cursed Yi Yuan for being a freak. Was he not tired? Acupuncture was a workman's HI+P ability that required extreme meticulousness. In the human body, even the slightest mistake could result in very serious consequences. Therefore, rest was necessary. But 5 days said. Yi Yuan had not made a single mistake. This sort of thing, even Xiao Shan, this true sovereign heaven, could not do it. Finally, Yi Yuan spat out a mouthful of turbid breath and stood up. Learned it. Yi Yuan looked toward Xiao Shan and asked. Xiao Shan nodded and said confidently, 90%. As long as I familiarize for another few days, the remaining 10% will naturally be learned without extra effort. Yi Yuan looked towards Dao Chen and asked, what about you? Dao Chen said, 70%. Yi Yuan nodded and said, those who feel that they can reach 70%, come forward. After speaking, 10 heavenly alchemists stepped forward in a row. These 10 people were all from the extreme medicine sect. The formula and essentials have all already been imparted to you all. Now, you guys apply the needles. However, I'll say the unpleasant things first. Human lives are at stake. How much ability you have, just say how much you have. Don't go beyond your means. Otherwise, you'll be punished by military law. Master Yi, you're also looking down on our extreme medicine sect too much. The extreme medicine sect's disciples, no matter how weak, they can also look down proudly on those in the same rank. The Xuanji 9 leaves is indeed formidable, but your acupuncture technique isn't difficult. To us, it's sufficient. Dao Chen said brother IMMING with confidence. The disciples of hegemon level sects were absolute elites when looking across all the heavens too. Across the entire 33 heavens, hegemon level sects could be counted too. The pride in their hearts could be imagined. Yi Yuan nodded and said, all right then. You guys step forward and apply the needles. With regards to Xiao Shan, these few grade 6 heavenly alchemists, Yi Yuan naturally felt assured. But, toward grade 5 heavenly alchemists, he was really quite worried. A doctor's benevolence, not being able to treat was fine. But killing people through treatment would be a big problem. Very soon, Xiao Shan and the others began to apply the needles. Stars illuminated in the camp. Among them, it was Xiao Shan's stellar power that was the strongest. To them, these extreme medicine sect's disciples, the days after the defeat were not easy. Hence, they also urgently needed an opportunity to wash away the shame of the sect. At present, it was clearly a great opportunity. Xiao Shan did his best. His performance was the best. As a grade 6 heavenly alchemist, his eyesight and learning ability were far from what grade 5 heavenly alchemists could compare to. These 5 days, he had already deduced countless in his mind. In addition, there was the demonstration of Yi Yuan, this master. He was naturally even more confident. The moment a grade 6 heavenly alchemist took action, that was naturally extraordinary. Xiao Shan had the intention of showing off too, so as to restore the reputation of the sect. For a time, the other people's sharp edge was overshadowed by him all at once. Even the stellar power that Yi Yuan called down could not compare to him. Master Xiaoshan is well deserving of being the commander of the military doctors, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. In just 5 short days, he could cultivate this technique to such a boundary, remarkable. Master Dao Chen is also amazing. He's just a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. His future prospects are limitless. The extreme medicine sect is the extreme medicine sect. This deep foundation is incomparable. The moment the extreme medicine sect's disciples made their moves, it immediately attracted a burst of exclamations. Not just Xiaoshan, the technique of the other extreme medicine sect's disciples also made people exclaim with admiration. But, seeing Xiaoshan applying the needles, Yi Yuan's expression became odd. 90%. Was boasting done like this? Or did the extreme medicine sect's people all have such grandiose ambitions but puny abilities? Chapter 28:14, Battle of Doctors. Chapter 28:14, Battle of Doctors. In Yi Yuan's eyes, Xiaoshan's current technique was at most considered a par SS 60%. This guy actually bragged that he reached 90%. As for the others, only Dao Chen was slightly better, barely reaching 50%. The rest did not even reach 50%. Yi Yuan could not help but have some doubts. Were these guys really from a hegemon-level sect? This needle technique was indeed born out of the Xuanji 9 leaves. But simplicity was not simple. Yi Yuan's Xuanji 9 leaves had long already attained sublimity, completely under his control. Pray tell, could the acupuncture technique that he developed really be simple? If it was simple, it would also be impossible to forcibly suppress the berserk blood corruption poison. Xiaoshan's momentum looked very powerful, but he did not comprehend the essence of his acupuncture technique at all, even though he had already repeatedly emphasized it. Yi Yuan could not help sighing. It seemed like he still thought too highly of the disciples of these hegemon-level Holy Land. He was actually like everyone else, blindly trusting these sects. He had already taught by precept and example. The rest could only depend on these people's own comprehensions. But looking at it now, it seemed like it did not go as he wanted. Although the current techniques of Xiaoshan and the others were still a little unfamiliar, even if they become proficient, it would be impossible to truly reach his level 2. Many of those heavenly alchemists were secretly watching Yi Yuan's expression. Seeing Yi Yuan secretly shake his head, these people could not help feeling unhappy. It seemed like Master Yi was a narrow-minded person too and could not stand to see other people get good. Poo. Suddenly, one of the patients started twitching and directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. His aura was rapidly wilting. The people present could not help jumping in fright. It was still fine just now. What happened? Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he arrived in front of that person like lightning. Scram! He kicked that extreme medicine sect disciple flying with a foot, the divine essence needles in his hand penetrating into the patient's body swiftly. Along with one divine essence needle after another being injected, that person's blood corruption poison was finally forcefully suppressed by Yi Yuan. Except, the effect of the treatment was much poorer. Yi Yuan shot that person who was kicked flying by him fiercely and shouted coldly, "Told you guys just now, how much ability you have, just say how much. Don't show off your ability. With your bit of skill, you also dare to come out and apply the needles?" In Yi Yuan's view, as a heavenly alchemist, one could not do anything that they were not confident of. Clearly did not have the ability but wanted to attempt it. This was harming people. This sort of thing, Yi Yuan could not stand it. The person who was kicked flying was called Zhong Xiu, who was also an elite disciple of the extreme medicine sect. Being berated by Yi Yuan, Zhong Xiu said indignantly, "It's my first time applying the needles after all. How can I have absolute confidence? You're clearly holding a grudge against what happened before and using your position to get even with your personal grudge." The extreme medicine sect's disciples were extremely prideful. If not for the blow due to the incident this time, their arrogance could poke a hole in the sky. In his view, being able to reach this step for the first time was already very impressive. Actually, he was just on the cusp of being able and not being able to do it. But, for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's face, he still stepped forward without hesitation. It was just that he did not expect that he still messed it up in the end. When Yi Yuan heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "You mean that because it's the first time you're applying the needles, you can treat the brothers' lives as a joke? If he died, he deserves it." Zhong Xiu's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "I didn't say that. You're making slanderous charges. Surnamed Yi, let me tell you, my extreme medicine sect's disciples aren't easy to bully." Xiao Shan had already finished applying the needles, but his brows furrowed together. He knew that he had bragged too hard. Just now, he pledged in all solemnity that he had already comprehended 90%. While he had completed the treatment, the effects of his treatment were much worse than Yi Yuan's. It probably did not even reach half. He was a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. How could he not know the gap in between? Logically speaking, if he had comprehended 80%, the effects should naturally also be 90% of Yi Yuan's. But now, it was not even half. He was fully focused just now and did not notice the rest. But now, seeing Yi Yuan getting mad at Zhong Xiu, he figured out the whole story and said with a frown, "Yi Yuan, I'll apologize on behalf of Zhong Xiu for this matter. First time applying the needles, mistakes occurring is inevitable." When Yi Yuan heard it, he was even more enraged and said with a cold smile, You want to brush this over casually with a sentence." Previously, when using the true spirit blood to suppress the blood corruption poison, it was like this. Now, when I teach you guys the Xuanji 9 leaves, it's still the same. Are human lives worthless in your eyes? Doctors are not martial artists. One would rather not take action if they don't have the confidence. I clearly said before previously. Don't step forward if you don't have the confidence. But you didn't care at all and had to come forward to flaunt your superiority. Disregarding this guy, the others are also all lumps of SHI plus T when applying the needles. Actually, it could not be said that Yi Yuan did not have anger in his heart for what happened before. The extreme medicine sect's attitude towards this sort of thing was completely different from him. Changing perspectives, if someone questioned his proposal at that time, he would definitely go and ascertain it. But these people did not take other people's opinions in at all. If say that his words carried little weight at that time, then what about now? He had already proved his strength, they saw it too, but they were still like this. Yi Yuan's dissatisfaction with these people also reached its peak. Therefore, his words were very nasty too. Xiao Shan's eyes could not help turning cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Zhong Xiu is the extreme medicine sect's disciple after all. What do you want?" These words were using the extreme medicine sect to oppress people. The extreme medicine sect had a pivotal status in the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven and the Heaven One War. A measly little Yi Yuan was insignificant like an ant in front of such a colossal giant. Yi Yuan laughed from extreme rage and said, "I said before previously, punishment by military law. It looks like you guys treated it like water rolling off a duck's back." Zhong Xiu did not care about these words at all and said disdainfully, "What a joke. How many people have my extreme medicine sects saved in this war? How many great achievements have been made? Now, you actually want to punish me with military law?" Xiao Shan also said in a cold voice, "Nobody can touch my extreme medicine sect's people." It became dangerously explosively inside the tent. Each and every one of the extreme medicine sect's disciples turned their noses up at Yi Yuan. Their haughtiness would not change because of Yi Yuan's monstrous performance. When a conflict happened, their contempt for Yi Yuan was no less. No matter how monstrous, he was also just an ant. In front of the extreme medicine sect, he was nothing. Suddenly, Yi Yuan restrained his imposing aura, turned around and came to the patient's side, and began to administer needles. This person had needles administered by one of the extreme medicine sect's disciples previously. The effects barely managed to suppress the blood corruption poison. Furthermore, it was very unstable. Yi Yuan saved the life of the seemingly hopeless patient again off of his foundation. He did not say a word, retreating these soldiers anew, including Xiao Shan's. When Zhong Xiu saw this scene, he could not help but snicker. He said disdainfully, "I was wondering how impressive great genius he was, But it turns out that it's nothing more than this. Chapter 28:15, Winning Sincerity with Sincerity. Chapter 28:15, Winning Sincerity with Sincerity. He still yielded in the end. There's no choice. Who made the extreme medicine sect to be so powerful? In our Heaven One army, only the extreme medicine sect are experts in alchemy. Even if one reaches the hegemon realm, they have to give them phase 2. Otherwise, this war can't be fought anymore. However, I feel that it's still Master Yi who's sympathetic to us, these common people. A doctor's benevolence, Master Yi is really thinking about us. Think so too, but an arm can't twist a thigh. He can't help it as well. Yi Yuan's rage naturally aroused the strong dislike of the extreme medicine sect's disciples. But those ordinary soldiers felt that it was very intimate. Saint Sovereign Heaven, when placed on the rain-clear continent, was an absolute overlord. But, in this entire grand bright jade complete heaven, they were barely qualified to be cannon fodders. In this war, they were even more so cannon fodder-like existences. To those powerhouses, their lives were completely worthless. Even in the eyes of these top major sects' disciples, their lives were worthless too. If they died, so be it. Being able to contribute to the Heaven One army, that was their honor. This could be felt from Zhong Xiu's words. But Yi Yuan's way of doing things gave them dignity. They were grateful to Yi Yuan in their hearts, but facing a behemoth like the extreme medicine sect, they were powerless to do anything too. Very soon, Yi Yuan treated those 10 people. Xiaoshan said, Yi Yuan, you've indeed rendered 2 great contributions, but compared to my extreme medicine sect, you're still too insignificant. Our extreme medicine sect is supporting the entire Heaven One continent. Do you understand? Dao Chen also smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, you have to understand your status. You're merely a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Our extreme medicine sect isn't an existence that you can afford to provoke. These words were rather impolite already. A kind person gets bullied, a kind horse gets ridden. Yi Yuan giving in made Dao Chen and the rest even more proud of themselves. The Heaven One army's heavenly alchemist system and the extreme medicine sect established their own systems. Other heavenly alchemists did not dare to fight at all. Those heavenly alchemists that were from the extreme medicine sect also regarded themselves as superior to others. Actually, the extreme medicine sect had committed a fatal error in this war. But nobody dared to raise it up and punish them to teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked toward Dao Chen, and said, Oh? In this army, one needs to talk about status too? Isn't it? Military orders can't be disobeyed. Dao Chen said disdainfully, in the army, military orders naturally can't be disobeyed. But who the hell are you? You're merely a foreigner from a remote continent. You don't even have status. You aren't a member of the army at all. You're actually giving orders here. How laughable. Haha, you said punish by military law, and will punish by military law? Do you think that you're Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi? A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist giving orders here. Who gave you the authority? Zhong Xiu said with a loud laugh. What was called overestimating one's own ability? This is called overestimating one's own ability. In the view of the extreme medicine sect's people, Yi Yuan's posturing action was really laughable. In the heavenly alchemist system, no one dared to posture in front of the extreme medicine sect yet. Zhao Chen was very anxious by the side. With regards to Yi Yuan, he already held him in great esteem. He could feel that Yi Yuan sincerely had the best interests at heart for his brothers. Otherwise, he could have long let the extreme medicine sect's disciples administer the needles. But he did not. Yi Yuan set an example by personally taking part, taking great pains to demonstrate the Xuanji 9 leaves. It was for the sake of letting these extreme medicine sect disciples learn a little faster. Even so, he was still worried and planned on letting these people administer the needles in batches. Reality also proved that Yi Yuan was right. Zhao Chen also could not deny that the extreme medicine sect was a pillar of the Heaven One continent. But they did not have any scion towards ordinary soldiers at all. In fact, many times, they were just test subjects. Now, seeing the extreme medicine sect's disciples target Yi Yuan together, he could not look on anymore and spoke up. Master Yi saved our lives. He's our brother and naturally a part of the army. Right. Master Yi saved Heaven one continent and saved all of our lives. Now, he's helping us suppress the blood corruption poison. He's our brother. What Centurion Zhao said is right. He's our brother. The moment Zhao Chen opened his mouth, there were immediately many people who concurred. Sincerity was often won with sincerity in the army. If you were good to him, he would know. Furthermore, the feelings between fellow officers tend to be even more sincere. These few days, Yi Yuan administered the needles day and night without sleeping or resting. In the hearts of these ordinary soldiers, they had long already treated Yi Yuan as a brother. There were probably hundreds of soldiers present. When they spoke up simultaneously, it directly pushed the extreme medicine sect's disciples to the corner of the wall. Including Xiao Shan, each and every one of their faces was awkward to the extreme. This face was slapped resoundingly. Zhao Chen, are you rebelling? Dao Chen shouted angrily. Zhong Xiu also questioned, Yi Yuan saved your lives, but didn't my extreme medicine sect save your lives? Zhao Chen said, the extreme medicine sect has naturally saved our lives before, but you didn't. Not only didn't you guys save us before, you nearly caused the Northern Front Army to completely collapse. Zhao Chen's one sentence directly cornered the extreme medicine sect again. They were unable to refute. It was because this was a fact. Dao Chen laughed from extreme fury and said, Who, Zhao Chen, grew capable her? Have you forgotten how you sucked up to us back then? Have you forgotten how you reproved Yi Yuan? Zhao Chen said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, what you said is right. Back then, we believed in the extreme medicine sect too much, resulting in today's disastrous consequences. The initially over 300 men under me are only left with 100 men now. Among these 100 men, there are even 70% who are afflicted with blood corruption poison. If not for Master Yi, it would have been impossible for the 100 of us to return. Even if we returned, at most 20 to 30 of these 100 people can remain. The moment these words came out, the ordinary soldiers nodded one after another. Zhao Chen's current mood, they felt the same way too. For some centurions, the men under them were pretty much all dead. But the expressions of Dao Chen and the rest became ugly to the extreme. One should not hit the face when hitting people, but this face was really slapped resoundingly now. No one had ever dared to slap the extreme medicine sect's face like this before. Did these guys all eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Xiao Shan's face darkened, and he said, Come, men. Zhao Chen is misleading people with rumors, slandering the extreme medicine sect. Take Zhao Chen down for me and punish by military law. Immediately, 2 attendant soldiers beside him stepped out of the ranks and immediately escorted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was clearly long prepared and did not resist. He was not a fool. Xiao Shan was a true sovereign heaven powerhouse, a commander of the Northern Front Army. When he came forward at this time and spoke up for Yi Yuan, he would definitely be retaliated against. But, he felt that he should come forward at this time. Just as the attendant soldier was going to drag Zhao Chen away, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, Stop. Xiao Shan looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, You're not a member of the army. Could it be that you still want to interfere in our army's affairs? Yi Yuan was indifferent and flashed a plaque, saying coolly, What did you say just now? Say it again. Chapter 28:16, Drag outside, kill. Chapter 28:16, Drag outside, kill. Seeing the token that Yi Yuan flashed, Xiao Shan's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Great Commander token. How? How do you have this? Xiao Shan said in shock. Although Xiao Shan was questioning it, the Yi word engraved on the token, as well as the unique aura emitting from the token, could not be faked. Regarding the Northern Front Army, not counting Emperor-level powerhouses, the highest commander was Ming Yi, this commander-in-chief. And below him were the 5 grand completion true sovereign heaven great commanders below great commanders. True sovereign heaven powerhouses were all commander level. Each person had a corresponding token. Now, Yi Yuan actually took out a great commander token. The shock in Xiao Shan's heart could be imagined. There were only 5 of these tokens. Furthermore, their holders were all grand completion true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Where did Yi Yuan get it? Emperor Dan Fei conferred the Great Commander token and let me lead the Northern Front Army's Heavenly Alchemist Division. Commander Xiao, I wonder if this Yi has the authority to meddle in this army's affairs. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Shan and said it word by word. Everyone present was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan's pupils constricted, having a look of astonishment in his eyes. This Great Commander token was actually personally bestowed by Emperor Dan Fei. Emperor Dan Fei was the supreme commander of the northern battlefront in the truest sense. Normally, his movements and traces were elusive and secretive. The Saint Sovereign Heaven Army's battles were actually on the outer periphery too. The true core regions were the great battles of these emperor-level powerhouses. That level of fight could be said to startle heaven and shock the earth. Logically speaking, Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi himself already had the qualifications to confer Great Commander. But the Heavenly Alchemist Division did not have a Great Commander. It had always been Xiao Shan in charge of it. Xiao Shan's strength was lacking, and he could not be a Great Commander either. But who could have thought that Emperor Dan Fei actually personally intervened in the affairs of the army and bestowed the Great Commander token upon Yi Yuan? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan directly became his, Xiao Shan's, superior? This sort of thing was too comical. A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually became the immediate superior of him, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. But, something that Emperor Dan Fei personally concerned himself with, who could refute it? The likes of Xiao Shan and Dao Chen had always been calling Yi Yuan's ident one tie into question before. Now, it was good. Not only did Yi Yuan become a member of the army, but he also even became the great commander of the Northern Front Army's Heavenly Alchemist Division. Could he not meddle? He could meddle too well. The Heavenly Alchemist Division's great commander was just nice in charge of all the Heavenly Alchemists present, including Xiao Shan. It was unbelievably appropriate. Actually, Xiao Shan's arrest of Zhao Chen was somewhat unjustifiable. After all, Zhao Chen was not his direct subordinate. But the extreme medicine sect's disciples were used to normally being domineering. Coupled with Xiao Shan's status as commander, he was the Heavenly Alchemist Division's great commander in practice. Even Zhao Chen's superiors would not intercede for him too. But now, things were different. If Commander Xiao has any doubts, you can go and ask Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi. Yi Yuan said coolly. No need. This token can't be faked. Xiao Shan said in a solemn voice. He had never felt so aggrieved before. As one of the extreme medicine sect's grade 6 heavenly alchemists, his status in the army was extremely respected. Even true sovereign heaven powerhouses had to beg him for help too. But now, he was actually being suppressed by a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How could he not be gloomy? Yi Yuan naturally did not care about Xiao Shan's attitude. He said lightly, then can this great commander meddle in the army's affairs? You can, Xiao Shan said in a muf-fled voice. But these words were like a clap of thunder when they landed in Zhong Xiu's ears, instantly stunning him. What was the meaning of this? Not caring about him anymore? That Yi Yuan was summing a new official post, he would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Yi Yuan said coolly, since I can meddle, then this great commander will say a few more words here. In this army, the brothers with sects and factions are probably not in the minority. The hegemon-level sects in this Heaven One continent are also not just your extreme medicine sect alone. The extreme medicine sect has indeed rendered great contributions in resisting the blood race, but which of the brothers fighting on the battlefield doesn't have credit? The other hegemon-level sects have no credit. Or is it that the Saint Sovereign Heavens that came from hegemon-level sects have a higher status than those small sects? If that's the case, our side has already established factions. How will this war still be fought? After entering the army, everyone is a fellow officer brother. Heavenly alchemists are a member of the army too. Everyone has parents and were raised by them. Who's more valuable than others? You're a Saint Sovereign Heaven, but isn't he also a Saint Sovereign Heaven? If you have the ability, try breaking through to true Sovereign Heaven. With the army being defeated this time, the extreme medicine sect can't absolve yourselves from the blame. Oh, body is investigating you guys precisely because the extreme medicine sect has made great contributions, but committing mistakes is committing mistakes. We can't talk about it. Said a few words about you, and he has to get punished by military law? Xiao Shan, then how will you be dealt with for Reb? Ting me, this great commander? Dao Chen, you're merely a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How should you be dealt with for talking back to me, this great commander? Xiao Shan's face turned black, and he was immediately choked until he could not speak. You're freaking sneak attacking me. Clearly had the great commander token long ago, but you didn't take it out. As for Dao Chen, his face even became ashen. Actually, it was really not that Yi Yuan ambushed him. After coming out from Dan Fei there, Ming Yi still had important military affairs to discuss, so he stayed behind and casually instructed his subordinates to bring Yi Yuan to diagnose and treat the soldiers. Yi Yuan was not someone who showed off either. He naturally would not take out his great commander token. If not for the extreme medicine sect pressing people too far, he really would not care for taking out the great commander token. Tal Reddy crushed you in alchemy Dao. What did I still need some great commander token for? Let him go. Yi Yuan said to the 2 attendant soldiers coldly. The 2 attendant soldiers were at a loss on what to do and looked toward Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan waved his hand, indicating for them to let go. Only then did they behave like they were granted amnesty. It was so uncomfortable to be caught between great commander and commander. When Zhao Chen was released, his 2 eyes were emitting light. He also did not expect that Master Yi actually performed an unexpected reversal, slapping the extreme medicine sect's disciples' faces resoundingly. In reality, after returning from the big defeat this time, they really felt aggrieved to the extreme. It was clearly a man-made disaster, but they could not say it out loud. The extreme medicine sect's prestige in their hearts fell to rock bottom all at once. Now, Yi Yuan saying it out in front of everyone, they felt much more liberated. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shouted coldly, Zhao Chen, take Zhongxiu down for me. Zhao Chen's entire body trembled, immediately stepping forward and arresting Zhongxiu. Zhongxiu yelled, Martial Uncle Xiao Shan, save me. Xiao Shan had a sullen face as he said in a cold voice, Great Commander, do you really have to do this? My extreme medicine sect's face isn't easy to slap. You've just arrived and might not know it yet. Among the Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses that came this time, there's also my extreme medicine sect's ancestor. The Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses were naturally not just Dan Fei alone. It was just that he was the strongest. However, Yi Yuan did not buy it and just said coolly, military orders can't be disobeyed. Today, if I don't kill people, you guys won't know the preciousness of human life. Our comrades aren't for people to use as experiment. Zhao Chen, haul him out and kill him. Chapter 28:17, Resolving a Big Issue with Little Effort. Chapter 28:17, Resolving a Big Issue with Little Effort. Zhongxiu died. The entire army was in shock. Nobody expected that an extreme medicine sect's top disciple was sentenced to death just like this. Unexpectedly, but also within reason, the applause was continuous. The big defeat was not to be blamed on the fight. The loss was too pathetic. It was clearly the extreme medicine sect who caused the defeat, but in the end, they could not do anything to them. The Heaven One army needed a relief outlet. And Zhongxiu played this role very honorably. Extreme medicine sect's disciples finally got their retribution. Feels Amazin, I didn't expect that Yi Yuan, a grade 5 heavenly alchemist, could actually become a great commander. Feel that he is intentionally helping us to vent this frustration. Haha, what a coincidence. I think so too. With so many of our brothers dead, what right do they have to be completely fine? Extreme medicine sect's disciples normally had aloof airs like they are standing high above the Ma. S says. Your father has found them displeasing to the eye for a long time. It was true that the extreme medicine sect was a pillar that propped up the sky. But this also developed the domineering personalities of the extreme medicine sect's disciples. Even if they were similarly Saint Sovereign Heavens, they were also aloof from the Ma. S says. In their eyes, ordinary soldiers were not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as them at all. Therefore, The people in the army who were unhappy with them were not in the minority. It was just that they dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. After all, when they get injured, they still needed the extreme medicine sect's disciples to treat them. Sentencing Zhong Xiu to death, Xiao Shan flicked his sleeves and walked away. Everyone knew that an even higher level contest would start soon. At the Northern Front battle this time, the extreme medicine sect sent an ancestor over too. Killing the extreme medicine sect's people was equivalent to slapping their faces. How could they be willing to drop the matter? The wrath of an emperor-level powerhouse was not what a measly little saint sovereign heaven could bear. In the eyes of emperor-level powerhouses, Yi Yuan, this great commander, had no weight at all. The extreme medicine sect's disciples were even sneering in their hearts. Do you think that by becoming a great commander, you can use a made-up directive to order people around and disregard my extreme medicine sect? Laughable. Great commander, just you wait to receive ancestors' wrath. When he heard the news of Zhong Xiu being sentenced to death, Mingyi was currently discussing military affairs with Emperor Dan Fei. He suddenly stood up and said angrily, "This boy, is he crazy? It's just been a few days, and he caused such a major problem. When Emperor Zhou Chen finds out about this news, he'll definitely be beyond furious. Lord Emperor, please hurry up and rescind your order. Otherwise, if it causes unhappiness between emperors, that will be a big problem." But Dan Fei's reaction was not as intense as Ming Yi's. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth even revealed a hint of a smile. He reached his hand out and pressed down, gesturing to Ming Yi as he said smilingly, "Just a small matter." Ming Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Emperor, this isn't a small matter." But Dan Fei said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do you feel that Yi Yuan did something wrong with regards to this matter?" Ming Yi said without the slightest hesitation, "Of course he's wrong. The extreme medicine sect is a pillar that props up the sky. How can one of them be killed lightly? Moreover, there's even ancestors Wu Chen standing behind them. Originally, letting him be the great commander, Xiao Shan would definitely be unconvinced. Now, doesn't it leave behind even more of a handle for gossip?" But Dan Fei smiled meaningfully and said, "Ming Yi, you are not seeing it as deeply as Yi Yuan." Ming Yi was startled and hurriedly said, "Lord Emperor, please clarify." He knew that he might have overlooked some aspects. Dan Fei smiled and said, "You're wrong. Not only will this matter not incur Wu Chen's displeasure, he'll be grateful to Yi Yuan instead. Yi Yuan, this great commander, has also thoroughly established his position firmly through this matter. Additionally, he'll even get the whole army's love and respect. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Hulu, I really didn't expect that in just a few days, this boy would give this seat a huge surprise." Dan Fei stroked his beard and smiled, clearly extremely satisfied with Yi Yuan. Ming Yi was dazed after listening, not knowing what it meant at all. When Dan Fei saw that he still did not understand, he could not resist shaking his head and sighing. Ming Yi was startled in his heart. Is Lord Emperor dissatisfied with me? The defeat of this great battle was entirely caused by the failure of the extreme medicine sect's true spirit method of suppression. After returning, it seemed like everyone had forgotten about this. Why is that? Because no one dares to mention this. How can a colossal giant like the extreme medicine sect be what a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven army can shake? But, if the soldiers don't say, does that mean that they really had no resentment in their hearts? Of course they do. The big defeat this time nearly caused extremely serious consequences, and it was entirely caused by the extreme medicine sect. The crux is that before the great battle, Yi Yuan even warned the extreme medicine sect's disciples that there was a problem with this suppression method. The resentment in the soldiers' hearts is likely already rising to the sky. And just nice at this time, Yi Yuan killed an extreme medicine sect's disciple. What do you think those soldiers will think? Dan Fei explained skillfully and patiently. Ming Yi was dumbfounded from listening. But Emperor Zhou Chen there Zhou Chen this old fellow, he understands it in his heart. Not only does he understand, but he's also actually very anxious in his heart too. Emperor realm powerhouses can naturally disregard the thoughts of Saint Sovereign Heavens. But the failure this time was also a tremendous blow to the extreme medicine sect. It even affected their status in the Heaven One Alliance. At this time, It's particularly important whether or not the soldiers are submitting wholeheartedly. Over at the southern front, there hasn't been too much war recently. There's still a chance to remedy it. But the northern front here has already suffered a big defeat. So how can the reputation of the extreme medicine sect be restored? Zhong Xiu was just a minor character of little importance. His death won't affect much, but it gave the soldiers a great relief outlet. The soldiers understand in their hearts that they can't do anything to the extreme medicine sect. But they can imagine Zhong Xiu as the extreme medicine sect and blame things on him bitterly. Following this incident, the extreme medicine sect's disciples will be doing their best to treat the injured in the future, and even eradicating the blood corruption poison under Yi Yuan's lead. Not only will the extreme medicine sect's reputation not suffer damage, but it might also make their prestige like the noonday sun instead. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan is, he's also just one person. It still needs the extreme medicine sect's disciples to really save people, isn't that so? A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist's death can minimize the negative impact of this defeat. Do you think Zhuo Chen, that old fellow, should be grateful to Yi Yuan or not? Not only will he not do anything to Yi Yuan, but he'll also even recognize Yi Yuan's status as a great commander. Yi Yuan's position of great commander can be considered to be secured. Talking until here, Dan Fei was even more pleased with himself, as if this was his own masterpiece. He also indeed had his breath taken away in wonder by Yi Yuan's ingenious brushwork. This move was even more amazing than him executing Xuanji 9 leaves. It was completely resolving a big issue with little effort. Ming Yi, who was by the side, was long already dumbfounded from listening. He completely did not expect that the death of a measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually implicated such a complicated situation. A puny little Yi Yuan could actually see the overall situation so penetratingly. This was impossible. Lord Emperor, his luck is also too good, right? Ming Yi shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Luck. Dan Fei continued and said, this isn't luck. This boy saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, seeing the world clearly, and has exceedingly high comprehension ability. He's definitely a world-shattering talent. This matter looks like a dispute caused by personal feelings, but in reality, it's a situation that resulted from him advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Each step seemed to be extremely coincidental, but when so many coincidences come together, it's no longer a coincidence. Chapter 28:18. Great Work. Chapter 28:18. Great Work. Ancestor. Yi Yuan, this boy is bullying people too far. A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually dares to assume the majesty of the tiger and kill our extreme medicine sect's disciple. If this matter is dropped just like this, how will our extreme medicine sect still have face to continue stay in the Heaven One Alliance? In front of Emperor Zhuo Chen, Xiao Shan could not stop his anger. How venerated was the extreme medicine sect, and how noble were their disciples? A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually rode on top of their head. If this could be endured, what else could not be? But, no matter how enraged Xiao Shan was, Zhuo Chen seemed to be very calm. Just this. I got it. Zhuo Chen said coolly. Xiao Shan was stunned. What kind of reaction was this? Ancestor, then Yi Yuan, restrain our disciples properly. They all have to obey Yi Yuan's orders. This is the army. He's the great commander of the Heavenly Alchemist Division. No matter which sect you're from, you have to obey his orders. Zhuo Chen still said calmly. Xiao Shan somewhat doubted his ears. Did he hear wrongly? Ancestor Zhuo Chen was the extreme medicine sect's emperor, vast heaven powerhouse. He actually wanted his own sect's people to obey the orders of a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How can this be? Could it be that our extreme medicine sect's disciple died in vain just like this? Xiao Shan said unwillingly. Zhuo Chen said, how is it in vain? Zhong Xiu's death was honorable. It's a worthy death. Transmit orders to the 3 armies. Zhong Xiu treated others with contempt, went against his superior, and acted with utter disregard for human life. He should be punished for his crime. Yi Yuan has rendered amazing merit, his alchemy path talent being outstanding. This seat is going to take him in as a personal disciple. The day when the Northern Front's war is brought to successful completion, this seat will officially take him in as a disciple. Xiao Shan was completely dumbfounded. His brain seemed to be unable to think anymore. Emperor Zhuo Chen's words shocked him into a daze. Yi Yuan killed an extreme medicine sect's disciple. Ancestor did not stand up for him. He even said well killed. No, this is not the main point. Personal disciple. Emperor Zhuo Chen is actually going to take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. This is too outrageous. Emperor Zhuo Chen was an emperor vast heaven ancestor. He actually personally came forward to take a puny little saint sovereign heaven in as a personal disciple. This sort of thing was simply even more shocking than the sun rising from the west. Are all these emperor powerhouses mad? Yi Yuan became his martial uncle with a sway of his body. That was too preposterous. A.B. Yu Empkin from the countryside actually became his little martial uncle. Xiao Shan suddenly felt that this world was too crazy. He did not know how he left. His entire head was dizzy. Zhuo Chen, this level of powerhouse, was simply disdainful to explain anything to Xiao Shan. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Ming Yi's strength was up to par, with half a foot stepped into the door of Emperor Realm. That was why he would be treated differently by Dan Fei. As for him, Xiao Shan, he was not qualified enough yet. Everything that happened today was too fantastical and too unthinkable. First was Emperor Dan Fei personally admitting that Yi Yuan was the great commander of the Heavenly Alchemist Division. Following that, the extreme medicine sect's ancestor, Emperor Zhuo Chen, was actually going to take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. Two top emperors actually showed favor to a measly little Saint Exalt Heaven at the same time. The position of great commander was already extremely respected to begin with. Now, Yi Yuan became Emperor Zhuo Chen's disciple. This was even more terrifying. Disregarding other things, just based on seniority, Yi Yuan's seniority could scare people to death. One had to know, in the extreme medicine sect, even if Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses saw Zhuo Chen, they had to call martial uncle respectfully too. Zhuo Chen's strength was also an extreme existence among all the Emperor Vast Heavens. His status in the extreme medicine sect was very high too. God knew how many people wanted to become his disciple but could not. Among them even included some Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses. Unsurprisingly, the entire Northern Front army was stunned again. Concerning Emperor Zhuo Chen taking Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple, this matter was too sensational. In the entire army camp, there were discussions everywhere. Crazy. It's really crazy. I even thought that Emperor Zhuo Chen was going to fly into a great rage this time and even get into a tussle with Emperor Dan Fei. Who knew that not only did he not, he's actually going to take Yi Yuan in as his personal disciple. What a miraculous play. Great Commander Yi Yuan killed the extreme medicine sect's disciple. Not only did the extreme medicine sect's ancestor not blame him, but also he's going to take him in as a disciple instead. Looks like the extreme medicine sect isn't all arrogant and domineering people either. The big shots above all have sharp eyes. Great Commander Yi Yuan is our benefactor. We also feel honored that he can soar to the sky in one leap. Beyond the shock, many people were happy for Yi Yuan. The sensational effect of this incident swept away the haze of the defeat previously. The love for the house extended to even the crows perching on the roof. Many soldiers' dislike toward the extreme medicine sect also reduced to the minimum. When Emperor Dan Fei heard this news, he could not help being stunned, then immediately could not help laughing as he said, "Old punk Zhuo Chen is indeed as shrewd as ever. This move of Pus. HI plussing the boat along the current is used really brilliantly to the max." Ming Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Who could have thought that a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven became the Northern Front Army's popular figure all of a sudden? When I see this boy, I'll even have to call Marshal Uncle. How will I still be the Commander-in-Chief?" Dan Fei also laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Interesting. Zhuo Chen, this old thing, has never followed a set pattern. It's what this seat admires the most. However, the move this time really surprised me, but then again, Yi Yuan is indeed a good seedling that's hard to come across. It's just that pity that he's a divergent cultivator. The words carried endless regret. How could he not know that Yi Yuan was a good seedling? But the fates of divergent cultivators were not up to them. Since time immemorial, how many divergent cultivators had there been? Those able to cultivate the Emperor realm were like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a cheline, very rare. Those who could cultivate to Emperor vast heaven could be counted on one's fingers. What did failing to attain it mean? Death. Dead under Tao tribulation. Either succeed or die trying. When Yi Yuan himself heard this news, he also had a struck senseless look. He had never even seen before emperors were Chen, and the other party was actually going to take him in as a personal disciple. But, after thinking about it, he understood Zhuo Chen's thoughts. This move held extraordinary significance. Indeed, these big shots operated from a strategically advantageous position. None of them were simple. He used a weaker force to deal with a greater force, and the other party took advantage of a favorable trend. He was going to become someone else's disciple. Nobody came to ask about his thoughts. Maybe he would refuse. Alright, actually, Yi Yuan himself was also quite moved. No matter what, the extreme medicine sect was the strongest alchemy path sect in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, not one of. Being able to become the extreme medicine sect's disciple, no one could refuse it. Moreover, his master was even an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist. With regards to Xiao Shan and the rest, Yi Yuan looked down on them. Yi Yuan had high regard of himself, but he was not ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In front of a Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist, he was merely an ant. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also knew that the likes of Xiao Shan were not the top class SS in the extreme medicine sect. The true elites were all at the southern front. The northern front's war was too sudden. The real elite disciples were unable to be transferred over for a while. One had to know, back then, Apil Alliance's holy son, Kang Yongning, practically forced him into a desperate situation. And he was merely a disciple taught by the extreme medicine sect's abandoned child, Li Changsheng. Looking at a leopard through a tube to see only one spot, the extreme medicine sect's strength was clear at a glance. Therefore, becoming a Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist's disciple, Yi Yuan was actually not resistant to it. The urgent matter on hand was not acknowledging him as a master but to truly resolve the danger of the blood corruption. Chapter 28:19, Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Chapter 28:19, Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Sure enough, the following events went much smoother. The extreme medicine sect's disciples became incomparably respectful and submissive in front of Yi Yuan. No one dared to contradict Yi Yuan anymore. The word of Yi Yuan, this great commander, also truly carried the weight of 9 tripods. Under Yi Yuan's teaching, Xuanji 9 Leaves and the rest grasped the blood corruption poison very soon and officially started to take over the suppression of the blood corruption poison. Although the effects of their treatment were far inferior to Yi Yuan's, it would barely suffice. Yi Yuan treated the most difficult group of people. The remaining risk became much smaller too. However, the extreme medicine sect's disciples also strictly abided by the rule that Yi Yuan set. Without full confidence, they were not to administer acupuncture on the soldiers arbitrarily. At present, there was naturally no one who dared to retort anymore. Within the Great Hall, more than 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses were all using strange gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, are you sure that you want to do this? You have to know, once the Blood Race's Emperor Realm powerhouses really make a move, you'll definitely die without a doubt. Emperor Dan Fei looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, they won't make a move. To the Blood Race, the most pressing matter on hand isn't to slaughter the human race but to guard the spatial Pares Sageway. No matter whether it is Emperor Realm powerhouses or the army below Emperor Realm, their numbers can't match ours. Under this kind of circum stance, the risk of making a move against me is too great. If you all take the opportunity to go sneak attack the spatial Pares Sageway, they will lose more than they gain. Of course, if they really dare to send people to deal with me, Lord Emperors can turn the ruse real and go sneak attack the spatial Pares Sageway. The Blood Race has 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses at present. Even if they send the weakest one to come and deal with us, your odds of winning will most likely increase significantly too. Emperor Dan Fei's gaze was gleaming as he said, this way, you'll face certain death. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, putting aside that there's an extremely low chance of such a thing happening, even if it really happened, the other brothers are willing to die for Heaven One. So why won't I, Yi Yuan, willingly die too? These few days, Yi Yuan heard too many heartwarming stories when treating those wounded people. Although the absolute heaven barrier barely managed to stop the blood race, everyone understood that the absolute heaven barrier would ultimately be breached one day. The more it was at this kind of life and death juncture, the more touching stories would emerge. Such as a chiliarch called Shen Xiong, his family of close to 100 people all died in service. At that time, Shen Xiong was still young, only greater sublime heavenly stratum. He watched his father's generation and forefathers die on the battlefield with his own eyes. The feeling of powerlessness permeated everywhere. Heaven One Alliance originally planned to let Shen Xiong stay in the rear in order to present the Shen family's only bloodline. But, after his strength reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, he joined the Heaven One army without hesitation and became a warrior. This time, he was inflicted with blood corruption poison too and dying due to heavy injuries. But he did not have any regrets on his face. He proudly said that he killed 10 bloodkins. One should not look at how it was only a mere 10 people. This was an amazing record. The blood race was too difficult to kill. Another example was the great hegemon-level Holy Land's Mirror Moon sect. They had a peerless Heavens Chosen, SHI plus Choyang, who once appeared before. This Heavens Chosen could be said to be invincible in the same rank. One had to know, being known as invincible at the same level across the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this plane, how gloriously resplendent he was. But then he led a squad of more than 100 people and was in charge of covering a wound unit to evacuate. Who knew that they actually walked into the ambush of the blood race? There were 3,000 people in this division of bloodkin. Furthermore, it was an elite team of bloodkin, each of them was extremely powerful. Furthermore, there were even true sovereign heaven powerhouses in the team. In order to cover the wound to evacuate, SHI plus Choyang led this squad of 100 men to fight to the death. In the end, this squad of 100 people, they were all killed, but SHI plus Choyang fought 3 great true sovereign heavens by himself, killing 2 of them. This division of blood race army suffered casualties of more than half. To the Heaven One Alliance, this was practically something impossible to accomplish. He fought 3 great true sovereign heavens alone. Did he not have the strength to escape? He did not. In other words, the significance of his survival was more important than this squad of 100 people and all the wounded. This was a super genius reputed to have the potential of reaching the hegemon realm, but he did not. One after another, this kind of stories, they were far too many. Even if Yi Yuan had experienced too much, he also involuntarily shed tears at times. He was an outsider, but he was also a member of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, a member of the human race. Under such desperate situations, he needed to contribute. Yi Yuan was a peerless Heavens Chosen, but he had never regarded himself as head and shoulders above others. Other people could contribute. He could too. In reality, he had always done so too. At this time, an Emperor Realm powerhouse ridiculed him. "Brat, do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens? Let me tell you, the young powerhouses in the blood race are even stronger than the Heaven One Alliance. According to what I know, 3 among the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons came in their army this time, Yang Meng, Wu Shong, and Yuan Zhang. Just based on the 5 of you, you're going to challenge the blood race? Then can we, these Emperor Realms, sleep in peace in the future?" This was an Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse called Wei Liang, but he was from the extreme medicine sect. With regards to Zhuo Chen taking Yi Yuan in as a disciple, he was very unhappy about it. The most important thing was that Zhong Xiu, who was sentenced to death by Yi Yuan, was his grand disciple. Originally, he was prepared to deal with Yi Yuan. Who knew that Zhuo Chen actually interfered flagrantly? Helpless, he could only cease all activities. Now, he was even more annoyed by Yi Yuan's arrogant behavior. "Saint Sovereign 100 Sons?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Ming Yi explained, "In the blood race, each realm will have a ranking. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons is the strongest 100 people in the blood race's Saint Sovereign Heavens. Each of them is a peerless Heavens Chosen. Their bloodline power is extremely strong and they are virtually invincible at the same rank. Compared to our alliance's top geniuses, they are a level stronger. Of course, this kind of might was established on the foundation that they were able to revive. This was also the blood race's greatest advantage. In the same rank, even if the human had equal strength to a bloodkin. But one party was not afraid to die. He could even revive after you killed him. How to fight then? Of course, this also showed how strong the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sun's strength was. Yi Yuan became clear. Smiling at Wei Liang, he said, "Firstly, I'm not called brat. According to seniority, you should call me as your junior apprentice brother. Secondly, whatever Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns, merely clay chickens and pottery dogs. I've really never been afraid of anyone in Saint Sovereign Heaven." Wei Liang face turned black. Yi Yuan's words ted him until he choked. A Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually calling him brother. Yet, he could not do anything about it. Who, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth? Since that's the case, don't blame this seat for not warning you when you die. Wei Liang said with a cold laugh. Several days later, above the sea, 5 figures descended from the sky in front of the Blood Race army. Yang Qing brandished a long spear in his hand, riding on Xiao Qing, and was incredibly domineering. "Hoi! Blood Race is trash, your grandpa Yang is here. Why haven't you come out to die? Your father, Yang Qing, is unmatched among Saint Sovereign Heavens. Who has the balls to dare come out and have a fight with your grandpa Yang?" Yang Qing shouted loudly. That feeling of invincibility was back. Chapter 28:20, Crazy Provocation. Chapter 28:20, Crazy Provocation. The Blood Race army was silent as death. It was not due to fright. It was because they had never seen before such an impressive person. To dare come to the Blood Race army and call them out, no one in the Heaven One Alliance had this courage. Most importantly, there were only 5 people. Were these few guys crazy? Isn't your blood race the so-called strongest across the heavens? Why are each and every one of you like scaredy cats? Come out if you guys have the capability and fight one-on-one with your Grandpa Yang. Grandpa Yang will take on 10 of you by myself. No, 50. A bunch of weaklings. Your grandaunt is already in front of your door, and you all don't even have one who dares to answer the challenge. Your blood race keeps calling yourselves powerful every day. In the end, an army of 5,002 true sovereign heavens were actually killed by the 5 of us until we said through. Weak. TSK, really too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. Jingfei was also someone who desired to see the world plunged into chaos. This kind of provocative activity was all too appropriate for her. She was not tall, but she nodded her head and planted her hands on her waist, behaving like a senior when talking. Coupled with that disdainful expression, she completely had an appearance that aggravated people to death. The battle in the fog was the disgrace of the blood race. Many in the blood race army had experienced that battle. Being teased by Jingfei at this time, each and every one was unbelievably enraged. Coupled with Yang Qing's appearance that was asking for a beating, each and every one in the blood race army was filled with righteous indignation, taking the initiative to request to fight one after another. But, without any order from their superiors, they did not dare to fight arbitrarily too. In the blood race camp, indignation was long already overflowing. "Great Commander, let me go and fight. I'll go kill that boy and avenge the hatred." The one talking was Han Guang. Back then, he had his foundation severed by Yi Yuan with one sword. Until now, he had not fully recovered yet and only had the strength of lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. Jingfei's words were like one slap after another, slapping him in the face. Because that fight, it was the army that he was leading. This battle was also his most disgraceful battle. Luo Chuan's expression was very ugly too, but he still shook his head and said, "They are just 5 people but dare to come outside of our barracks and call for battle. There must be a ruse. Moreover, you're not his match." Han Guang wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. In his current state, he was really not an opponent who could withstand a single sword from Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan's Dao sword was unleashed, he could most likely forget about surviving this time. But, having people block the front door like this, It was really grieving. Looking at his appearance, Luo Chuan said, "Just wait. Commander-in-Chief definitely has a decision regarding this matter." The Blood Race Army's Commander-in-Chief was similarly a half-step true sovereign heaven called Blood Spirit. But he was currently reporting the situation here to the Blood Race's highest commander, Li He. The Blood Race's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all guarding in the vicinity of the spatial Pares Sageway and did not dare to leave in the slightest. The army was stationed in the outer periphery. This is the Heaven One Army's strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. We can't fall for it. Send a few true sovereign heavens over and directly kill them. Remember, they can kill them, but take care not to be lured deep in by the enemy. Li He shook his head and said, "To them, guarding the Pares Sageway was the most crucial thing. In order to open up this spatial Pares Sageway, the Blood Race paid a huge price. Once the Pares Sageway was lost, no body could bear this consequence." The unusual behavior of Yi Yuan and the rest made Li He even more vigilant instead. Several powerful auras emerged from the Blood Race camp. Yi Yuan and the others turned around and ran. The few of them grasped the distance just nicely. It was naturally impossible to deliver themselves to the hands of true sovereign heavens. "Oh my, you bunch of cowards, to actually use true sovereign heavens to bully Grandpa Yang. After Grandpa Yang breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll come and kill you all until you piss your pants." Yang Qing scolded with vulgarities as he ran. "Come back." Worried that the few great true sovereign heavens would fall into a trap, Blood Spirit called them back in time. The few true sovereign heavens could only return to the camp reluctantly. But they had just returned and Yi Yuan 5 people came back again. "Blood Race's grandsons, do you all only use Cultivation Realm to bully people? Your father is invincible in Saint Sovereign Heaven. You guys can't even find a Saint Sovereign Heaven? A bunch of trash. Don't talk about whatever the Blood Race is number one. The Blood Race is invincible in front of your Grandpa Yang in the future. Your father will beat the SHI+T out of you." Yang Qing shouted at the top of his voice, yelling non-stop. Whatever unpleasant words there were, he would throw them out, being despicable to the extreme. Then, once the Blood Race's true sovereign heavens came, they would immediately run away. The moment you left, they came back again. Inside the Blood Race army, it immediately exploded. Especially the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation, requesting to fight one after another. "Great Commander, we seriously can't take it anymore. These few guys are bullying my Blood Race for having no one. Commander-in-Chief, let me go out and fight. Your father will definitely beat the SHI+T out of him. See if he still dares to say anything about being invincible in the same rank." "Yeah, Commander-in-Chief. Even if we aren't their match, it's also impossible for the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons to lose to them, right? Let us fight. Let us fight." In the Blood Race camp, those who had some strength were practically about to go berserk. Even if their strength was lacking, they also proposed to fight. The Blood Race had always held a cruise. HI+ing stance towards the Heaven One Alliance. Even in this Northern Front battle, they had also just experienced a big victory previously. Such a suffocating thing, they were really not used to it. After a few times, even Blood Spirit, this Commander-in-Chief, could not quite suppress it anymore. "Ba Hao, Jin Cheng, the few of you Chiliarchs go and challenge them, but be careful. Although these guys have foul mouths, their strength is indeed very strong. It's rare for them to find a match in the same rank." Finally, Blood Spirit still relented. In reality, he also reached the limit of his patience. As the Blood Race's Commander-in-Chief, there was only him oppressing people and beating them up. When was it other people's turn to challenge at his doorstep? Especially Yang Qing, this loudmouth, he really made people have an impulse to tear him to pieces. This guy was different from Jingfei. This guy's COC kiness was simply innate. Even if he did not talk, he also made people want to beat him up. Moreover, this guy's mouth was simply too wretched. Seeing Blood Spirit relent, Ba Hao and the rest of the Chiliarchs all revealed looks of wild elation. "Commander-in-Chief, rest assured. Which of us aren't invincible in the same rank? Unless we run into the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, otherwise, We're not afraid of anyone. These few punks are seeking death. B.A. Hao said with great joy. The few Chiliarchs immediately rose into the air and faced Yang Qing 5 people from a distance. The moment Yang Qing saw the few people, he immediately got excited. He was loathsome, but he was also a madman. Hearing that the blood race had experts, he was excited to the extreme. TSK, the blood race finally has a few who have courage. Which of you are Saint Sovereign 100 Sons? The rest scram further away. Your father will really beat the SHI plus T out of you guys. Yang Qing said COC Killy. The moment B.A. Hao and the rest heard those words, they immediately wanted to tear Yang Qing to pieces. He snorted coldly and said, "You wench, you're not worthy of having the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons take action. The few of us is enough to deal with you." Yang Qing had a disdainful look as he said, "With just the likes of the few of you. Don't think that you guys are impressive because you can revive. Your grandpa Yang is invincible in the same rank. I'll beat you until you can't revive." After he was done talking, Yang Qing's long spear shook, and he charged straight toward B.A. Hao. Chapter B Chapter 28-21, Provoking the 100 Sons. B Chapter 28-21, Provoking the 100 Sons. Be weak. Too weak. Does your blood race only know how to brag? This kind of strength, you also dare to come out and pick a fight with your grandpa Yang? I said that I'll beat you until you can't revive, then I'm beating you until you can't revive. Above the void, Yang Qing flew up while Brandy's HI plussing a long spear. With the power of a single spear hit, B.A. Hao inevitably vomited blood. B.A. Hao, who was similarly half-step true sovereign heaven, was not Yang Qing's match at all. Each and every one of the blood race powerhouses' faces became black as the bottom of a pot. Arrogance was not scary. The scary thing was that he was arrogant and you could not even beat him. This was especially true with Yang Qing, this guy whose mouth owed a beating. Although Yang Qing was detestable, his strength was really strong. Especially after following Yi Yuan and killing the sea race until the sky and earth dimmed, plus the success of overcoming the tribulation, his present strength really crushed those in the same rank. B.A. Hao's strength was not weak. He was not bragging. He indeed rarely had an opponent in the same rank. But compared to the current Yang Qing, he was far too lacking. Yang Qing was not idling these few days either. He had fought with the Heaven One Alliance's powerhouses in succession too. Without a single defeat. Hey, what are the few of you still in a daze for? Your grandpa Yang said to fight 50 of you by myself, so I'll fight 50 of you alone. Come at me together, let your grandpa Yang enjoy it. Yang Qing said arrogantly as he suppressed B.A. Hao. Those few Chiliarchs were virtually going to explode. This guy was really too detestable. Those who came to guard the spatial Pares Sageway could be said to all be elites of the blood race. Their combat power was rather formidable. But now, they were actually being overwhelmed by someone in the same rank. They felt ashamed. Freaking HELL, this is a race war, not a martial arts compet. One Tyon, who's playing according to the rules with them, attack together, tear this guy's mouth to shreds. Since you want to fight 1 on 50, then we'll fulfill your wish. Plus foolish human, you guys will find out that provoking the blood race is the biggest mistake of your life. There were a total of 12 Chiliarchs that came out. They were all the same, being half-step true sovereign heaven expert. With 12 people joining forces, the strength was clear at a glance. Yang Qing was strong, but he was not strong to such an extent yet. Yi Yuan, you're still looking on with folded arms. FUC Kerr, are you going to scam me to death? They're already ignoring the rules. You're still following the rules with them? Yang Qing shouted loudly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you want to fight 1 versus 50? It's just 12 people now. It's not appropriate for me to make a move. F*CKU. You're always scamming me every time. ARGHHH, I don't want to live anymore." Yang Qing cried out strangely. This guy was a living treasure. However, his ability to pull aggro was also indeed strong. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not have brought him here. Drawing 12 half-step true sovereign heavens at once, this was a big deal. Yang Qing, this guy, repeatedly screamed strangely, but he could not be defeated in a short while. Yi Yuan's attention was in the direction of the blood race camp. He saw 3 figures at a glance. Even when standing in the army, those 3 stood out like cranes standing among chickens too. The gazes of the blood race powerhouses next to them when looking towards these 3 people faintly carried fear and admiration. This even included some true sovereign heavens. Yi Yuan virtually determined in an instant that these 3 people were the 3 in the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, their bloodline was extremely strong. Entering the Emperor realm in the future was virtually a sure bet. Yi Yuan even heard that the blood race had a long tradition of selecting the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Most of the present Hegemon realm powerhouses found their way to distinction by standing out from the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. It could be seen from this how strong the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons' strength was. Yi Yuan was looking at them. They were looking at Yi Yuan too. That punk is very strong, Yang Meng suddenly said. Wu Shong did not agree and said, no matter how strong he is, so what? Just a divergent cultivator, an unorthodox path, utterly not worth mentioning. Yuan Zheng smiled and said, don't look down on this boy. I heard that when Luo Chuan was hunting him down, he called down a 7-9 Dao tribulation. Under the 7-9 Dao tribulation, he actually survived. Most likely, his combat power isn't beneath the 2 of you. The moment these words came out, Yang Meng and Wu Shong's faces turned black. Among the 3 of them, Yuan Zheng's ranking was the highest, 88th place. Wu Shong was ranked 2nd, 93rd place. Yang Meng was ranked at the bottom, 97th place. The rankings of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were attained by killing out of the blood pool. It absolutely could not have any falsehood. 88th place was stronger than 90th place. There was no question about this. Therefore, Yuan Zheng indeed had the capital to look down on the 2. Yang Meng was still okay, but Wu Shong said in a great rage, Yuan Zheng, don't you be rampant. Before long, I'll definitely take you down. The Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were all lunatics, their combat power being extremely fearsome. They were naturally unwilling to be beneath people. Therefore, the rankings of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons would also frequently change. In reality, the strength below 100th place should not be underestimated too. Yang Meng was ranked 97th. He was not necessarily safe. It was also precisely this kind of mechanism that made the combat power of the blood race extremely strong. Coupled with their undying bodies, they had no opponents in the same rank at all. Therefore, no matter how strong Yi Yuan was, these 3 people did not take him seriously too. Yuan Zheng was indifferent and said with a smile, with just the likes of you, who, after the matter here is settled, I plan to go and challenge Qi Lin. The moment these words came out, Wu Shong 2 people's faces changed again. Qi Lin was the 85th rank powerhouse. If Yuan Zheng succeeded in challenging, then his ranking would improve greatly. This guy's strength had already reached this level. And right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly extended a little finger and beckoned at the 3 people with a playful look. The murderous auras on the 3 people instantly spread out. Yuan Zheng said in amuse. Interesting, this guy is actually provoking us. As he said, he shook his head slightly, looking as if he was not moved. That meaning was very clear, you are not worthy of us to take action yet. Indeed, Yuan Zheng did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. What did 7-9 Dao tribulation count for? Their combat powers were all no less powerful than true sovereign heaven. Overcoming a 7-9 Dao tribulation was almost guaranteed. Yi Yuan was similarly indifferent. Suddenly, he grinned. Rustle. Hundreds of divine essence swords instantly spread out, charging right into the battlefield. Pew, pew, pew. His arrival was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. These guys who fought to a draw with Yang Qing were obliterated by Yi Yuan in a few exchanges. Yes, it was not killed. It was wiped out. Of course, everyone did not notice that each time Yi Yuan killed someone, he would use the Dao sword to suppress a drop of blood essence. His action was extremely secretive. Even true sovereign heavens could forget about discovering it too. Meanwhile, Yang Qing was extremely shocked from watching. He cried out, "You became stronger again." Through the 7-9 Dao tribulation, the baptism for Yi Yuan was huge. By borrowing the power of the Tao tribulation, his strength had indeed improved further. His universe sword formation became stronger. The 12 people died out in less than 100 breaths. And Yi Yuan also collected 12 drops of blood essence. His mission for this trip was considered to have been successfully completed. All of them were 12 half-step true sovereign heavens. Furthermore, they were the blood race's elites. These blood essences were much more precious than what he had collected before. Then Yi Yuan extended his finger again and beckoned at the 3 people. The provocative intent became seemingly even stronger. Chapter 28-22, Bloodline Prowess. Chapter 28-22, Bloodline Prowess. Yi Yuan did not have many words, but that contemptuous attitude was even worse than Yang Qing's. But on the blood race's side, there was really no one who dared to speak. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Meng 3 people. Only the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons could deal with Yi Yuan. What bulls! HI plus T Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, the blood race's trash came up with a ranking and think that they are invincible under the heavens? Come, come, come. Have a fight with your Grandpa Yang if you have the ability. This time, let's fight one-on-one. Seeing Yi Yuan's boundlessly imposing appearance, Yang Qing became unhappy. He was originally planning on sweeping the blood race away. In the end, Yi Yuan took the limelight. He was currently irritated in his heart. Yuan Zhang revealed a look of amuse. EMENT and said to Yang Meng, "Go and play with them." Yang Meng nodded slightly and said, "This kind of drudgery can only be done by me." Yuan Zhang smiled and said, "Who asked you to be the weakest? Go and play casually. This kind of trash, they think that they can fight with the 100 Sons after killing a few trash. Let them witness what's called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons." Yang Meng also smiled slightly, his figure suddenly turning into a blood-colored streak, Russ. HI plussing towards Yang Qing. Before he reached, Yang Qing already felt an endless blood energy, locking onto his entire being. The cheekiness on Yang Qing's face disappeared into thin air at this time. What replaced it was a serious expression on his face. In his eyes, Yang Meng was like an ancient desolate beast. He was stronger than anyone he had ever met. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent in the same rank. Yang Qing did not hold anything back, urging Spear Dao rule and destruction rule to the peak. This spear was his pinnacle work. Yang Meng wielded a blood-colored long sword in his hand and said with a disdainful look, "Spear technique is pretty good and already attained quintessence. But, compared to the 100 Sons, it's too weak." In virtually a blink of an eye, 2 powerful forces clashed together. Boom! Yang Qing's body was abruptly smashed, flying out. PTTFT. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Yang Qing's mouth. Under one strike, he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. Furthermore, a strand of blood energy burrowed into his body just now. He was already inflicted with blood corruption poison. Yang Meng looked toward Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Ant-like trash also dare to compete with eagles. Kid, originally, you could have slipped away after making a show of force. But, since I've made a move, you can stay behind here. No matter what schemes and intrigues you all have, in front of absolute strength, it's all in vain." In his view, Yi Yuan was laughable. Provoking the 100 Sons, then one would have to be prepared to bear their fury. Defeating Yang Qing in one move, the blood race's side was completely boiling over with excitement. How can a lowly race like humans possibly be the blood race's match? Lord Yang Meng is mighty. Let this punk know that our blood race's heavenly majesty is inviolable. Brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Try to be arrogant again now. Being suppressed too heavily previously, how could the blood race army be willing to let it go after being given the opportunity at this time? They let loose a wave of mocking towards Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. Indeed, the combat power that Yang Meng displayed was too strong. When Luo Chuan saw this, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "This kid clearly knows that there are the 100 Sons in the army, and he actually still dares to provoke. He probably doesn't know that the various races' heaven's chosens who died in Yang Meng's hands had already exceeded what fingers can count." Blood Spirit smiled and said, "Ming Yi, that fool, wants to use a few geniuses to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now, I'll make him suffer a double loss. With the 100 suns around, even if this punk wants to run, he can't escape too. The blood race's current strategy was to remain unmoving like a mountain. No matter what approach you took, I'll only guard the spatial passageway firmly. But huddling up like this also let Yi Yuan they all have SPACE to be unbridled. However, the crew's HI+ing combat power that Yang Meng displayed also broadened everyone's horizons. Yang Qing's strength was not weak. But he completely could not stand up to a single hit in front of Yang Meng. And Yang Meng was merely ranked the last among the trio. Far away in the void, several figures were hiding. Wei Liang, Dan Fei, and the rest were also paying attention to the situation of this battle. Yi Yuan willingly risked his life. It was naturally impossible for them to let such an opportunity go. Once the blood race's Emperor Realm powerhouses took any action, they would immediately seize the opportunity to win the war. But very sadly, the blood race's Emperor Realms were like cowardly turtles, completely unmoved by it. At this time, when Wei Liang saw that Yang Qing was defeated in one move and furthermore, sustained serious injuries, he could not help saying with a cold smile, warned them long ago that the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns were not to be trifled with, but they didn't listen. Now, they seem to be enjoying the feeling of getting slapped. But the price is their own lives. The others were all silent, including Dan Fei. Indeed, they were very pessimistic about Yi Yuan. They all knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but the strength and reputation of the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns were accumulated through experiencing countless fights. It was absolutely not an unearned reputation. Each of these people, they were all the embryos of Emperor Realm. Furthermore, the one taking action now was merely the weakest Yang Meng. Yang Meng looked at Yi Yuan, as if looking at a dead person, and said coolly, I know that you cultivate Dao sword and are very powerful, having once killed Han Guang with one sword. If you unleash this sword, you might still have the strength to fight a battle. How about it? Want to give it a shot? He knew that the Dao sword was formidable. He naturally also knew that that was Yi Yuan's final trump card. Once executed, then he would definitely have to die here. Looking at Yang Meng who was posturing suavely, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, if you only have this bit of strength, then I really wouldn't need the Dao sword to deal with you. Are you sure that you're not letting that strongest one come out? Yang Meng had a disdainful look as he said, still want to posture on your deathbed? I haven't even used my full strength when dealing with that punk, and he was already brought down. Now, I'll let you witness my true power. Finished talking, Yang Meng's blood-colored long sword swung, a terrifying blood energy dyed even the horizon red. In this region of SPACE, it even seemed a little withered. Blood-colored withering. Yang Meng unleashed a sword move. This sword was several times stronger than the one that dealt with Yang Qing just now. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that Yang Meng actually did not use his full strength yet when he was dealing with Yang Qing. The muscles on Yi Yuan's body were rapidly withering away. This kind of power was unlike the power of rules but was incomparably terrifying. And right at this moment, Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The dragon might on his body suddenly rose to the sky. That power directly pushed that endless blood color out. Raw. Yi Yuan's body emitted a faint azure color light. Dragon might materialize. The moment Yi Yuan's dragon might came out, it directly suppressed that terrifying blood color. Everyone's faces changed again. It turned out that what Yi Yuan was strongest in was not the universe sword formation. Dragon might surrounded Yi Yuan's body. He looked at Yang Meng and said coolly, transcending tribulation the last time, my bloodline transformed. I haven't tested the true power of a battle soul level bloodline yet. Today, I'll test it out on you. 9 heavens. Dragon transformation fist. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, directly throwing a punch out, meeting Yang Meng's blood-colored long sword. Boom. 2 terrifying forces instantly collided together, then Yang Meng was directly blown up, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The power of a battle soul level bloodline was utterly formidable. Chapter 28-23, Defeating Saint Sovereign 100 Suns Again. Chapter 28-23, Defeating Saint Sovereign 100 Suns Again. That cloud of blood mist attempted to recondense, but Yi Yuan smashed a punch out again. Boom! The void trembled. The blood mist was directly wiped out. However, a drop of blood essence was suppressed by Yi Yuan with the Dao sword and put away. Yang Meng, who was still unparalleledly domineering just now, was thoroughly killed by Yi Yuan in one exchange. The entire blood race camp was deathly silent. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said lightly, "Do the so-called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons only have this bit of strength? I still have plenty of strength that hasn't been used yet." Yi Yuan said these words from the bottom of his heart. He thought that Yang Meng could receive a few of his punches, but he did not expect that he failed to receive even a single punch. Too weak. From battle spirit level bloodline to battle soul level bloodline, this was a qualitative leap. The power of Yi Yuan's dragon race battle skill increased by more than 10 times. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's bloodline power was simply the jinx of the bloodline power. At least, in the same realm, Yang Meng was unable to use the power of blood energy to threaten him at all. How can this be? The Saint Sovereign 100 Sons didn't even last one exchange? This guy is actually of the battle soul level dragon race bloodline. This is practically impossible in Saint Sovereign Heaven. This guy is clearly a human. Why would his dragon race bloodline be so powerful? In the blood race camp, a series of puzzled voices suddenly came over. This scene before their eyes had seriously subverted their understanding. In their imagination, even if Yi Yuan had some strength, he could at most fight fiercely with Yang Meng for a few dozen rounds before being defeated. Who could have thought that Yang Meng did not even manage to last one round? The impact that this strong contrast brought to them was too strong. Even Blood Spirit, this commander-in-chief, did not come back to his senses for a while too. Hiding in the void, the gazes of a group of Emperor Realm powerhouses shot toward Wei Liang very strangely. Wei Liang's old face immediately did not know where to go. Emperor Dan Fei was here. He did not even dare to rebut. Before his void had faded, Yi Yuan already slew Yang Meng. What a resounding slap! A hint of surprise flashed across Emperor Dan Fei's eyes and he said, "I didn't expect this boy to actually be of the battle soul level true spirit bloodline. It looks like he benefited greatly from overcoming the 7-9 Dao tribulation the last time. Dragon race bloodline, even among chaos true spirit bloodlines, it's a paramount existence too. The improvement of bloodline is extremely difficult. I didn't expect that a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven can actually reach this point. Zhuo Chen, you really picked up a treasure." Zhuo Chen did not speak when he heard it but sighed softly. Everyone understood what he meant. He was sighing about Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai as a divergent cultivator. No matter how strong he was, his achievements would ultimately be limited. Furthermore, the more powerful he was, the heavier the heavenly punishment he would suffer. He was a good sapling. It was just a shame that he was a divergent cultivator. He took Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. It was more for the sake of redeeming the extreme medicine sect's reputation. And Yi Yuan was also borrowing his influence and power to sit firmly in the seat of great commander. Everyone was just making use of each other, that was all. As for master and disciple feelings, there was no such thing. Of course, if Yi Yuan was not a divergent cultivator, Zhuo Chen would definitely view Yi Yuan in a different light. A genius who could casually kill a Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, he would be an extremely sought-after existence everywhere he went. Only that way would it be considered for him to have really picked up a treasure. If the two of you don't dare to come out and fight, go back. Don't say anything about the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons being invincible under the heavens in the future. It's really shameful. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Shong and Yuan Zheng who were far away as he shook his head and said, "That appearance was too hurtful." Wu Shong and Yuan Zheng's faces became black as the bottom of a pot. This scene earlier had indeed brought to them a huge shock. Who could have thought that the powerful Yang Meng was actually so weak to not even be able to withstand a single blow? Even someone as strong as Yuan Zheng had no confidence in his heart anymore. These two people stood in midair, unable to leave nor stay, awkward to the extreme. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's still that sentence, one-on-one. I'll challenge the lot of you by myself. If you all feel that you're not strong enough, there's no harm adding a few dozen more. This you will meet all at the same time." Pa, 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 pa. It was as if slapping sounds sounded out in the air. Yi Yuan quoted Yang Qing's words and was unparalleledly domineering. He was not cheeky like Yang Qing, but the words he uttered were unparalleledly domineering. These words were established on an invincible aura. The Blus Ter's arrogant Blus Ter was beaten down in front of Yi Yuan's absolute strength until there was not an unscathed spot. Now, they had no qualifications to be proud at all anymore. Didn't you see that the two remaining Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons did not even dare to answer? Yang Qing clutched his chest and said with a gloomy face, King H. Ilil, the limelight got S&TC head by this guy again. He's so strong, but he actually left me in the lurch just now. This damn guy, I'll trample him underfoot one day and ravage him back and forth. He discovered to his dismay that the gap between him and Yi Yuan was getting bigger. But Yuan Zheng's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, you don't need to go at us. I don't believe that Wu Shong and I, two people, joining hands aren't your match. Yi Yuan felt some regret in his heart, but he still extended a finger and beckoned at the two. That appearance was scornful to the extreme. Yuan Zheng, don't show off momentary bravery. This boy wants to goad you into making a move. The two of you hurry up and get back to camp. Ignore these guys. Just as Yuan Zheng was prepared to make a move, Blood Spirit said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, it was equivalent to the blood race yielding. As the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons, how prideful were Yuan Zheng two people in their hearts. It was still fine if Blood Spirit did not say anything, but the moment he said it, they wanted to fight even more. Humph. Our Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons' prestige can't be blasphemed. Yuan Zheng gave a cold snort and stepped into the sky, directly taking out a large blood-colored bell and covering Yi Yuan with it. At the same time, Wu Shong also tuned into a SS of blood water, enveloping toward Yi Yuan. The moment the large blood-colored bell came out, heaven and earth rumbled, and blood energy rose to the sky. Grade 2 Grand Mist Treasure. This power was significantly stronger when compared to Yang Meng. The two people were on a completely different level. Adding on Wu Shong's blood water that seemed to have come out from the netherworld. When the blood race powerhouses saw it, their hearts could not help quivering, feeling more hopeful. Yi Yuan did not care about this astoness. Plusing momentum in the slightest. It was still the Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. His Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist had already cultivated to the third level and had boundless power. Now, Yi Yuan could blow apart true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses by relying on the Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. The power of Bloodline was no joke. Only to see him throw both fists out, smars. Plusing towards the two people respectively. Boom. The sound given off by the large bell shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt. Yuan Zheng spurted a mouthful of blood mist wildly, his figure flying out backward. Wu Shong was worse when compared to Yuan Zheng. His stream of blood water was directly blown up by Yi Yuan's punch. Wu Shong revealed his figure, his entire complexion incomparably pale. Clearly, he had suffered considerable injuries. One punch defeated the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons again. Yuan Zheng's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said in a solemn voice, his strength likely already approaches the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons' top 50 powerhouses. The two of us joining hands are absolutely not a match either. Chapter 28-24, Tastefully Loathsome. Chapter 28-24, Tastefully Loathsome. Dong, dong, dong. The large blood-colored bell emitted a series of bell chimes, reverberating throughout the heavens. Every time it rang, Yuan Zheng would spurt a mouthful of blood wildly. As for Wu Shong, he was unable to get close at all. Yi Yuan's strength could not be cracked at all. This scene shocked everyone deeply. Ha ha ha. Blood race is trash. Weren't you guys very arrogant just now? What's the matter now? All gone mute. What bulls. Hi+T Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons, in front of us Azure and Yi combo, they can't withstand a single blow at all. The Invincible in the same rank that your Grandpa Yang was talking about earlier is our Azure and Yi combo. When the two of us join hands, we're unmatched among Saint Sovereign Heavens. Seeing Yi Yuan's grand display of invincible might, Yang Qing suddenly became excited again. This kind of opportunity to posture and slap faces, he would not let it go. Hence, this Azure and Yi combo appeared bafflingly. Everyone could not help rolling their eyes. But no one could refute it. Right now, Yuan Zheng two people were currently being abused madly by Yi Yuan. They did not even have the chance to fight back. The hope of the blood race's powerhouses that had just ignited, it was directly extinguished by Yi Yuan's immense strength. Blood Spirit saw that the situation was not good, and his figure moved, about to charge toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had been guarding against the blood race this side long ago. Before Blood Spirit could move out, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed, smars. HI plussing a punch towards the two. Boom. The void trembled. Yuan Zheng two people were smashed into pieces by Yi Yuan with one punch before they had time to scream. By the time Blood Spirit rushed over, Yi Yuan already brought the two people's blood essence as well as the large blood-colored bell and made his getaway. Looking from faraway figures of Yi Yuan and the others, Blood Spirit had immense hatred. But he did not dare to chase after. The deaths of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, this was absolutely a huge matter in the blood race. Yuan Zheng three people dying here was an extremely troublesome thing to him as well. It was not that Saint Sovereign 100 Sons never died before, but they were often killed by the Heaven One Alliance's powerhouses. There were really not many who died at the hands of someone in the same rank. Of course, there were those who were defeated. But, directly being obliterated by someone in the same rank, that was a joke. It was not that there were none stronger than the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons in the same rank. But wanting to kill them was far too difficult. But today, this joke actually happened before their eyes. In the blood race camp, people were shocked to the extreme. Damn it. How could a guy from a remote continent be so powerful? Blood Spirit said hatefully. When Han Guang saw this scene, he started dumbfoundedly and mumbled, "This brat, in just a few days of not seeing him, how could he have become so strong?" He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He kept crying out for revenge, but if he really went out, he probably would not have been able to return. As for ordinary bloodkins, they were even more shocked to the core. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, those were all God-like existences in their eyes. Now, they were actually slaughtered by someone. That's the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, they died just like this. That guy is only just middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. He hasn't even reached upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. After he reaches grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, that will truly be invincible in the same rank. How could such a monster appear in the Heaven One Alliance? This guy will definitely be our blood race's formidable enemy in the future. The blood race had always had a sense of superiority in front of the Heaven One Alliance. But now, their sense of superiority was ruthlessly trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan. When the advantage of revival no longer existed, the blood race also did not appear as powerful anymore. At least, Yi Yuan could disregard the blood race's advantage of revival. Ha ha ha, you bunch of weak chickens, come out and fight again if you have the ability. What bloodline is powerful? What #1 race across all the heavens? You guys can really brag. Got beaten by your grandpa Yang until you don't even dare to release a fart anymore. Don't you all have 100 sons? Only 3 came out now. Call those in front out too. My Azure and Yi combo will beat the SHI plus T out of them all the same. Why is NO body talking anymore? Your grandpa Yang is an expert that's lonely and desolate as snow. Also, that guy just now called whatever blood spirit, right? Just you wait. After your grandpa Yang breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll beat you into blood dregs. After blood spirit returned, Yang Qing rode Xiao Qing out again. The blood race's powerhouses were all angered until they had livid expressions. But, they really could not send anyone out anymore. No matter how Yang Qing taunted them, the blood race's side had no reaction at all. Let him shout. We'll just shut the camp. Whoever dares to yell about going out to fight again will immediately be sentenced to death. Blood Spirit gave a death order with a cold face. Hence, no one dared to call anymore. In reality, even if Blood Spirit did not give the order, NO body would dare to call about going out to fight anymore as well. Got to be kidding, even the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons died. Send who else out to fight? But it was really aggravating. Yang Qing's mouth was really loathsome until it was unbeatable. His strength was not considered top-notch, but his taunt skill was really invincible under the heavens. He clearly suffered serious injuries, but looking at his smug appearance, how did he look like an injured person? The Blood Race Army's powerhouses were all beyond furious, but there was nothing that they could do. How aggrieving. In the void, the Heaven One Alliance's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all stunned. These few little fellows actually beat the Blood Race until they did not dare to go out. Although the Blood Race was apprehensive of them sneak attacking, Yi Yuan they all relied on real ability to make the Blood Race huddle up at home too. Including Dan Fei, they were all extremely shocked. Although they knew that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator and had powerful strength, being powerful to this extent still exceeded their expectations. No wonder this guy dared to come and provoke them. He was really fully prepared. There's really no one coming out. Don't blame your Grandpa Yang for not giving you a chance. If there's really no one coming out, your Grandpa Yang is leaving, Yang Qing said with a look of regret after scolding for half a day. This half a day, he did not repeat a single sentence, scolding extremely satisfyingly. Scolding people like this and others could not even rebut. How enjoyable. All right, go back. They don't dare to come out anymore, Yi Yuan also said with a look of regret. Seeing Yi Yuan few people's departing back views, the Blood Race powerhouses could finally heave a sigh of relief. These few gods of plague finally left. Yeah, I was scolded by this guy until I was even doubting life. Say, you guys, are we really very weak? At the Northern View City's camp, Wei Liang slammed his fist heavily and said excitedly, really exhilarating. This seat has experienced hundreds of major and minor battles, but there hasn't been once that feels as good as this time. The action of blocking the door this time was really incomparably liberating. Even these Emperor Realm powerhouses, were incomparably excited too. The battle with the Blood Race was too depressing. You clearly killed the opponent. In the end, the other party resurrected immediately. The next battle, they would similarly deal with you in their strongest state. But once you got inflicted with blood corruption poison, it was basically waiting for death. Yi Yuan directly killed 3 Saint Sovereign 100 Sons in this fight and killed close to half the Chiliarchs. This was killing absolutely. The other party did not even have the chance to revive. Furthermore, the Blood Race army was blocked in the camp and scolded, and they did not even dare to release a fart. Utterly satisfying. This kind of victory was really satisfying. Although the scale of this battle was not large, it was incomparably liberating. An Emperor Realm powerhouse said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha, it's really great. Yi Yuan's cruise. Plussing victory feels really great. Also, Yang Qing that punk is loathsome, but he's very tastefully loathsome. It's still my first time seeing the Blood Race like cowards, not daring to even release a fart. Relieving. Too relieving. You didn't see. It's silent in the Blood Race camp. Each and every one of those soldiers, they were flushed red but couldn't vent it. Ha ha ha, really too great. Each of the Emperor Realm powerhouses felt amazing. They thought that Yi Yuan was in incredible danger in this fight. How could they know that a few little fellows actually brought such a relieving battle? Furthermore, this fight had huge harvest. Eliminating 300 Saint Sovereign 100 Sons and close to half the Chiliarchs, this held even greater significance than annihilating an army of 50,000. Chapter 28-25. Done. Chapter 28-25. Done. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, wielded my long spear and killed the Blood Race army until their helmet and coat of mail were in utter disarray. Those whatever bulls. Hi+T Saint Sovereign 100 Sons couldn't even last one exchange under my spear, and they were thoroughly obliterated. On a small dirt mound, Yang Qing had a look of exultation, describing his heroic valiantness. Around him, many Heaven One powerhouses were surrounding him, listening until they felt an upsurge of emotion. Yang Qing's strength was indeed strong, virtually invincible in the Heaven One army. Therefore, his words sound fantastical, but it was still very convincing. Of course, he grafted all of Yi Yuan's contributions onto himself. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, shouted loudly, "Who dares to come and fight? That bunch of blood race trash immediately shut themselves in. Sigh, invincibility is really lonely. Yang Qing gave a long sigh, with quite the air of a lonely expert. He had been invincible for too long and naturally developed the air of an expert. When not being detestable, he really had quite the air of a general. Saint Exalt Azure Sky is well deserving of the name Azure Sky, making our human race's awe-inspiring reputation renown. Awesome. Great. Didn't expect that our Heaven One Alliance will also beat the blood race until they don't want to step out of the door. Saint Exalt Azure Sky is mighty. For a time, praises lingered incessantly. Yang Qing immersed into this kind of praise, unable to extricate himself. This kind of feeling, he had enjoyed it countless times but would never tire of it. On the contrary, he gladly endured the hearts. HI+P. After Yi Yuan came back, he went into close seclusion and did not exit. These few days, Yang Qing had been boasting himself every day in the army camp. True sovereign heaven powerhouses naturally would not be bored enough to come and bother him. Hence, these few days, Yang Qing's reputation became more and more resounding among the bottom-level soldiers. This matter was only known by Emperor realm powerhouses. In the beginning, everyone naturally did not believe it. But Yang Qing obtained the token of the blood race's chiliarch. This thing could not be faked. There were naturally more people who believed in it. TCH, Yang Qing, can you please have some face? I was wondering why you couldn't be found these few days. It turns out that you ran here to brag. Right at this time, a discordant voice came over. The moment everyone looked, it was little dragon girl Jingfei. The moment Yang Qing saw Jingfei, he secretly thought to himself, SHI+T. Why did this girl come here? Those soldiers felt an upsurge of emotion when they listened and had long already believed Yang Qing. The moment they heard her at this time, they became indignant. A soldier called her into question. Girlie, what the hell do you know? Saint Exalt Azure Sky has the token of the blood race's chiliarch in his hands. This is the symbol of their ident. One tie. Without killing the other party, it's impossible to get it. Jingfei rolled her eyes. This bunch of guys was bluffed by Yang Qing into becoming his hardcore followers. She was just about to open her mouth to provide an explanation, but there was a blur before her eyes, and Yang Qing already arrived in front of her. Who, Jingfei girlie, you came to find me to ask for something, right? Let's go then, find another place to talk about it. Yang Qing covered Jingfei's mouth and dragged her, and was about to leave. Jingfei was not Yang Qing's match at all. She had her mouth covered and could not speak, but this really could not stump her. The blood race's chiliarch did die, and the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons died too. But they were killed by my big brother Yi Yuan. This guy is just a nobody waving a flag and shouting for cheers, that's all. Asmal and exquisite sea conch flew out, the voice immediately spreading throughout the barracks. All the soldiers exchanged glances when they heard it. It was Great Commander Yi Yuan. Isn't he a heavenly alchemist? Why is his combat strength so strong too? This Lane SS is Great Commander Yi Yuan's younger sister. She naturally fantasizes that her big brother is a hero. Oh, so that's how it is. There was still no one who believed it. Jingfei became anxious and immediately shouted through the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, Yang Qing, you dare to seize my big brother Yi Yuan's credit. Do you still want to resolve your blood corruption poison or not? The moment Yang Qing heard, he immediately jumped up and said excitedly, this guy really found a way. Jingfei could finally speak. Looking at him, she said with a sneer, is there anything that my big brother Yi Yuan can't do in this world? He made me come find you to go and test the medicine. Yang Qing said excitedly, then what are we still waiting for? Come on. Finished saying, he ignored the dumbfounded crowd too, disappearing with a flash. Jingfei glanced at the soldiers hatefully and said with a look of anger from their failure to live up to expectations, you bunch of fools, misled by people with a few words. My big brother Yi Yuan is a divergent cultivator, his strength being formidable. Someone like Yang Qing, he can beat him up with one hand. Yet, you guys still believed his rubbish. Plus humph. Finished talking, she left too, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd. Yang Qing was poisoned by the blood corruption poison. inflicted with the blood corruption poison, and he could still be as brave as he said? It turned out that they were all fooled. It turns out that the one who did those things was actually Great Commander Yi Yuan. Great Commander Yi Yuan is really impressive. Just how long had he joined the Heaven One army? He already made 3 great miraculous achievements. This kind of big victory is really a tribute to our Heaven One's divine might. It's so amazing. Just now, did that Lane SS say that the blood corruption poison can be resolved? Suddenly, the entire place became deathly silent. The moment Yang Qing entered the room, he was virtually about to suffocate. Within the room, there were one powerful aura after another, making him virtually unable to breathe. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. It was just that the gazes were somewhat strange. Like, looking at a little white rat. "All right, begin," Dan Fei said coolly. But, in this calm voice, it exuded strong antic. 1p Asian. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pointed at the board in front of him and said to Yang Qing, "Lie down." "Ah. All right." Yang Qing lay on the panel, seeming somewhat cramped. This room was too terrifying. These guys were definitely all Emperor Realm powerhouses. Upon lying down, a bloody aura hit him in the nose. A wooden basin was placed in front of Yi Yuan. Water was filled in the wooden basin. To be exact, it was blood water. Scarlet red, it looked shocking. Yi Yuan was long prepared. As soon as Yang Qing lay down, starlight shone brightly, and the Xuanji 9 leaves acupuncture technique started. Only to see him reach his hand out in focus, divine essence needles par said through the blood water. The divine essence needles were actually dyed red in an instant. Following that, the fantasy-like acupuncture technique began. The acupuncture technique this time was greatly different from when he imparted to the others before. These few days, he carried out an in-depth analysis of blood essence. The blood essence of Yuan Zheng. These people had more reference value. The blood essence of the blood race, the stronger they were, the more powerful and the more vigorous it was. Previously, Yi Yuan already had a framework for treating the blood corruption poison. This time, with an even better reference, he found the method very quickly. The reason why Yang Qing got injured and he did not take action, it was actually to make him be this little white rat. It was easier to get started on an acquaintance. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Yang Qing's strength was extremely strong. His ability to resist the blood corruption poison was also stronger than the others. He was naturally a very good experiment subject. This basin of blood water was actually medicine water refined by Yi Yuan with the blood essence of the blood race assembled with several dozen kinds of grade 5 heavenly medicines. This medicine water coupled with his improved Xuanji 9 leaves, it could completely cure the blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan's technique was dreamlike and mystical. Even a hint of surprise flashed across in Zuochen's eyes. He was a grade 8 heavenly alchemist. How sharp was his eyesight? The virtues and faults of this technique were clear to him at a glance. Impressive. Sigh. Zuochen could not hold back and heaved a sigh again in his heart. A shame that he was a divergent cultivator. This kind of alchemy path genius would definitely be a grade 8, or even a grade 9 heavenly alchemist in the future. Truly a shame. One divine essence needle after another fired into Yang Qing's body. Yang Qing emitted fled groans continuously. No idea how long had Pares said either. Yi Yuan's divine essence needles suddenly stopped, the stellar power dissipating with a loud bang. A hint of wild ecstasy flashed across Yi Yuan's face, and he said, "It succeeded." Chapter 28-26. Yi Yuan's requirement. Chapter 28-26. Yi Yuan's requirement. It was not just Yi Yuan. All of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present, their chests heaved unevenly, their faces revealing looks of ecstasy. The blood corruption poison in Yang Qing's body had already completely dissipated into thin air. Everyone knew what this meant. During these thousands of years, powerhouses that died under the blood corruption poison were too many to count. Even around these Emperor Realm powerhouses, there were many people who died from the blood corruption poison too. But, even if they had the ability to access the highest heavens, they were powerless to do anything about this too and could only passively watch their loved ones and friends die. That feeling of powerlessness drove people insane. But now, they finally saw hope. Yi Yuan resolving the blood corruption poison absolutely had trans-era significance. This signified that they did not need to fear the blood corruption poison anymore. This meant that the millions upon millions of Heaven One powerhouses were able to be reborn. This also signified that even more powerhouses would be born. The significance was far too great. The Heaven One's various races had many, many geniuses. They could originally have stepped into the Emperor realm. But, because of the blood corruption poison, they perished. Now, with Yi Yuan's method, those geniuses poisoned by blood corruption poison were able to stand up again. Too remarkable. Truly too incredible. With this method, what are we still scared of the blood race for? Ha ha ha. For thousands of years, the difficult hurdle that numerous heavenly alchemists failed to overcome after advancing and filling the gaps left by fallen comrades was actually overcome. Impressive. Impressive. In the engagements with the blood race in the future, there's no need to be overly cautious anymore either. Succeeded. It really succeeded. Ha ha ha. Wei Liang started laughing agitatedly. As he laughed, his eyes actually became wet. Wei Yun, if you were still alive, how great would it be? How great? Wei Liang choked. An exalted Emperor Realm powerhouse actually cried, crying like a child. Zhuo Chen came to his side. Patting his shoulder, he urged, Wei Yun will also be happy in the afterlife. Wei Liang nodded slightly but still could not resist silently shedding tears. Yi Yuan knew that Wei Liang's impression of him was not good, but he did not expect that his reaction was actually so intense. Seeing Yi Yuan's puzzlement, Dan Fei explained, Wei Liang and Wei Yun, two brothers, were once the extreme medicine sect's peerless twin prides, the two people's feelings being extremely deep. Especially Wei Yun, he was reputed to be the genius with the greatest hope of stepping into Hegemon realm. But sadly, back then, when they were still at true sovereign heaven, Wei Yun was accidentally poisoned by the blood corruption poison in a great battle, and he fell in the end. This matter is still Wei Liang's heart not till this day. Actually, not just Wei Liang, each and every one of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present had somewhat wet eyes. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present all came over from being weaklings too. Fighting fiercely for several thousand years, who didn't have a few loved ones and friends die around them. Now, they found the way to resolve the blood corruption poison, but their loved ones and friends could not return anymore. How could they not feel vicissitudes of emotion? Yi Yuan, you found the way to resolve the blood corruption poison. There's no greater merit. Dan Fei said with a solemn face. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I found it, but this method can't be applied in a large scale at all. In order to refine this basin of blood of flame crystal, it already depleted 1/3 of the blood race blood essence. This basin of blood of flame crystal can at most treat 1,000 people's blood corruption poison. Even if the effects of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sun's blood essence is stronger, it can at most treat 5,000 people. After that, it will become useless. The blood race's blood essence is too difficult to obtain. Presently, the biggest issue was still the blood race's blood essence. This blood of flame crystal was Yi Yuan's own invention. The most important ingredient added to enhance it was the blood essence of the blood race. This time, although he obtained some quality blood essence, it was still too little and not enough to use at all. And the blood race would not give him this kind of opportunity anymore. This was also to say that the next time someone got poisoned, he would have no way of curing. At present, there was only half a month left before the 3-month deadline. The blood race side was still increasing its troops. The number of troops at present already said 25,000 people. While on the human side, there was only around 40,000 people left. These 40,000 people were already the limit that the Heaven One Alliance was able to transfer over. After the spatial Pares Sageway was exposed, over at the Absolute Heaven Barrier there, the blood race launched an incomparably fierce offensive. It was for the sake of not letting the Southern Front transfer troops over. If the Absolute Heaven Barrier was breached, whether or not the spatial Pares Sageway was broken would not hold much meaning anymore too. Therefore, the Northern Front's war affairs currently has at most only left with one last battle. Either succeed or die trying. The last great battle, nearly 10,000 people died. Among them, a very large portion was poisoned by blood corruption poison. Currently, in the army, there are merely 4,000 to 5,000 people poisoned by blood corruption poison. Just nice, we can carry out the final great battle. Putting aside how significant the blood of flame crystal was, even for this battle, you've rendered a great achievement too. You've merely entered the alliance for just over a month but already made 4 miraculous contributions. Speak, what rewards do you need? Dan Fei said. Talking up to here, Dan Fei also had to sigh with admiration. In a short 1 month plus, Yi Yuan first breached the blood race's defensive front, triggering heavenly punishment to send the information. Then he created arrows that reversed the war. Then, he killed the Saint Sovereign 100 sons as well as many chiliarchs. Lastly, you even created the blood of flame crystal. These 4 great achievements, any one of them was a virtually impossible to accomplish mission. Calling it 4 great miraculous achievements was not overboard too. Yet, these 4 great miraculous achievements happened on Yi Yuan alone. Dan Fei had fought for many years and made countless achievements. But, compared to Yi Yuan's 4 great miraculous achievements, it still paled greatly in comparison. And Yi Yuan merely completed these in slightly over 1 month. He had to admit that if there wasn't Yi Yuan, the Heaven One Alliance would probably find it hard to hold on this time too. The entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would probably fall into enemy hands. This kind of achievement was not what a measly little Great Commander position was sufficient to be a reward. But, to use what to reward, Dan Fei really could not think of it. Therefore, he simply asked Yi Yuan himself. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I want to enter the extreme medicine sect and browse all of the sect's alchemy class. S6. Dan Fei was taken aback and said, just this. He thought that Yi Yuan would demand an exorbitant price, but he did not expect that he actually only had this request. Of course, the extreme medicine sect's alchemy records were not what everyone could peruse. Want to enter it and read extensively, one must have sufficient status. But this was all too easy for Heaven One Alliance. Furthermore, compared to the miraculous achievements that Yi Yuan had made, it was utterly not worth mentioning. Yi Yuan nodded his head seriously and said, just this. Of course, I also won't let the extreme medicine sect suffer a loss. I have quite a few alchemy class S6 in my hands too. I'll make copies and return it to the extreme medicine sect. This sentence made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. The big shots present were all not fools. Yi Yuan could take out a heaven-defying acupuncture technique like the Xuanji 9 leaves. How could he not have had any fortuitous encounters? But this kind of lucky chance belonged to those who obtained it. Other people could not pry into it. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually so generous to take it out as a payment to the extreme medicine sect? Chapter 28-27, Let Me Try. Chapter 28-27, Let Me Try. Ha ha ha. Am cured. There isn't any blood corruption poison in my body at all. Levin thought that I was dead for sure. I didn't expect that I actually didn't die. Great Commander Yi Yuan is mighty. Great Commander Yi Yuan is incredible. Great Commander Yi Yuan rendered amazing merit. He's really our Heaven One's great hero. Following one blood corruption poison victim after another being cured, the entire Heaven One camp was boiling over with excitement. Previously, even if the blood corruption poison was being suppressed, the camp had never been this crazy before too. All of the Heaven One soldiers seemed to be having a carnival. No one thought that the blood corruption poison could actually really be cured one day. This was just like a terminal illness being completely cured. That feeling of despair to a new lease on life was sufficient to make people excited until they went mad. Hence, Yi Yuan's prestige in the army reached the peak in an instant. Those soldiers who were cured practically regarded Yi Yuan as a god. The difficult hurdle that could not be overcome for thousands of years was overcome by Yi Yuan. The terminal illness that no one had ever cured was cured by him. Zhao Chen hugged Qiao Yiping and said agitatedly, "Good brother, we can fight side by side again in the future. This time, we have to join forces properly and kill until the blood race is trembling in their boot." Qiao Yiping nodded agitatedly and said, "Boss, rest assured. We've mustered up enough strength this time. We'll definitely teach the blood race BASTARDS an unforgettable lesson. It's all thanks to great Commander Yi. Without him, there's no need for us to fight this war anymore too, Zhao Chen said. Great Commander Yi is truly divine, something that the extreme medicine sect didn't accomplish for thousands of years. He did it. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Mentioning Yi Yuan, Qiao Yiping and the brothers around him were all incomparably respectful. This kind of respect came from the bottom of the heart. 1 time, twice, thrice, 4 times, Yi Yuan used one miracle after another and conquered everyone. Using half a month's time, Yi Yuan led Xiao Shan and the rest and completely cured over 4,000 soldiers in the army who were inflicted with blood corruption poison. At this time, there was already less than a month left from the spatial Par-S Sageway completely stabilizing. Furthermore, the blood race was still continuously sending large forces through the spatial Par-S Sageway. A war brooked no delay. After experiencing the initial most excitement, clouds of sorrow started shrouding the upper echelons. Can't drag on anymore. The Southern Front has already sent news that the war is very tough, and the casualties extremely heavy. Just a while ago, Hegemon Wind Thunder was injured by the Hegemon SHI+E of the blood race, his injuries very severe. The Southern Front there transferred another 10,000 people over. This is already the limit, Dan Fei said in a solemn expression. Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present changed one after another. Even Hegemon-level powerhouses were seriously injured. The tragic plight of the Southern Front war could be seen. These 10,000 people were even squeezed out through the crevices between their teeth. After all, once the Northern Front was lost, the absolute heaven barrier would also lose its meaning of existence. During this period of time, the blood race had 3 more Emperor Realm powerhouses come over through the spatial Par-S Sageway. The war this time will probably be even harder, Zhuo Chen similarly said with a worried look. No matter how difficult, we have to fight too. Even if our Northern Front army fights until the last soldier, we have to destroy the spatial Par-S Sageway too. Otherwise, the consequences are unthinkable, Dan Fei said decisively. He understood that this fight would be even more miserable than that previous battle, because in his fight, both sides had no way out anymore, especially the Heaven One Alliance. Therefore, even if it was Dan Fei, this commander-in-chief, he was also prepared to die in battle. Zhuo Chen nodded his head and said, "Fight. Naturally have to fight. No body is afraid of dying. But right now, the most crucial problem is how can we destroy the spatial Par-S Sageway? According to the last encounter, we can't get close to the spatial Par-S Sageway at all. This time, the hope is even more bleak." The moment these words came out, even Dan Fei fell silent too. In the last great battle, 15 people fought 10 of the blood race's Emperor Realm powerhouses, but they still did not take the upper hand. Now, the other side added 3 more. It was naturally even more impossible. They could not even come into contact with the spatial Par-S Sageway, let alone talk about destroying it. Ming Yi, 50,000 troops versus 30,000 troops, how confident are you? Dan Fei suddenly looked toward Ming Yi and asked. He was the highest commander of the Saint Sovereign Army and naturally had the qualifications to take part in this conference too. Apart from him, there were also 6 great commanders, including Yi Yuan. Although the Saint Sovereign Army were cannon fodders, if the army's side won, and the Emperor Realm powerhouses there held out, they could destroy the spatial Par-S Sageway too. Ming Yi's expression was somewhat awkward as he said, honestly speaking, not even 30%. These 30,000 troops are all elites among elites, their combat power extremely strong. Although we resolved the blood corruption poison, it's still very difficult to kill them. This 30% confidence is still because Yi Yuan killed Yuan Zheng 3 people and close to half of the Chiliarchs. Otherwise, we don't even have 10% confidence. As he said, he looked toward Yi Yuan, full of gratitude. Yi Yuan killing Yuan Zheng 3 people and those Chiliarchs was not just venting frustration so simple. It was also of great strategic importance. These people's combat power naturally went without saying. And they also played a sea-stabilizing needle effect in the Saint Sovereign Heaven Army. Yi Yuan killing them was equivalent to destroying the blood race's war banner. It was of great significance. The reason why the battle previously suffered heavy losses was because of the eruption of the blood corruption poison on the one hand. On the other hand, it was because the blood race's combat power was extremely strong. In front of Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, these people were naturally too weak to stand up to compete. 1 Taion. But, to ordinary soldiers, the combat power of the blood race was strong. And on the Heaven One Alliance's side, the majority were transferred over temporarily. They were much worse in terms of combat power. However, because of Yi Yuan, the entire army's cohesiveness reached the peak currently. Hearing Ming Yi's words, Dan Fei's expression became a little uglier. Could it be that there was really no hope at all? Everyone fell silent. Why don't I give it a try? Suddenly, a voice broke the death-like silence. When all the Emperor Realm powerhouses heard that, they looked over one after another. The one speaking was precisely Yi Yuan. You! This kind of great battle, what function can you alone play? Dan Fei shook his head and said. He knew that Yi Yuan had extremely strong combat power, but a great battle of several tens of thousands of Saint Sovereign Heavens, if they really fought, even a grand completion true Sovereign Heaven would be bombarded into residue too. What use did a mere Yi Yuan have? Yi Yuan, Master knows that you have good intentions. However, miracles can't happen over and over again. The great battle this time, you don't take part in it. At present, only you can seize the blood race's blood essence, and set it aside for use later. Saving more companions is the right thing to do. Zhuo Chen said. Yi Yuan was a treasure. He could not die. At that time, once he got targeted by a true sovereign heaven, that would be very dangerous. The refinement method of the blood of flame crystal, as well as the new acupuncture technique, Yi Yuan had already imparted them to Xiao Shan and the rest. But, without Yi Yuan, they were unable to suppress the blood race's blood essence. They were naturally unable to refine the blood of flame crystal. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm saying, I have a way to destroy the spatial Par-S Sageway. But the prerequisite is that I can reach the spatial Par-S Sageway there. Therefore, I need everyone to help me hold off the blood race's powerhouses. Chapter 28-28, Decisive Battle Begins, Heaven One's Desperate Situation. Chapter 28-28, Decisive Battle Begins, Heaven One's Desperate Situation. More than a dozen figures were currently moving swiftly through the air. The great battle was at an explosive point. These dozen over figures were naturally the 15 Emperor Realm powerhouses from Heaven One. I say, we pinned all of the hope on a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. Isn't it taking things a little too trivially? Lu Feng said. Lu Feng was the Heaven One Army's number 3 figure, his status second only to Dan Fei and Zhuo Chen. Although Yi Yuan joined the alliance not long ago, he rendered amazing merit and created too many impossible miracles. This current situation, apart from gambling, we have no other choice either. Who, Wei Liang, didn't you turn your nose up at Yi Yuan before? Why are you speaking up for him now? Dan Fei scoffed. Wei Liang's old face turned red, and he said, either way, I feel that this boy is confident. Lu Feng snorted coldly and said, how can a mere middle Saint Sovereign Heaven possibly destroy the spatial Par-S Sageway? Want to destroy the spatial Par-S Sageway? It has to at least gather the full power attacks of 5,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens before it might be achieved. Dan Fei nodded and said, over at Yi Yuan there, it's just a solution born out of desperation. This seat doesn't harbor much hope. The Saint Sovereign Heaven army has no hope in the first place as well. The most important thing is still our side. At that time, I'll tie down 2 Emperor Vast Heavens and create a chance for you all. Once there's a chance, you guys immediately get out of the battlefield and go destroy the spatial Par-S Sageway. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They knew that Dan Fei was planning to exchange for a glimmer of opportunity with death. Suddenly, figures flashed, and more than 10 figures blocked the way. Dan Fei's expression turned dark and he said in a cold voice, Li He, this battle, there's no rest until we're dead. The one in the front was precisely the blood race's leader, Li He. Dan Fei, you and I are also considered old acquaintances already. Can we still not know each other? With our strength, we can at most just perish together. But, after you die, this seat won't die, Li He said with a relaxed smile. There were only so many Emperor Realm powerhouses. Dan Fei and Li He were old enemies too, knowing each other through and through. If an ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouse was threatened like this, then they would definitely have some fear. But this kind of threat was not considered a threat to the blood race at all. It was because they could not kill the opponent. Humph. Whether or not you'll die, we'll only know after fighting. Dan Fei gave a cold yell and was about to attack. But Li He was not in a hurry and said smilingly, no rush, Dan Fei. Your opponent isn't just this seat alone. This time, this seat even found you an opponent. While speaking, there was a vibration in the void. Another elegant figure stepped out of the void. Seeing the arrival, Dan Fei's pupils constricted, and he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Lotusware. A woman was dressed in blood-colored long robes, giving people a cold but breathtaking feeling. She looked at Dan Fei, using a talking-down tone as she said coolly, Dan Fei, this seat has come over, so you absolutely have no chance to destroy the spatial Pares Sageway. Give up on this. Withdraw now, and this seat can still leave you with your life. Dan Fei's expression was extremely ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, dream on. Even if I die, this seat also won't let your blood race succeed. Lotusware was indifferent and said coolly, forgot to tell you, but Lord May has already entered the Pares Sageway. He will arrive in at most a day. The moment these words came out, the expressions of all of the Heaven One powerhouses changed wildly. May was one of the blood race's Emperor Sacra 10 Heavens. Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm, the top 100 ranks were called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. While Emperor Sacra Heaven Realm similarly had a ranking, it was Emperor Sacra 10 Heavens. Emperor Sacra 10 Heavens, they were the strongest 10 people in Emperor Sacra Heaven Realm. These 10 people were major figures whose reputation could truly shake the heavens, their strength formidable to the extreme. May was ranked 10th. He was a famous butcher, his strength being incredible. The Heaven One powerhouses that died in his hands were too many to count. May entering the spatial Pares Sageway indicated that the spatial Pares Sageway was already very stable. The blood race sending him over, it was to play the role of stabilizing the world. If he really came over, then this battle had no suspense anymore. If you feel that you can take the Pares Sageway away from this seat's hands within a day, then you can very well come and give it a shot, Lotusware still said coolly. But Dan Fei was already burning with anxiety in his heart. There was absolutely no hope for him regarding this. Lotusware's strength, he was clear about it. She was even 30% stronger than Li He. These two great heavyweights joining forces, their side here had absolutely no hope. Then there was only counting on the Saint Sovereign Heaven Army that side. But, with the current stability of the Pares Sageway, 5,000 people might not be able to take it down too. Even if they could take it down, could they get through? Could it be that heaven truly wanted my Heaven One continent to perish? A wave of despair could not help rising in Dan Fei's heart. Suddenly, a figure flashed across his mind. Yi Yuan. He said that he could destroy the spatial Pares Sageway. Could he really do it? No, it was impossible. A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was simply impossible to destroy such a stable spatial Pares Sageway. But this boy had created miracles time and again. Maybe this time, he could do it too. No idea why, a tiny hint of hope sparked in Dan Fei's heart. He hoped that this boy could really create a miracle. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold, and he shouted fiercely, everyone, follow me to kill the enemy. For the sake of Heaven One's glory, there's no regret in dying. No regret in dying. All the Emperor Realm powerhouses called out in unison, charging towards the blood race. Ha ha ha. You bunch of blood race tras. H. Plus your Grandpa Yang said before, after breaking through to true sovereign heaven, I'll definitely kill you all until you cry for your daddy and mummy. Weak. Too weak. Above the void, it was a melee. The Heaven One army and the Blood Race army fought in close quarters. The killing was extremely tragic. In this battle, both sides had to conquer or die. There was no path of retreat at all. Each soldier was fighting for their life. Yang Qing's long spear was imbued with a soaring resolve, killing the blood race's 3 great true sovereign heaven until they steadily lost ground. Hence, he started showing off again. The last time, after Yi Yuan administered treatment for him, Yang Qing had blessings come to him in the disguise of misfortune and finally broke through the final layer of windowpane paper, breaking through to the true sovereign heaven realm. After reaching true sovereign heaven, Yang Qing's combat power soared and could directly deal with middle true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Now, he was fighting 3 great peak lower true sovereign heavens by himself. He overwhelmed his opponents until they could not catch their breath. Just as he was being pleased with himself, a dragon roar cut across the firmament, smars. Hi plussing towards one of the true sovereign heaven. Boom. That lower true sovereign heaven was directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Great Commander Yi Yuan is mighty and domineering. Great Commander Yi Yuan's combat power is unparalleled, dominating the world. Kill, kill, kill. The blood race is merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Kill. After a punch, a series of frenzied cheering came over. The Heaven One Army's morale rose to the peak at once. Currently, Yi Yuan had already become the spiritual pillar of the Heaven One Army. His every movement and action affected the morale of the soldiers. This punch earlier, Yi Yuan killed a true sovereign heaven as a saint sovereign heaven. How imposing and domineering was that? Hence, the momentum soared. Yi Yuan, US and ATC head sovereign Azareski's limelight again. This sovereign won't let you off. Yang Qing cried out strangely. Yi Yuan's punch was indeed domineering just now. But, being able to kill a true sovereign heaven with one punch was because Yang Qing strained most of the opponent's energy. It was just that those soldiers did not care about these at all. The person was killed by Yi Yuan. They acknowledged Yi Yuan. Yang Qing was originally being pleased with his posturing but was overshadowed by Yi Yuan all at once. He could not help being depressed to the extreme. Chapter 28-29, Rest assured, brothers. Chapter 28-29, Rest assured, brothers. All true sovereign heaven commanders, kill that boy at all cost. Blood Spirit had clearly realized the danger of Yi Yuan too. At the first instant Yi Yuan exploded, he gave the order to kill Yi Yuan. But a large number of true sovereign heaven powerhouses crowded around Yi Yuan. Those commanders, great commanders, as well as Ming Yi, this commander-in-chief, had seemingly given up Command 4, gathering around Yi Yuan one after another. Younger brother Yi, this exalt will return this life to you. Hope that you don't disappoint this exalt. Song Miao, are you crazy? Who, this life of mine is no longer mine a long time ago. As long as it can stop your blood race, what does a wretched life count for? Song Miao directly broke away from the battlefield and fought together with a blood race true sovereign heaven of similar strength. The two people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, seeing flesh and blood. At this time, Song Miao did not hold back in the slightest bit. It was completely a fighting style that risked his life. Not just Song Miao, Ming Yi had long already clashed with the blood race's commander-in-chief, Blood Spirit. 2 great half-step Emperor realm powerhouses fought until the sky darkened and the earth dimmed. Blood Spirit wanted to break through Ming Yi and kill Yi Yuan, this scourge, but was forcibly sealed in place by Yi Yuan with a life-risking fighting style. He had no time to spare for other things at all. The blood race did not fear death, but it did not mean that they allowed others to kill them freely. A powerhouse like Ming Yi, as long as given the opportunity, he would completely obliterate Blood Spirit. Blood Spirit's strength was a notch above Ming Yi's. But Ming Yi did not care about getting injured at all and cared even less about getting poisoned with the blood corruption poison. He completely had a fighting style that showed no regard for his life. Blood Spirit was incomparably shocked in his heart. Were these guys all mad? Cultivation reaching the quasi-emperor realm, how difficult was that? These guys actually had no qualms about dying. In a blink, Ming Yi's body was riddled with scars. Meanwhile, Blood Spirit was almost blown apart by him several times. Old Zhong, I'll lock this guy down. You don't have to care about me. Just directly blow the two of us up. An upper Saint Sovereign Heaven 1 powerhouse used all of his strength and locked down a blood race upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, making him unable to move. Old Zhong had tears in his eyes, but he slammed a punch out without the slightest hesitation. The Bloodkin plus the Heaven One Saint Sovereign Heaven immediately turned into nothingness. This kind of killing was playing out everywhere. The battlefield was like a meat grinder. Powerful Saint Sovereign Heavens were simply too weak to stand up to compet. One tie on under this meat grinder. The Heaven One powerhouses did not care about death at all. Even if it was death, they had to inflict serious wounds on the Bloodkins too. Although the Bloodrace army were all elite powerhouses, they could not bear the madness of the Heaven One army too. The numbers of the Heaven One army could be seen reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, they did not care at all. Especially the army around Yi Yuan. When one of them died, they would be replaced by another. They were like one sharp knife after another, stabbing viciously into the Bloodrace army, tearing open a gap in the Bloodrace army very quickly. Boom! A true Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was directly wiped out by the Bloodrace. The muscles on Yi Yuan's face twitched, but his hands did not slow down, taking out a Bloodrace Saint Sovereign Heaven with one punch each. As long as he did not encounter true Sovereign Heavens, he was simply like a tiger entering a flock of sheep in the Bloodrace army, mowing down all resistance. However, the true Sovereign Heavens around him were reducing one by one. Yi Yuan could not help but sigh in his heart. What capability did he have to actually be able to make these people entrusted him with life and death? For the sake of his one sentence, the Heaven One warriors used their lives to carve out a bloody path. Yes, such frenzied killing was for the sake of killing out an opening in the Bloodrace army, to let him charge over. Ming Yi, Song Miao, Zhao Chen, Qiao Yiping, and even Xiao Shan and Dao Chen, they were all defending by his side. All the 50,000 troops disregarded their lives, just for the sake of paving a way for him. Yi Yuan's heart was dripping blood. Ha ha ha. Great Commander Yi, Qiao Yiping's life was given by you. I'll return it to you now. Great Commander Yi, you must destroy the spatial Pares Sageway and show our Heaven One's might. Qiao Yiping was long already wounded and on the verge of dying. Currently, divine essence bloomed on his body, his small world collapsing with a loud bang, directly blowing the Bloodkin opposite him into fragments. That Bloodkin still wanted to recondense, but he was killed by Zhao Chen with one punch and completely wiped out. That Qiao Yiping, who was saved by Yi Yuan, really died this time. Zhao Chen had tears in his eyes, but his gaze was incomparably firm. Clearly, he was long already used to this kind of life and death. On the battlefield, they were not whatever Saint Exalt powerhouses at all, just cannon fodders. If the death of cannon fodders could have some meaning, that was pretty good too. They were not unable to face life and death. It was just that they were not willing to die incompetently on the sickbed. Yi Yuan clenched his jaws tightly and said in a solemn voice, "Good brother, Yi Yuan won't let you down." Over there, Blood Spirit had also come to realize it. His expression changed, and he shouted loudly, "Ignore the others. Everyone, stop Yi Yuan at all cost." Under his word of command, there were suddenly countless more Bloodrace powerhouses around Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not care. Those true Sovereign Heavens were all held back. As long as true Sovereign Heavens did not disturb him, he would be able to rush over. Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, one fist force after another firing out, akin to claps of thunder. The Bloodrace's Saint Sovereign Heavens died in waves. With how strong the Bloodrace was, those soldiers had never had such painful experiences before too. For a moment, they were actually cowed by Yi Yuan, who's coming to seek their doom. Yi Yuan shouted coldly, his figure suddenly Hi plussing forward, akin to a demon god. The Bloodrace soldiers ahead actually opened up a path involuntarily and let Yi Yuan rush over. When Blood Spirit saw this scene, he could not help stomping his feet angrily and said in alarm and fury, "Are you all pigs? Kill him! Kill him!" Although he also knew that even if Yi Yuan rushed over, it was impossible to cause any damage to the spatial Pares Sageway too. But the apprehension toward Yi Yuan in his heart still left him uneasy. But, even if he was uneasy, there was nothing that he could do as well. It was because the Bloodrace army was already afraid of Yi Yuan. These few years, the Bloodrace's battles had always been overwhelming. They had never experienced such a bitter fight before. Therefore, Yi Yuan's strength already made them fearful. On the contrary, the Heaven One army's side had an unstoppable momentum and was not afraid of death, and actually suppressed the blood race for some time. One should pick soft persimmons to knead. Those blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens were also clear in their hearts that even if Yi Yuan went over, it was useless too. In that case, let him go over then. As long as the others did not go over, it was impossible for Yi Yuan alone to destroy the spatial Pares Sageway. Yi Yuan punched out again, directly wiping out the 3 blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens in front of him that did not want their lives. There was already no one in front. The blood race army was killed until he Pares said through. He finally came out. Mingyi discovered this scene too. Disregarding the injuries on his body, he said in wild ecstasy, Yi Yuan, hurry up and go. Leave this side to us. Yi Yuan, it's entrusted to you. Even if I drain my last drop of blood, this song won't let them advance a single step too. Song Miao said with his entire body covered in blood. Yi Yuan nodded seriously and said in a solemn voice, everyone, rest assured. This he definitely won't let the brothers' blood to flow in vain. Finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 28:30, It's SOSO. Chapter 28:30, It's SOSO. Tech. Lotusware cried out delicately, a red light flash. HI plussing on her dainty finger. A terrifying force directly exploded in the air. Dan Fei, who was her opponent, was directly blown away. Dan Fei vomited blood from his mouth. There was not an unblemished spot on his body from head to toe. Facing a powerhouse like Lotusware, he unleashed all of his abilities and was unable to gain any upper hand too. This seat knows your plan. You're very hardworking, but just based on your strength, you can't tie this seat down. Lotusware looked at Dan Fei, her words carrying a faint mockery. She naturally knew about Dan Fei's plans. It was just that since she came, there was no more hope for the Heaven One alliance. Dan Fei already used his final ultimate move, but he was still not Lotusware's match. Li He was freed up. Zhou Chen and Lu Feng joined hands before they barely managed to resist him. As for the rest, that went even more without saying. The Heaven One Alliance's Emperor Realm powerhouses had all fallen into a crisis. In less than a moment after Dan Fei dies, Lotusware would be free, and it would be even more hopeless for the others. Dan Fei had a decisive look, and he said coolly, it's only death. Finished saying, he ignored the injuries on his body and broke through in the direction of the spatial Pares Sageway again. His goal was not to kill Lotusware. It was just to destroy the spatial Pares Sageway. Unfortunately, he was unable to get past Lotusware. Suddenly, his figure stopped. Lotusware also frowned slightly and said, "Amen? There's a fish that escaped the net. Blood Spirit, this fellow, is really a good-for-nothing." Dan Fei's heart stirred, knowing that it was Yi Yuan who rushed over. Emperor Realm powerhouses could sense heaven and earth. Their divine sense covered an extremely vast radius. The moment Yi Yuan came over, they discovered it. Dan Fei roused himself, undoubtedly seeing hope amidst despair. Seeing Dan Fei's appearance, Lotusware said disdainfully, "Are you thinking too much? A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if he reaches the spatial Pares Sageway there, what can he do? Moreover, this seat has already sensed that Lord Mei is already not far from the entrance of the Pares Sageway." Dan Fei's brows furrowed slightly. This was not good news. Once Mei arrived, even if Yi Yuan had the ability to access the highest heavens, there was only death too. Seeing the change in Dan Fei's expression, Lotusware said with a light smile, "Looks like you still harbored some hope in this little fellow. Forget it. This seat will end him and completely cut off your hope." Dan Fei's expression changed wildly, but it was already too late. Lotusware attacked right away. She just flicked her fingers. A shocking force tore across the sky and flew straight for Yi Yuan. Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses, even if it was just a casual strike, obliterating a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven did not take any effort at all too. Dan Fei did not hesitate in the slightest, throwing a palm out fiercely. A similarly terrifying force flew out swiftly, wanting to intercept Lotusware's force. Lotusware did not stop it either, smilingly slightly. She said, "It's no use. A measly little saint sovereign heaven is no different from a mosquito. Even if you intercept it, the aftershock is sufficient to kill him several times over too. Boom. Her voice had yet to fade when a loud boom came over from the horizon. The terrifying energy undulation was seemingly like fireworks, exploding until all the spiritual energy in the sky was shaking incessantly. Lotus, where you? Dan Fei was furious to the extreme. The hope that he just saw was throttled just like this. He understood that no matter how heaven-defying the saint sovereign heaven, it was also impossible to survive under this kind of aftershock. Hehe, a little interesting. You're very furious. It looks like you really cared about that saint sovereign heaven, little fellow. Now, do you feel very despaired? Lotus Ware had a rare laugh as she said. Seeing her opponent's despair gave her a great sense of accomplishment. Not just Dan Fei, the other Heaven One Emperor realms' faces all had looks of despair. It looked like this little fellow was indeed somewhat different from the rest. However, there was already no point. Suddenly, Lotus Ware's expression changed, and she cried out in surprise, "Amen? Not dead? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan's aura that had just disappeared actually reappeared after it disappeared. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's aura was already very close to the spatial Par-S Sageway. Such swift speed. A hint of wild elation appeared on Dan Fei's face. "Terrific, lad, you're great." Reaching the Emperor realm, Dan Fei no longer had joy nor sorrow a long time ago. But at this time, he really wished to clap his hands in joy. He looked at the surprised expression on Lotus Ware's face and felt great. Previously, he did not take Yi Yuan's plan seriously at all. But now, Yi Yuan was already his, the Heaven One Alliance's last hope. Lotus Ware gave a cold snort, her figure moving and about to rush toward Yi Yuan. But, how could Dan Fei be willing to comply? His figure moved, stopping Lotus Ware. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the two people fought together once more. Far away, Yi Yuan looked across the sky with lingering fear in his heart too. That wave of energy undulation just now was too terrifying. Luckily, he utilized spatial rule in advance to escape by cunning maneuvering, escaping this calamity. For Yi Yuan to dare pat his chest and say that he could destroy the spatial Par-S Sageway, he was naturally not boating. In reality, there were really not many in the 33 heavens who could match up to Mi Tian in terms of spatial attainments. Mi Tian was born from chaos. The moment he was born, he was Hegemon realm. At his prime, he had once cultivated spatial rule to the realm of grand completion, soaring to the sky and tunneling underground. He was capable of doing anything. Destroying the spatial Par-S Sageway was as difficult as ascending to heaven to others. But to him, it was as easy as turning his hand over. He imparted Yi Yuan a few spatial secret arts. It was to be used to destroy the spatial Par-S Sageway. These few spatial secret arts were extremely profound. It was equivalent to analyzing spatial rule in depth. If the average person learned it, it would be hard to achieve results without hundreds of years of hard work. However, Yi Yuan was similarly amazingly talented in the path of SPACE. So learning it yielded twice the results with half the effort. This move earlier was called transfiguring teleportation. He could directly open up a spatial Par-S Sageway within a certain radius, achieving the effect of instantaneous SHI plus efting. Yi Yuan studied and applied it with full vigor, avoiding Lotus Ware's blow nimbly. In front of him was an enormous spatial door, perched above the sea. Yi Yuan had long sensed its existence. It was just that when he arrived before it, he was still shocked by it. Clearly, the person who opened up the spatial Par-S Sageway had extremely terrifying strength. Yi Yuan's transfiguring teleportation only opened up a spatial Par-S Sageway within a short distance. But this person opened up a large-scale spatial Par-S Sageway from outside of the absolute heaven barrier. When comparing the two, it was simply like an apprentice meeting a great sorcerer. However, although the other party had exceedingly formidable abilities, the application of spatial rule was similar. Just like how machine computations were extremely complicated, but in the end, it was merely ones and zeros. As long as he knew that computational rules, he could always analyze them. Of course, speaking of it was easy, but it was still too difficult for Yi Yuan. But this was not an issue. Yi Yuan did not understand, but Mi Tian, this hegemon, understood it. How is it, senior? Yi Yuan asked. It's SOSO. Mi Tian said disdainfully. This blood race hegemon realm's understanding of spatial rule is also just the degree of superficial knowledge. If it was me, your Heaven One won't have any chance to turn the tables at all. These words sounded arrogant, but Yi Yuan knew that Mi Tian was not bragging. The spatial rule that he explained to Yi Yuan, that really cut with penetrating criticism. Even Yi Yuan also lamented at his inadequacy. Since he said that it was SOSO, then it was really SOSO. Chapter 2831, Buried Alive. Chapter 2831, Buried Alive. The situation at Emperor Dan Fei there doesn't seem too good. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to damage the Pares Sageway, his gaze looking toward Dan Fei there instead. The battle over there was too fierce. He could feel it clearly here too. Not just Dan Fei alone, the other people's situation was not very good too. Yi Yuan even sensed that Heaven One's side already had an emperor realm that died. Even if he damages the Pares Sageway, the Heaven One's emperor realms are still not the blood race's match. Under this kind of circumstances currently, the Southern Front can't dispatch powerhouses over at all. The destructive power of these blood race emperor realms is too strong. If they slaughtered willfully at the Northern Front, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine, Yi Yuan said with a frown. You brat, what do you want to do? Mi Tian said with a headache. I say, senior, once SPACE collapses, can it bury these blood race emperor realms alive? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Mi Tian covered his face with his hand, feeling his head swell bigger. However, he still said, the blood race has powerful life force. They might not die, but to be seriously injured is a certainty. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan nodded and said, all right, let's do it. Mi Tian said, they might not die, but your hope of survival isn't high. Yi Yuan grinned and said, don't kid me. With your elderly self around, how could I die? Finished saying, Yi Yuan immediately turned into a stream of flowing light and tunneled into the spatial Pares Sageway. A moment later, rumble the spatial Pares Sageway emitted waves of intense tremors. Over at the blood race side, the expressions of Lotusware and the rest changed drastically. Not good. That Saint Sovereign Heaven brat actually really damaged the spatial Pares Sageway. Li He, end the fight swiftly, don't drag on anymore. Lotusware said in a cold voice. Li He there was fighting 1-on-2, but he firmly took the upper hand too. Originally, he was not in a hurry to defeat Zhuo Chen 2 people because that would cost a considerable price. But at this time, he could not care much anymore. Got it. It was only to see Bloodlight SHI+NE brilliantly on his body, directly giving up defending and unfolding a frenzied killing. Zhuo Chen 2 people were forced back by Li He until they steadily lost ground, vomiting fresh blood wildly. While on Dan Fei's side, Lotusware suffered several heavy blows too, and directly crippled him. Then, she flew towards the spatial Pares Sageway. Dan Fei felt helpless in his heart. He was only left with half a life at this time and could not even move a muscle. He was unable to go save Yi Yuan at all. On the other side, explosion sounds rumbled without ceasing. Li He was blown up by Zhuo Chen with one punch, but he also gave Lu Feng a fatal blow. Lu Feng died right away without even screaming out. Zhuo Chen also suffered heavy injuries, and he lost the power to fight again. Li He recondensed his physical body. Ignoring the injured Zhuo Chen, he pounced over towards the spatial Pares Sageway too. The rumbling noises from the spatial Pares Sageway became more and more intense and already faintly showed signs of instability. Fortunately, the spatial Pares Sageway itself was already close to being stable. Yi Yuan's destruction seemed to find it difficult to succeed for a while. Lotusware 2 people's figures were like lightning, tunneling into the spatial Pares Sageway at once. Dan Fei smiled bitterly and said, we're too useless. At this time, it's when Yi Yuan needs the help, but we can't help him at all. Zhuo Chen also sighed and said, could it be that it's going to fall short of success at the last stage just like this? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and recover your injuries. Even if we wage our lives, we have to complete the mission too, Dan Fei said in a solemn voice. The two people each swallowed a grade 8 heavenly pill and recovered their wounds. It was just that they were injured too badly. It was hard to recover for some time. Damn it. How can a mere saint sovereign heaven destroy a hegemon realm's spatial Pares sageway? Looking at the spatial Pares sageway that was riddled full of holes, Lotus Ware was incredibly furious. He also had a solemn expression as he said, even if he's proficient in spatial rule, it's impossible to do this too. There's something strange about this kid, Lotus Ware said in sullen anger. Enough CRP, hurry up and find this boy and kill him, otherwise, the consequences of letting him continue destroying like this would be too ghastly to imagine. Amen. There. In the Pares sageway ahead, a figure was faintly discernible. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? When Lotus Ware saw Yi Yuan, she was overjoyed. As long as she saw him, wouldn't her killing a saint sovereign heaven be easily accomplished? Punk, where are you running? Lotus Ware's clothes fluttered, pursuing Yi Yuan like lightning. Old hag, with just the likes of your middling ability, you also want to kill your grandpa Yi? From ahead came Yi Yuan's cold laughter. Amen. Why was it Grandpa Yi? Got led astray by Yang Qing that fellow. However, in this spatial Pares sageway, it was really not easy for Lotus Ware to want to catch up to Yi Yuan. Lotus Ware gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. A terrifying power instantly exploded around Yi Yuan. Boom. The spatial Pares sageway shook and actually became even more unstable. He shouted fiercely, Lotus Ware, are you mad? This guy failed to destroy the spatial Pares sageway. Could it be that you want to destroy it? Lotus Ware's expression was very ugly too. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so slippery. That attack just now, even if it was a peak true sovereign heaven, they would be directly erased too, but it failed to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was like a fish in water in this spatial Pares sageway, killing him really took a lot of effort. Old hag, you just have this bit of ability. What bulls? HI plus T Emperor vast heaven, it's nothing more than this. Yi Yuan still laughed coldly as he said. Lotus Ware's expression turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, Punk, don't you get COC Kai? There's Lord May currently hurrying over ahead, this seat wants to see when you can escape until. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, what rubbish Lord May. If he comes, Grandpa Yi will round you all up in one fell swoop. You bloodkins, each and every one of you, you are outwardly strong and inwardly weak, being simply a bunch of weaklings. I also don't know what you're showing off about, Lotus Ware said with a cold smile. Boy, you can only indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue, but his expression was ugly as he said in a solemn voice, he's really not indulging in a contention of mouth and tongue. Yuan Zheng, the three of them couldn't even receive a move from him. When Lotus Ware heard that, her expression could not help changing, immediately being choked badly. This kid was actually so strong. Suddenly, Lotus Ware sensed a powerful aura ahead that was currently speeding over swiftly. Lotus Ware was overjoyed and said loudly, Lord May, this boy is currently damaging the spatial Pares sageway, please take action and stop this boy. Rest assured, leave it to this seat. A RSE voice came from the gloomy depths of the Pares sageway. There was a wolf ahead and tigers behind. Yi Yuan seemed to have no way out anymore. Very soon, a blood energy that made people suffocate hit the nose from in front. Yi Yuan virtually could not stand firm when he was hit by this blood energy. Too strong. Suddenly, his figure stopped, and he simply stopped running. Lotus Ware two people stopped 10,000 feet away from Yi Yuan and said smugly, boy, continue running, see if this seat doesn't tear your mouth. That powerful aura in the depths of the Pares sageway arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan looked at Lotus Ware and suddenly smiled. This smile made Lotus Ware's heart go thump. Old hag, you're thinking too much. I can easily destroy this spatial Pares sageway. But do you know why I'm not destroying it? Did you think that I was joking with you earlier? Actually, I want to round you all up in one fell swoop. Yi Yuan gave a light laugh and suddenly threw a punch somewhere in SPACE. Rumble. The entire spatial Pares sageway started shaking violently. the entire SPACE started collapsing. Chapter 2832, Great Victory. Chapter 2832, Great Victory. Ah! A sharp and miserable scream echoed through the spatial Pares sageway. Within the spatial Pares sageway, it was like dominoes. A chain reaction happened, and it collapsed with a loud bang, and the energy of the SPACE collapse went from the one in the beginning to the level of atomic fission later on. This level of collapse, the energy undulation was already comparable to the all-out attack of a peak Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse. Such strength, even May, this Emperor Sakura 10 Heavens powerhouse, did not dare to brush it off lightly too. Boom. Due to the intense explosion, half of Lotusware's body was directly blown away. His entire person was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. However, their fearsome regeneration ability restored them to health again. Except, it was still futile. That horrifying to the extreme explosion was omnipresent. Revive once, explode once. Revive once, explode once. Until the back, he was already unable to revive and completely obliterated by the energy of the spatial collapse. This Blood Race Northern Front Army's highest commander was buried alive by Yi Yuan just like that. Little bastard, your mother will definitely kill you. Lotusware screamed sharply. Her current situation was also unbelievably tragic. The violent spatial collapse bombarded her until she was powerless to fight back. As for the May who was opposite, he had a struck senseless look. Who am I? Where am I? What did I come for? He came in a threatening manner and only saw a Saint Sovereign Heaven, then he was blown up. He had monstrous strength. He could still resist the initial collapse. But toward the back, the energy undulations of the collapse became stronger and stronger, and even he was blown up too. SHI+T, who can tell me what happened? Ah. Before May finished speaking, his head was blown apart. But very soon, he grew another head. However, it was similarly futile. Emperor Sakura Heaven and Hegemon Realm seemed to only have the difference of one realm, but the gap in between was like heaven and earth. Amidst this vast energy undulations, peak Emperor Sakura Heavens were just small rowboats too. Time and again, May finally could not revive his body anymore and was completely wiped out. One of the Emperor Sakura 10 Heavens, May, lost his life at Yi Yuan's hands. A little earlier, Dan Fei and Zhuo Chen, 2 people consumed heavenly pills, and their injuries took a turn for the better very quickly. The 2 people did not care much and were going to enter the Pares sageway. However, just as they arrived at the spatial Pares sageway, horrifying explosion sounds suddenly came from inside the Pares sageway. Dan Fei 2 people's expressions changed. Before they had time to react, they were immediately sent flying by an air billow. Furthermore, the explosion noises in the Pares sageway grew stronger and stronger. The 2 people exchanged a glance, their eyes full of shock. Was this Yi Yuan's doing? Zhuo Chen swallowed his saliva and asked. Dollar should be, right? Dan Fei said uncertainly. Then how did he do it? No idea. This energy undulation that spread out can even blast us flying. Then the energy level in the Pares sageway has probably already reached Emperor Sakura Heaven, right? Most likely, more than that. This spatial Pares sageway collapsed from the inside. The energy level in the depths of the spatial Pares sageway can probably kill Emperor Sakura Heavens easily. Even if the person who came is May, it's likely certain death too. As Dan Fei said, he himself also felt that it was incredulous. According to this level of energy undulation, the people who entered should have already all died out. Was this really done by a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Dan Fei 2 people felt like they had experienced a dream. They had not woken up from this dream until now. It was because everything that happened before their eyes was seriously too fantastical. Zhuo Chen swallowed his saliva again and asked, does that mean that our mission is completed? Completed? Who, more than completed? It's perfect. He is dead. Lotusware is dead. May is dead too. Our mission was impeccable and flawless. Talking until the back, Dan Fei started trembling agitatedly. It was originally impossible for this sort of thing to happen to a Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. Each Emperor Realm powerhouse was very important. Even in the blood race, Emperor Realm powerhouses could not just die like that too. The deaths of May 3 people did not just concern this battle presently. It would also produce a subtle impact on the battle situation on the Sutham front too. This was an impeccable victory. Zhuo Chen also understood, but he was still unable to fully believe it. That moment when Lotus Ware appeared, he already despaired. Lotus Ware's strength was too strong. Her appearance completely squelched the hopes of the Emperor Realm powerhouses. As for the Saint Sovereign Heaven army there, they actually did not harbor much hope. With 50,000 troops versus 30,000 troops, wanting 10,000 people to rush over, this was virtually something impossible. However, in this kind of desperate situation, an insignificant Saint Sovereign Heaven completed the final hit. Perhaps Yi Yuan was not an ordinary Saint Sovereign Heaven, but in front of this kind of great battle, he was still insignificant. However, this insignificant Saint Sovereign Heaven completed an act that shocked the world. This kind of conclusion, it was not over the top to call it a miracle. Then, Yi Yuan Zhuo Chen muttered. Dan Fei's expression changed, the wild elation from before instantly vanished. Hi+ing. Right. Even Mei died inside, could Yi Yuan still survive? The energy undulations inside could kill Emperor Realm powerhouses. Furthermore, it was continuous without ceasing. It was impossible for Yi Yuan, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, to survive. Logically speaking, a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven exchanging for such a glorious victory was an amazing bargain. But, no idea why, Dan Fei could not get happy. He even felt that with Yi Yuan dying inside, this battle was no different from a defeat. Perhaps, it was because he created too many miracles. Cough, cough, cough. Right at this time, a series of intense coughing sounded out behind them. The two people suddenly turned around, only to see someone who was riddled full of holes standing there. Yi Yuan, you didn't die. The two people exchanged a glance, their eyes full of unrelenting shock. This guy actually came out alive. Holy Shi+T, energy undulations that could even blow an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse to death, he actually came out alive? You guys wanted me dead so much. Cough, 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 Yi Yuan said huffily. Ha ha ha. No. Nope. My good disciple. My good disciple. Zhuo Chen was agitated until he was rambling. Russ. Hi+ing up to hug Yi Yuan and planting a kiss on his face that was covered in blood. Sadly, Yi Yuan did not have the strength to fight back at all, being badly disgusted by him. Hey, do you have some weird fetish or something? Stay further away from me. Yi Yuan pushed Zhuo Chen away and said in disgust. This scene looked comical, but it was very warm. Dan Fei, who was by the side, also had an agitated look as he said, "Terrific lad. You're amazing. The boast that you made is actually really realize. In this battle, our Heaven One gained a complete victory. There are probably quite a lot of people on the blood race side who are going to puke blood." Ha ha ha. Talking until the back, Dan Fei could not resist letting out a loud laugh. This satisfactory victory really gave people great satisfaction. Chapter 2833, Shocking Absolute Heaven. Chapter 2833, Shocking Absolute Heaven. Outside of the Absolute Heaven barrier, on the distant Thundercry continent, an army of several 100,000 blood race members was awaiting eagerly for battle already, blood energy surging to the sky. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present reached as many as several hundred. A figure stood proudly in the void, covering the sky with only one hand. The spatial Par-S Sageway was slowly taking shape in precisely his hand. This person was the blood race's hegemon realm powerhouse, Bloodsky. Beside Bloodsky, a youth in a blue SHI+RT said with a smile, "Brother Bloodsky really has excellent means. The stabilizing of this spatial Par-S Sageway is brought forward half a month earlier than expected." Bloodsky said proudly, "That's of course. This seat's spatial divine abilities can traverse the void like walking on flat ground. If not for that, Heaven One continent has dozens of hegemon realms joining forces. This seat only needs half a day to open up this spatial channel." Opening such a spatial Par-S Sageway was really not easy. Not only did one have to avoid the absolute heaven barrier, It even had to be able to accommodate hegemon realms and countless blood race troops. Without corresponding attainments in spatial rule, it was absolutely impossible to succeed. Blood Sky, this blood race hegemon, had always been wandering the heavens and only came to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven recently. Failing to conquer Heaven 1 for a long time, a restless mood also spread in the blood race. Therefore, Bloodsky's arrival immediately made him sought after like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Of course, hegemon realm powerhouses proficient in spatial divine abilities were worthy of it. There were many hegemons across the heavens, but those who were experts in spatial rule were scanty few. Blood Sky was definitely worthy of being a major power. The youth in the blue SHI plus RT gave a thumbs up and said, "Amazing, brother Blood Sky." Bloodsky's mouth curled, and he said, "A trivial matter. There are at most still 3 days, and then the Par-S Sageway will be able to completely stabilize. The army will be able to march right in without resistance. Qing Yao, the hegemon blood that the clan promised this seat, you mustn't go back on your word." Qing Yao hurriedly said, "Brother Blood Sky is worrying too much. You're our blood race's spatial major power right now. How could the clan possibly go back on our word?" Blood Sky snorted coldly and said, "I reckon that you all won't dare either." But right at this moment, Bloodsky's expression suddenly changed. Pet. 1. Bloodsky seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his entire person shooting backward, fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Rumble. Before Qing Yao had time to think too much, he heard intense explosion sounds coming from the spatial Par-S Sageway. His expression changed wildly, and he roared loudly, "Retreat." It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. A gust of strong wind blew past. Tens of thousands of troops were directly sent flying out. Bang! 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 The spatial Par-S Sageway directly exploded above the void, sweeping up terrifying air billows. Of course, this air billow could not harm him. But his expression was incomparably ugly. It was because the spatial Par-S Sageway had completely collapsed. In order to open up the spatial Par-S Sageway, the blood race expended a huge amount of resources. Now, it was actually all for naught. "Brother Blood Sky, what's going on?" Qing Yao said in a solemn voice. Blood Sky suffered a backlash, sustaining considerable injuries too. He said in a solemn voice, "The spatial Par-S Sageway was damaged by someone from inside. The other party is at least hegemon realm. This spatial Par-S Sageway is completely ruined." Qing Yao's expression changed, and he said, "How is that possible? Heaven 1's hegemon realms are currently all at the absolute heaven barrier." Blood Sky shook his head and said, "It's definitely a hegemon realm. Furthermore, the other party has extremely profound attainments in spatial rule. Otherwise, it's impossible for the spatial rule that I constructed to completely collapse." The collapse of the spatial Par-S Sageway and the spatial Par-S Sageway being damaged, they were two completely different things. This kind of caving-style collapse could only be accomplished if one's comprehension in spatial rule reached an extremely terrifying level. If it was not a hegemon realm, Blood Sky would not believe it even if he was beaten to death too. With regards to Bloodsky's words, Qing Yao naturally would not doubt it. He was proud, but it was impossible to lie about this kind of thing too. Could it be that Heaven 1 continent has a new hegemon realm that appeared? No can do. This matter is extraordinary. I'll go report to Lord WNG's. Qing Yao had a solemn look as he turned around and left. Absolute heaven barrier, it extended for no idea how many tens of thousands of miles. This place was Heaven 1 continent's final barrier and also Heaven 1 continent's last hope. At this time, it appeared somewhat quiet in the absolute heaven barrier. Divine Lord is heavy-hearted today. Could it be that you're worried about the war on the northern front? In the absolute heaven barrier, a voice suddenly came over. Heaven 1 Alliance, the highest commander was revered as the common lord and addressed respectfully as Divine Lord. Heaven 1's Divine Lord was Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's #1 hegemon realm, Shui Ziming. After a long time, a male voice that was full of energy said, "This seat has heard of Bloodsky's name before. His spatial divine abilities are transcendent, catching up to hegemon Mi Tian of back then. This time, if not for a little fellow taking the risk of death to deliver the message, our grand bright jade complete heaven would be finish. But even so, this seat doesn't harbor any hope for this last battle too. Everyone, be mentally prepared. Sigh, this seat has let the Northern Front's warriors down. Inside the absolute heaven barrier, it fell into silence for a moment. These hegemon realms were all clear about the Northern Front's war situation. But they were unable to change anything. These few days, the Southern Front experienced several great battles. Hegemon realm powerhouses fought many times, and both sides had losses. As for ordinary soldiers, the casualties were beyond count. They could not leave. A hegemon powerhouse spoke up, "Divine Lord doesn't need to blame yourself. Dan Fei, they all have a fair idea about this in their hearts. Our Heaven One's men don't have any who clings to life and fears death." Divine Lord let out a sigh and said, "This seat can sense that the Northern Front's war has already died down. Most likely, it has already ended." He did not continue saying the words at the back, but the others all understood that the Northern Front had most likely fallen completely already. The absolute heaven barrier's hegemon realms fell silent again. A hegemon realm suddenly sighed and said, "Sigh, the Northern Front being captured, Grand Bright Jade complete heaven is in imminent danger. In the future, we can only take it one step at a time." Reporting. Suddenly, a voice sounded out, reverberating throughout the entire absolute heaven barrier. Divine Lord's heart went thump. He knew that the Northern Front's outcome came. Even if he was hegemon realm, Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's #1 person, he was also fluid US turd at this time. After all, the outcome of the Northern Front was too important. Although he knew that there was not any hope, he still hoped that he could hear a not-so-bad news. "Feihong, what's the situation, over at Dan Fei there?" Divine Lord said in a solemn voice. Zong Feihong, the #1 person beneath Hegemon, Heaven One Alliance, Hegemon realms held down the fort at the absolute heaven barrier, and below the highest commander was Zong Feihong. When Zong Feihong heard the Northern Front's war report, he came to the absolute heaven barrier straight away and informed the various great hegemons through the absolute heaven barrier. Hearing Divine Lord ask, Zong Feihong forcefully suppressed the surging in his heart, and said loudly, replying, "Divine Lord, Your Excellency, the Northern Front's Dan Fei won a great victory. The spatial power's Sageway completely collapsed. The Northern Front no longer has any more worries. Killed Mei, one of the Emperor Sacra 10 Heavens. Killed an Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse, Lotus Whirl. We completely wiped out the Blood Race's Northern Front army. The dozen over Emperor Realm powerhouses that entered Heaven 1 through the spatial power's Sageway and 30,000 troops are completely annihilated. Our Heaven One Alliance is mighty." Zong Feihong, this Emperor Sacra Heaven's #1 person, was currently excited until his arms and legs were waving around. It was as if a child who got praised by an adult. But the absolute heaven barrier fell into a death-like silence. Without a doubt, the hegemons were all shocked by this news. This news was too shocking until it could not be Serpa. Said. "Feihong, this kind of thing can't be joked around." Divine Lord's voice was practically trembling. Chapter 2834, Terrifyingly High Seniority. Chapter 2834, Terrifyingly High Seniority. This sort of thing naturally could not be joked about. Therefore, when Zong Feihong finished giving the detailed war report, these hegemon realms felt that happiness came so suddenly. Indeed, the Northern Front's battle was too low level. But, in terms of importance, it was not at all inferior to the Southern Front. Furthermore, the Northern Front's battle was extremely dangerous. Even if they could win, that would be a Pyrrhic victory too. However, he did not expect that the Northern Front actually obtained a great victory that was utterly satisfying. An elegant voice said agitatedly, "This lad is stellar." A female hegemon said boorishly, "You stinking scholar, what are you being refined for? Yi Yuan is amazing. Too amazing. A remarkable feat without rival. A big reward. There must be a big reward. Send this seat's hegemon order." Yi Yuan's contributions are unparalleled, saving Heaven One from extreme misery, overcoming the raging tide. He'll be placed under extreme light pavilion and become this seat's personal disciple. An aged and HOARY voice came over. The woman before said in a cold voice, Humph. Old fogey Cloudmount, you really calculated well. The matter previously, we haven't settled scores with you yet. In absolute heaven barrier, a series of dry coughing came over. That old voice appeared slightly embarrassed. Said as he said, cough, cough, men all make mistakes, horses all stumble. Although this seat's alchemy Tao is unparalleled, a clever wife can't cook a meal without any rice. Yi Yuan is originally my extreme medicine sect's disciple. Now, he became this seat's disciple. It's also considered making amendments, right? Bullsh *T. Don't think that your mother doesn't know. Your extreme medicine sect has all become unbelievably COC Kai because you all came up with this suppression method. Yi Yuan urged you all, and you all didn't listen either, resulting in the great defeat. Now, what's the use of belated action? But the female hegemon was unrelenting after gaining the momentum. What they were talking about was naturally the matter of using true spirit blood to suppress the blood corruption poison previously. That matter caused an extremely adverse impact. Not just the northern front, the southern front similarly suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the news from the northern front there was sent over in time, avoiding a macroscopic loss. This matter, Yi Yuan also performed deeds of valor. Therefore, old fogey Cloudmount's move was actually exactly the same as Zhuo Chen's method. Boosting Yi Yuan's status was for the sake of making the extreme medicine sect's face look a little better. However, Yi Yuan became a hegemon realm disciple all of a sudden. That seniority was a little frighteningly high. At this time, Divine Lord spoke up. He said, all right, stop arguing. This matter, Senior Cloudmount was indeed in the wrong, but he also wholeheartedly had the alliance in mind. Sister Ji Yun, don't keep clinging on to it. Humph. Divine Lord speaking up, that female hegemon could only stop talking. Senior Cloudmount, this seat isn't opposed to you wanting to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple. But this matter had best be dealt with in a low-profile manner. Otherwise, you'll be harming a meritorious subject and chill everyone's heart. Furthermore, this boy's talent is Astonis. Hi+ing. Once he steps into Emperor Realm, he'll be a major combat force too. Therefore, even if he's a divergent cultivator, don't need to treat him as a sacrificial piece too. Divine Lord continued saying to Cloudmount. Although the absolute heaven barrier stopped the Bloodrace army, but both sides had fought fiercely for several thousand years. There had also been quite a few Bloodrace powerhouses who infiltrated the Heaven One continent. There was no lack of powerhouses among them. Once they excessively assisted Yi Yuan to grow, these bloodkins would probably assassinate Yi Yuan at any cost. It's still Divine Lord who has ample considerations. I'll do as Divine Lord says. Pinespring, I'll leave this matter to you. Cloudmount hesitated for a bit and said, yes, Master. In the absolute heaven barrier, a voice answered. Since it was inside the absolute heaven barrier, then it was a hegemon realm powerhouse. This person actually addressed Cloudmount as his master. His seniority could be seen. Even Divine Lord had to address him respectfully as his senior when he saw him too. This kind of old monster actually took Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. That meant that Yi Yuan and those at the hegemon realm were peers already. This seniority was really frighteningly high. In reality, the extreme medicine sect had two great hegemon realm powerhouses. One was Cloudmount, the other was his disciple, Ju Pinespring. These two people were aloof from worldly affairs and shut themselves away from the world. Yi Yuan became Cloudmount's disciple. In the extreme medicine sect, even if the sect master saw him, he would have to call Yi Yuan as martial uncle respectfully too. The current Northern View City had long already become a sea of joy. Once Lotus Ware and Li He died, the remaining Bloodrace Emperor realms did not pose any threat at all. After Dan Fei and Zhuo Chen slightly recovered their injuries, it would not be difficult to kill them. The Emperor realm experts were victorious. The remaining Saint Sovereign Heaven army went even without saying. No matter how high the numbers, it was futile too. Therefore, an unprecedented great victory was achieved at the northern front. And all these were thanks to Yi Yuan. At present, Yi Yuan's prestige in the northern front army was like the noonday sun, even Serpa. Sing the highest commander, Dan Fei. It was because they all knew that even Dan Fei, this Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse, could not accomplish such an astonished HI+ing great reversal either. However, Yi Yuan could not cheer up. Although this battle was a great victory, the Heaven One army also suffered heavy casualties. Many people that Yi Yuan was familiar with, like Qiao Yiping, all fell. Northern View City Lord, Song Miao, also died in battle in the end because of holding back a blood race true sovereign heaven. Especially Song Miao, he was Yi Yuan's savior. His death made Yi Yuan very upset. When in the lower realms, Yi Yuan had also once resisted foreign enemies several times. But at that time, while his strength could not dominate the war, it could at least influence the course of the war. But now, he was as insignificant as an ant. He could not influence the course of the war in any way. As for this time, it was actually just being lucky enough to be there at the time. He knew that war was cruel, but it was still his first time experiencing it so intimately. In order to protect him while he killed his way out of the heavy encirclement, one comrade after another fell down around him. Those scenes were still vivid in his mind until now. People all said that it was him who overcame the raging tides, dominating this unprecedented great victory. But Yi Yuan understood that it was not him alone fighting. Without those heroes who died, could he have killed his way out of the heavy encirclement? Impossible. Therefore, after the great battle ended, Yi Yuan was very low profile. He used the blood race blood essence collected in the great battle and refined a batch of blood of flame crystals again, treating those poisoned soldiers. There was also a large batch that he had Dan Fei send to the southern front to treat the soldiers over there. The soldiers over there were the ones who needed this thing the most. The remaining time, Yi Yuan imparted the complete Xuanji 9 leaves to Xiaoshan and the rest. He planned to leave for the extreme medicine sect after imparting it. Yi Yuan desperately wanted to increase his strength. In this kind of great battle, only powerful strength could affect the war situation. He understood that this time, there was suspicion of gaining advantage by trickery. Only when one truly became powerful could they reduce the number of deaths around them. And right at this time, Ju Pine Spring descended. Of course, it was not his main body. It was just a wisp of his clone. However, even if it was a wisp of his clone, it was also terrifyingly strong. He did not alarm too many people. He just convened the Emperor Realm powerhouses as well as the army's few great commanders. With regards to Ju Pine Spring's arrival, Dan Fei and the rest were incredibly shocked too. With the northern front suffering a setback, the blood race carried out a frenzied counteroffensive. The southern front's war was very tense. At this time, Ju Pine Spring actually split off a wisp of clone and came to the northern front to praise the army. It could be seen how important the various hegemons regarded this great victory. Chapter 2835, Words Shocking the Listeners. Chapter 2835, Words Shocking the Listeners. This seat came here today to accept a disciple on Master's behalf. The first sentence that Ju Pine Spring said when he opened his mouth stunned everyone present. It was because his gaze looked towards Yi Yuan. That meaning was self-explanatory. It was not Ju Pine Spring taking in a disciple. It was Ju Pine Spring's master taking in a disciple. This was too shocking. Those present were all Heaven One's upper echelons. They naturally knew who Ju Pine Spring's master was. A hegemon realm was actually accepting a disciple on his master's behalf. This was also to say that he had to address Yi Yuan as his apprentice brother. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present virtually had an urge to vomit blood. This was also going too over the top, right? Especially Zhuo Chen, he simply wanted to cry but had no tears. This is my disciple, all right? Have you guys considered my feelings when accepting disciples? He was still my disciple just now. In a blink of an eye, he became my ancestor. The war report wrote very clearly that I've already taken him in as a disciple, all right? Is this really okay? If he still did not have the mind to teach Yi Yuan before this battle, but after this, he was really moved by the idea of accepting Yi Yuan as his disciple. However, now that he did, there was no more chance. To hegemon realms, all were ants. Not entering hegemon, one would never have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath with them. Moreover, Zhuo Chen was just a mere emperor vast heaven powerhouse. Ju Pinespring looked toward Yi Yuan and said coolly, Yi Yuan, my master is Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's Alchemy Path's #1 person, Hegemon Cloudmount. He knows that your alchemy path talent is Astonus. Hi+ing and wants to take you in as a disciple. Are you willing? Yi Yuan was also very surprised by this. This bunch of Hegemon realms were also too good at playing, right? However, he immediately shook his head and said, not willing. This sudden great reversal made everyone unable to react. It resulted in everyone making all kinds of strange noises. Even Ju Pinespring also looked at Yi Yuan extremely surprisedly. This boy seemed to really be somewhat extraordinary. Acknowledging Hegemon Cloudmount as his master, that was how many heavenly alchemists dream. Even Zhuo Chen, who was present, did not dare to have such an extravagant hope too. It was because Hegemon Cloudmount had stopped accepting disciples a long time ago. Unless some heaven-defying to the extreme prodigy really appeared in this Heaven-1 continent, otherwise, he would not make an exception. But, this kind of opportunity, Yi Yuan rejected it without even thinking. This was indeed too surprising. He said with a serious face, Yi Yuan, do you know what kind of existence Master Cloudmount is? If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it for life. Yi Yuan also had a serious face as he nodded and said, I know. However, I refuse. He was not a fool. Could the master of a hegemon be an ordinary person? Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's #1 person, even placed across all the heavens, that was also absolutely a Titan level existence. However, Yi Yuan had his own principles. Dan Fei shouted coldly, Yi Yuan, are you crazy? Do you know what you rejected? Even Zhuo Chen also said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, don't fool around. This is an opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step. You're a divergent cultivator, with ancestors' ability, there's absolutely no problem in guaranteeing that you enter Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm. As he said, he bowed to Ju Pinespring and said, Master Pinespring, taking into account that this boy is young, don't stoop to his level. The other Emperor Realm powerhouses also urged Yi Yuan one after another, asking him not to be headstrong. This kind of opportunity, which of them were not envious? But Yi Yuan rejected it flatly. It was putting on too much air. Ju Pinespring looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly smiled. Interesting. Very interesting. Can you tell me why you refused? Yi Yuan said calmly, firstly, I've already acknowledged Master Zhuo Chen as master. My words are my bond. If I change masters at this time, it's undoubtedly betraying my master. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen was incomparably moved in his heart too. It was true that he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. But, in front of a Hegemon realm, he was nothing. Hegemons would not care about what he thought. But Yi Yuan could be considerate of him, even rejecting such a huge temptation for this. How could he not be moved? At that time, he only took Yi Yuan in for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's reputation. He believed that Yi Yuan also knew. But now, Yi Yuan could do this. This made people have no choice but to admire him. Zhuo Chen could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This disciple was the right call. But, the more it was so, the more he could not hold Yi Yuan back. Master, Zhuo Chen was just thinking of opening his mouth to speak but was stopped by Ju Pinespring with a hand gesture. He said to Yi Yuan, continue. Yi Yuan said, secondly, I know that the hegemons want to reward me with this, but the contributions this time wasn't made by me alone. Without the brothers fighting with their lives, I simply could not have killed my way out of the heavy encirclement with my power alone. I understand that in the eyes of you hegemons, whatever true sovereign heaven, Saint Sovereign Heaven, we are all ants. Even Emperor Realm powerhouses are similarly ants too. But, without them, Heaven 1 would have long been finished. Just based on you all, these hegemons, you can't stop the Blood Race army. Therefore, Yi Yuan isn't worthy of taking credit for this. These words made everyone present visibly moved. Especially Ming Yi and the few other great commanders. They immediately gave rise to a feeling of how a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. These words reached the depths of their hearts. All along, they had been cannon fodders. But cannon fodders had the use of cannon fodders too. Regardless of whether it was Hegemon Realm or Saint Sovereign Heaven, they were all protecting Heaven One. After this battle, everyone was celebrating the victory. But apart from those Saint Sovereign Heaven, who would still remember the valiant souls who died on the battlefield? But Yi Yuan engraved it in his heart. This boy was worth entrusting. This was the voice in everyone's heart. Yi Yuan did not stop. He continued, "Thirdly, I entered the extreme medicine sect for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's alchemy class. S6. I have my own Tao in the path of alchemy. Therefore, there's no difference to me whoever I acknowledge as master." Hiss. Within the great hall, the sounds of cold air being sucked in and breathed out. This third point was too arrogant. Incredibly arrogant. The first 2 points touched people and visibly moved people. But the third point was really too monkeying around. Especially Zhuo Chen, he was almost crying. "I was just feeling touched. You slapped my face sonorously in a blink of an eye. It turned out that you didn't plan on treating me as a master at all. But, thinking about it, they were all smart people. Yi Yuan probably never counted on him, this bargain teacher, at all from start to end." "Yi Yuan, what nonsense are you saying? Get the HELL out." Zhuo Chen shouted coldly. It was clearly berating, but actually, it was protecting Yi Yuan. These words were too treasonous and heretical. This one in front of them was a hegemon. Did he freaking not want his life anymore? Yi Yuan gave Zhuo Chen a glance, slightly touched in his heart. "Ha ha ha," Ju Pine Spring suddenly laughed loudly. Ju Pine Spring's heart thumped, secretly thinking, not good. Now, a hegemon was really going to get angry. If you refuse, then just refuse. Why did you have to give such a bloody reason? Well said. Ju Pine Spring laughed loudly and said, "Yi Yuan, this seat really likes you more and more. The journey of Tao is extremely profound. But only by treading out one's own Tao can one reach the apex. Although your realm is low, your heart is clear as a mirror. A shame, a shame. If you weren't a divergent cultivator, how great would that be?" But Yi Yuan said, "So what if I am a divergent cultivator? The path that others couldn't get through, I, Yi Yuan, might not be unable to clear it." Chapter 2836. Your father will beat you to death. Chapter 2836. Your father will beat you to death. What did you say? You impudent brat, you actually refused to be this seat's disciple? His rebelling. It's infuriating this seat to death. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, how many geniuses want to acknowledge this seat as master? This seat didn't even care about them. Today, I was actually rejected by a Saint Sovereign Heaven. This seat is definitely going to beat him to death. Definitely going to beat him to death. Hearing Hegemon Pine Spring's reply, Hegemon Cloudmount was angered until he stomped with rage. Of course, this scene was actually within Ju Pine Spring's expectations too. This master of his valued faced the most. When accepting disciples, they absolutely had to be geniuses among geniuses. Ordinary people could not enter his sights at all. Each of the disciples that Hegemon Cloudmount took in, they were powerhouses whose reputation shook a region. It had always been his pride and also his capital for showing off. Honestly speaking, the Hegemon realm really could not be taught. Therefore, Ju Pine Spring agreed with Yi Yuan's words very much. Of course, he was able to step into the Hegemon realm. On the one hand, it was because he was amazingly talented. On the other hand, there was indeed an inseparable relations. HI plus P with Hegemon Cloudmount. Therefore, even if he had stepped into Hegemon realm, Ju Pine Spring was still very respectful toward Hegemon Cloudmount. Hegemon Cloudmount's conditions for accepting disciples were extremely harsh. Especially after him, his conditions became even more hair-raisingly harsh. It was not unexpected. With a precious gem in front of him, Hegemon Cloudmount's horizons became even higher. Therefore, Hegemon Cloudmount had already not accepted disciples for more than 100,000 years. This time, he took Yi Yuan in as a disciple groundbreakingly, and Yi Yuan actually refused. How could his face remain intact? "Ha ha ha, old fogey Cloudmount, I didn't expect that you'll have this day too. Retribution is really great." An old voice came from inside the absolute heaven barrier. Hegemon Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said with a sneer, "Old fogey Black Sun, stop making wisecracks here. Zhao he that dumber. SS can't do it. Even if you mock me for 10,000 years, he can't make it too. Humph." The moment Hegemon Black Sun heard this, he burst into fury and said, "You blind old thing, Zhao he is extremely talented. Even if you don't take him in, he's already a grade 9 heavenly alchemist currently as well. Don't think that this seat doesn't know what you're cooking. No matter how poor Zhao his talent is, could it be that it can't compare to a measly grade 5 heavenly alchemist?" Hegemon Cloudmount chuckled and said, "Honestly, he really can't compare at all. I've looked at the formula for the Blood of Flame crystal. It's absolutely a stroke of wonder. Disregarding other things, even if it's the current Zhao he, under the circumstances that he has blood race blood essence, he might not be able to develop it too. This boy has brilliant perception. Otherwise, do you think that this seat will really take anyone in as my disciple? You. Bullsh asterisk T. Hegemon Black Sun was choked until he could not speak. Hegemon Black Sun was Thundercry Continent's hegemon, revered due to his martial Dao. Zhao he was Hegemon Black Sun's descendant. He was not interested in martial Dao, but he was very interested in alchemy Dao. Back then, Zhao he knelt for a month in front of Hegemon Cloudmount's door, wanting to acknowledge Hegemon Cloudmount as his master, but Hegemon Cloudmount did not take him in too. Later, Hegemon Black Sun moved out in person, and Hegemon Cloudmount still did not agree. Hegemon Black Sun had always been brooding over this matter. However, Zhao he also lived up to expectations later and cultivated to Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm, becoming a grade 9 heavenly alchemist. Hegemon Black Sun felt very relieved and even came to find Hegemon Cloudmount to show off. But Hegemon Cloudmount turned his nose up at it and straightforwardly said that grade 9 was already the limit for Zhao he. It was absolutely impossible to improve any further. He really wanted to show off. After Zhao he stepped into Hegemon Realm, he would come and show off again. Hegemon Black Sun got a rebuff and a stomach full of anger. After going back, he spent a great deal of effort to groom Zhao he. But Hegemon Cloudmount seemed to have foresight. After Zhao he entered grade 9, his improvement became extremely slow. Hegemon Black Sun spent a huge price, but the results were very weak. This face was slapped resoundingly. This time, seeing Hegemon Cloudmount treated this way, he naturally could not resist coming out to slap his face. In the end, he got slapped again. In reality, Hegemon Cloudmount stood at the apex of alchemy Dao. His horizon was naturally not what the average person could compare to. Zhao he was also not really a worthless thing. Otherwise, it would also have been impossible for him to step into the realm of grade 9 heavenly alchemist. But that was it. But Hegemon Cloudmount ignored the furious Hegemon Black Sun and calmed down. He asked Ju Pinespring, "Pinespring, how do you feel after seeing this boy?" Ju Pinespring was silent for a moment, and he assessed, "Extraordinary." Hegemon Cloudmount said in surprise, "Oh? You're actually so optimistic about him?" He knew that this disciple of his also had extremely high horizons. He did not care about ordinary geniuses at all. It was because he himself was a prodigy that shocked the world. Being able to be evaluated like this by him, it could be seen that Yi Yuan's talent was really amazing. Ju Pinespring nodded and said, "If not for that he's a divergent, this disciple feels that he should be able to step into the realm of Hegemon." Not just Hegemon Cloudmount, the other Hegemons were shocked too. Hegemon could not be said casually. Often, not one Hegemon could be born in several hundreds of thousands of years too. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there were many Emperor Sakura heavens. But the Hegemons were scanty few. This step was way too difficult. Being able to be evaluated by Ju Pinespring like this, Yi Yuan was absolutely up to par. But, the only thing that was a pity was that, divergent cultivator. Then did he reject this seat from the heart or was it intentional? Hegemon Cloudmount suddenly asked. This question was somewhat subjective, but Hegemon Cloudmount did not care. In front of Ju Pinespring this Hegemon realm, it was impossible for the slightest fluctuation of Yi Yuan's emotions to deceive him. The reason that Yi Yuan gave was very ample, but actually, it was all not counted as reasons. Hegemon Cloudmount was not an ordinary Hegemon realm powerhouse. In alchemy, he was the absolute authority. Hegemon Black Sun was a super powerhouse on the same level as him, but he also acknowledged Hegemon Cloudmount's alchemy Dao. Otherwise, he also would not have made Zhao He enter his tutelage. Being accepted as a disciple by this kind of overlord, that was countless people's long-cherished goal. One had to know, even the extreme medicine sect's sect master did not have the qualifications to enter his tutelage too. Some people like to play petty tricks, thinking that this would make them be regarded higher. Of course, this kind of action was just specious. How could they possibly deceive the visual prowess of Hegemon realms? Ju Pinespring said, "This boy's heart is loftier than the sky. Most likely, he really turns his nose up at Master." He also said that walking all the way until today, it was virtually all him comprehending Dao himself. There's no difference who becomes his master. Bang! Absolute heaven barrier trembled. Hegemon Cloudmount was in rage. Motherf. You see Kerr. Your father has lived to this ripe old age and haven't met such an arrogant punk before. Your father is already arrogant enough. This brat is even more arrogant than your father. Not agreeing, your father will go find him personally. If he still doesn't agree, your father will beat him to death. Woos. H. Plus a streak of flowing light flew out of the absolute heaven barrier, heading all the way north. Bang! Zhuo Chen smacked Yi Yuan into the ground with a slap and scolded him angrily. Are you a pig? Such a fine opportunity, you actually don't want it. Do you know who Hegemon Cloudmount is? Do you know how many people across the heavens and myriad worlds cry and yell about wanting to acknowledge him as their master? Angering your father to death. Angering your father to death. Your father will definitely beat you, this disappointing thing, to death today. Chapter 2837. Your arrogant appearance looks a lot like this seat style back then. Chapter 2837. Your arrogant appearance looks a lot like this seat style back then. Facing Zhuo Chen's anger, Yi Yuan did not blame him, but he felt warmth in his heart instead. After the last battle, Zhuo Chen had already sincerely regarded him as his personal disciple. Hence, that was why he would be so angry. On the path of cultivation, changing masters was extremely common. It was not a big deal. As long as it was not betraying one's master and sect, they would not be criticized by people. It was in man's nature to strive for better. This was natural law. Zhuo Chen examined his own conscience. If it was him, he would have agreed without the slightest hesitation. But Yi Yuan, this fellow actually rejected him. Master Zhuo, he really doesn't have anything that he can teach me. Or should I say, do you have anything that you can teach me? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Zhuo Chen was just venting his anger. He naturally would not really hurt Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked miserable right now, but actually, it was all external wounds. The moment Zhuo Chen heard, he immediately exploded and said with a cold smile, "Who, what a COC Kai brat. You think that by developing a blood of flame crystal, you're invincible under the heavens? Don't talk about ancestor. As a grade 8 heavenly alchemist, am I, your master, not enough to teach you yet?" Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo Chen and said coolly, "I've already touched the threshold of profound grade." Zhuo Chen was currently blowing his top. When he heard this, he could not help being stunned, immediately looking at Yi Yuan with a look like looking at a monster. True grade was not the end of alchemy Dao. Above true grade was profound grade. Reaching Emperor Realm, the medicinal effects of ordinary heavenly pills was negligible. Even if it was true grade heavenly pills, the effects were greatly discounted on Emperor Realms too. Profound grade was the exclusive heavenly pill for Emperor Realm powerhouses. True grade heavenly pills fused the power of great Dao in it and possessed unimaginable medicinal effects. However, this was just a preliminary use of heavenly Dao power. Wanting to really attain a higher level, one must reach profound grade. Profound grade could excavate even greater possibilities on the foundation of heavenly medicine's medicinal effect. If true grade could unleash 120% of heavenly medicine's effect, then profound grade could unleash twice or even triple the medicinal effect. The difference in between was not just an iota. It was just that from true grade to profound grade, the span was huge. Yi Yuan naturally did not understand these things before. But, after encountering Mi Tian, he naturally learned about it. Below Emperor Realm, it was simply impossible to reach profound grade. Because if one wanted to refine profound grade, they needed to have an extremely deep understanding of alchemy Dao. Not reaching grade 7 heavenly alchemist realm, wanting to refine profound grade heavenly pills was simply a fool's talk. Of course, there were also extremely few heaven-defying geniuses who were able to refine profound ground before Emperor Realm, such as Dew Pine Spring. This matter had once caused a great sensation, but, even if it was Dew Pine Spring, he also reached this step when he was at peak true sovereign heaven. At that time, he was already not far from Emperor Realm. But what realm was Yi Yuan at now? Middle Saint Sovereign. This brat had not even broken through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist refining profound grade heavenly pill? It sounded like a fantasy tale no matter how one listened. Seeing Zhuo Chen's dumbfounded appearance, Yi Yuan said coolly, going to the extreme medicine sect is also for the sake of breaking through to profound grade. Otherwise, when you took me in as a disciple previously, I might really not have agreed to it. Face-slapping sounds could be heard in the air. The two of them becoming master and disciple just happened to be due to the situation. Although now, the two people's friends. I plus P had grown, it could not change their original intentions. Regarding Yi Yuan agreeing with Zhuo Chen, it was indeed just for the sake of entering the extreme medicine sect to enrich himself and break through the shackles. True grade was hard, profound grade was naturally even harder. Even if it was Yi Yuan, wanting to break through to this step was not easy either. Bang! Yi Yuan was smacked away by another slap. Zhuo Chen said angrily, "Will you die if you don't tell the truth? You treacherous disciple, angering your father to death. Your father will beat you to death." Bang! Zhuo Chen was smacked flying with one slap. A figure suddenly appeared. He shot Zhuo Chen a glance and said coolly, "Impudent brat, to actually dare hit your grandmaster, you're the treacherous disciple. You deserve to be hit. Your father's disciple can only be beaten by your father." The arrival was a sagely-looking old man. Who could it be if not Hegemon Cloudmount? Of course, this was a clone too. Zhuo Chen's entire body trembled and he said in shock, "Are you Ancestor Cloudmount?" Hegemon Cloudmount said coolly, "It's naturally this seat." "You're Zhuo Chen?" Zhuo Chen knelt down with a thud and said tremblingly, "D-disciple pays respect to Ancestor Cloudmount." Hegemon Cloudmount was totally different from Dew Pine Spring. He was the extreme medicine sect's legend, an undefeated myth. Even if Dew Pine Spring advanced to Hegemon Realm, he was unable to be mentioned in the same breath with Hegemon Cloudmount too. Hegemon Realm, their movements and traces had always been elusive and secretive. But Dew Pine Spring was the sect's disciple in the first place, a rising star from the younger generation. Everyone was not unfamiliar with him. There was naturally lesser awe and fear. But, with regards to Hegemon Cloudmount, that was different. He was an old monster-level powerhouse. One should not look at how Zhuo Chen was an emperor vast heaven realm powerhouse. If he wanted to meet Cloudmount, that was impossible. But today, Hegemon Cloudmount actually came in person for Yi Yuan. Hegemon Cloudmount ignored him but looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Impudent brat, why haven't you knelt when you see your master?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This old fellow was so shameless. He had clearly rejected the offer already. This guy was still harping on and on about being his master. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I've already made it very clear to Hegemon Pine Spring, I won't acknowledge you as master." Heh, what high-sounding sentiments. You said you're not acknowledging and you're done. Do you know how many people cry and wail, requesting for me to take them in as a disciple? Yi Yuan had a helpless look as he said, "These 2 days, I've already heard until my ears grew calluses. But what does that have to do with me? I admit that you're very formidable, but in the future, I might not be unable to catch up to you. I might even surpass you." Hearing this, Zhuo Chen's hair stood on end. "I don't know him. I don't know him." He was whispering vigorously in his heart. Ha ha ha, but, the moment Cloudmount heard, he let out a loud laughter and said, "Indeed arrogant enough. Looking across the heavens and myriad realms, there really aren't many who dare to speak to this seat like this. Kid, You're different from Pine Spring, that reticent thing. You suit this seat's taste very much. Your arrogant appearance looks a lot like this seat's style back then. Ha ha ha. I'll definitely be taking you in as a disciple. Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. He was really not interested in acknowledging a master. Even back then in the Heavenspan world, sacred ancestor high priest, that kind of apex existence, also addressed him as his brother. And he also forged a path that connected to the heavens without any surprise. Now, in the 33 heavens, Yi Yuan was confident that he could also do this. Especially after obtaining those records in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Yi Yuan's horizons were broadened, and he already had a hazy direction about his path of alchemy. Those few decades before leaving Rainclear Continent, Yi Yuan had accumulated for a long time and also obtained tremendous improvement in alchemy Dao. Apologies. I really don't have plans to change masters. Yi Yuan still shook his head and said. Cloudmount pointed at Zhuo Chen and said coolly, if you don't agree, this seat will send him to the front lines right away. You should know, fighting with the blood race is 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. Oh right, also, those friends around you. The front lines are severely lacking people. Since they are a part of Heaven One, they should serve the Alliance, wouldn't you agree? Hegemon Cloudmount revealed a cunning fox-like smile. Yi Yuan's face turned black. This old man was so shameless to actually use this kind of method to force him to concede. Chapter 2838, Getting Slap. Chapter 2838, Getting Slap. Yi Yuan looked at Hegemon Cloudmount and sighed as he said, Senior Cloudmount, just what do you want before you're willing to give up? Cloudmount grinned and said, very simple, a compet. 1 Tyon. If you win, this seat will leave right away. If I win, you'll be this seat's disciple obediently. Otherwise, heh. Cloudmount looked towards Zhuo Chen with an unfriendly expression, while the latter's beck shrank back. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Ancestor, making Yi Yuan compete with you, this is too bullying. Zhuo Chen could not resist saying. Cloudmount snorted coldly and said, would this seat bully a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Kid, this seat will compete in Dao elucidation with you. The Dao elucidation of grade 5 heavenly medicines. As for what kind of heavenly medicines, feel free to choose. Cloudmount's domineering appearance really resembled Yi Yuan a little. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, okay, I agree to it. However, acknowledging you as my master or not can't be determined by winning or losing. Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, then how do we decide? Yi Yuan said, as long as you can convince me, I'll naturally acknowledge you as my master. Otherwise, there's no talk. Cloudmount smiled coldly and said, T. You're all talk but no promises. Even if this seat beats you, if you refuse to admit it, what can this seat do to you? But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, this Yi still has this bit of integrity. You're an alchemy overlord to begin with. Winning against me is within reason. But if you don't win me by much, why should I acknowledge you as my master? Cloudmount thought about it and nodded as he said, you make some sense. All right, do as you say. I reckon that you can't play any tricks in front of this seat either. Yi Yuan naturally did not have the intention to play tricks. Hegemon Cloudmount had already come in person. Yi Yuan was still slightly touched in his heart. At present, he was already clear about how great the disparity was between Hegemon and Saint Sovereign Heaven. In the eyes of Hegemon realms, Emperor Sacra Heaven were just ants, let alone Saint Sovereign Heavens. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also understood that at this point, it was likely impossible for Yi Yuan to want to refuse it anymore. Yi Yuan had pride, but it did not mean that he was stupid. Under the circumstances where there was no great life and death enmity, why was there a need to offend a Hegemon realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan also felt it. Cloudmount attached quite a lot of importance to him. It was completely different from Zhuo Chen's attitude before. He felt that the problem was with the blood of flame crystal. Yi Yuan spent quite a lot of time and effort on this formula before developing it. Even if it was Zhuo Chen, he only felt that the reason why Yi Yuan could come up with the blood of flame crystal was that he could get the blood race's blood essence. It showed that his horizons were insufficient, and his cultivation base was still not enough. But Cloudmount was different. As a hegemon realm, grand bright jade complete heaven's alchemy overlord, how could he not even have this bit of visual prowess? Hence, Yi Yuan also wanted to see how big the gap between him and an overlord was. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, directly pulling out an unadorned golden lotus. Unadorned golden lotus was a very precious grade 5 heavenly medicine. It contained extremely complicated rule fragments. The so-called Tao elucidation was drawing out the rule fragments in heavenly medicines and displaying it in front of people. The more that was shown, it naturally meant the stronger the heavenly alchemist's strength. You could only draw it out if you grasped this portion of rule fragment. Yi Yuan's technique naturally went without saying. The unadorned golden lotus in his hand was like a flower, slowly blooming. The multicolored rule fragments presented themselves in an orderly manner before Zhuo Chen and Cloudmount's eyes. Zhuo Chen's pupils constricted. Only then did he understand what Yi Yuan meant by saying that he had touched the threshold of profound grade. This kid already had half a foot into profound grade. He was only a foot away from entering the door. Of course, it was also this step to enter the door that became Yi Yuan's current bottleneck. He wanted to enter the extreme medicine sect and read extensively, precisely for the sake of breaking this shallow layer of a bottleneck. Yi Yuan breaking through to profound grade was only a matter of time. Even if he did not enter the extreme medicine sect, he believed that before long, he could puncture this layer of window pane paper too. This kid was too heaven-defying. He was just middle saint sovereign heaven. What Cloudmount saw was naturally even more different. His face was very calm, even carrying thick mockery and a look of disdain. But the twinkle in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Hegemon Cloudmount was shouting crazily in his heart, "Genius! Peerless genius! A genius even more monstrous than Dew Pint Spring." This kid's affinity was only 67. This rascal was elucidating Tao almost completely based on instinct. Furthermore, it was so perfect and impeccable. When Dew Pine Spring was at grade 5 heavenly alchemist, he absolutely could not achieve this level. One had to know, Dew Pine Spring's affinity had reached grand completion holy realm long ago. Was affinity reaching 100 the limit? No. Above 100, there were still 3 realms. Spirit realm, profound realm, and holy realm. Dew Pine Spring's affinity was a freak among freaks and had long already reached the peak of holy realm, unable to rise any longer. But even so, when Dew Pine Spring was at grade 5 heavenly alchemist, he could not compare to Yi Yuan too. Tao elucidation was just one aspect of refining pills. But Tao elucidation could tell how far a heavenly alchemist walked on the path of alchemy. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had already walked very, very far. No wonder this boy was so wild and arrogant. He indeed had the capital to be insolent. Such a genius was simply unreasonably monstrous. His affinity was clearly not up to scratch, but he was more impressive than others. Tell me, was it not aggravating? The geniuses that Cloudmount had seen before were as many as schools of carps crossing the river. But he had never seen before such a prodigy who took his breath away. This trip was the right call. Of course, he would not say these. Hegemon realm had to have the reserved manner of a hegemon realm. No matter how genius you were still an ant in front of this seat. No idea how long had Pares said either. Yi Yuan's Tao elucidation finally ended. The unadorned golden lotus seemed to be peeled open, forming an enormous flower, magnificently beautiful. Yi Yuan reeled off the cock. Guiding the rule fragments in the unadorned golden lotus out, presenting it in a flower shape. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Zhuo Chen sucked in a cold breath. Even if it was him, he also could not do better than Yi Yuan. Impressive. Truly incredible. Brat, I really have nothing that I can teach you, Zhuo Chen said somewhat dejectedly. He was indeed more powerful than Yi Yuan in alchemy. Furthermore, he could even refine profound grade heavenly pills. But Yi Yuan would not take much time to reach his level. With or without him, this master, it was actually all the same. Yi Yuan fished out another unadorned golden lotus, threw it to Cloudmount, and said, "Your turn." Cloudmount did not catch it. Only to see a streak of light flash past, The unidomed golden lotus returned to Yi Yuan's hand again. No need, Cloudmount said coolly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Cloudmount, are you conceding defeat? A hint of disdain flashed across the corners of Cloudmount's mouth and he said, conceding defeat? Ha ha ha. You brat, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget about this grand bright jade complete heaven, even across all the heavens and myriad worlds, how many dare to make this seat admit defeat? Today, I'll let you witness what's true alchemy Dao. Finished saying, Cloudmount's palm raised up. A flame landed on the unadorned golden lotus that Yi Yuan refined. Woos. Plus it was as if the unadorned golden lotus was watered with a catalyst, starting to grow crazily. 1 flower became 2. 2 flowers became 4. 4 flowers became 8. The rule flowers in the house became more and more, and increasingly gorgeous as if walking into a garden. This spectacular scenery made people feel an upsurge of emotion, hi+ing and gladdening the heart. This technique was tyrannical to the extreme. Yi Yuan's expression finally changed. His pupils constricted, his heart virtually about to stop beating. Too strong. Was this the realm of a chaos heavenly master? Chapter 2839. A formidable master had no incompetent disciple. Chapter 2839. A formidable master had no incompetent disciple. Done posturing, Cloudmount looked at the Yi Yuan with a shocked expression, secretly taking delight in it. Who asked you to scare your father just now? Now, your father will intimidate you too. Having a bit of ability, do you really think nothing of others? Really think that chaos heavenly masters were to be trifled with? Above grade 9 heavenly alchemist was chaos heavenly master. Missing the word alchemist, the terror of Hegemon realm heavenly alchemists could be seen. Reaching Hegemon realm, developing great Tao was at their fingertips, already breaking away from the domain of medicine. Up in the heavens and down below the earth, nothing could not be refined. To chaos heavenly masters, they could even forcefully refine their opponents, their strength terrifying to the extreme. However, Hegemon Cloudmount felt incredibly guilty. This move looked incredible, but it was somewhat taxing to this clone. In order to suppress Yi Yuan, he really exerted all of his strength. Brat, are you convinced? Cloudmount said coolly. Only then did Yi Yuan come back to his senses and look toward Cloudmount with a look of shock. It turned out that heavenly alchemists could reach such a transcendent realm. Hegemon Cloudmount's Tao elucidation was already on a totally different level from Yi Yuan. This was like answering a question. Yi Yuan just answered it in a routine manner, but not only did Cloudmount answer it, but he also expanded on it and eventually turned it into an extremely perfect and complete major topic. It was worlds apart. In alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan had always thought that he did not lose to anyone. But this time, he was really convinced. The disparity was too great. Kid, your talent is pretty good. Maybe one day, you'll really be able to reach this seat's realm, but alchemy Tao is infinite. With someone giving you guidance on the path ahead, you can take many less detours, isn't that so? Hegemon Cloudmount said coolly. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath but arrived before Zhuo Chen and kowtowed 3 times respectfully, saying sincerely, one day as master, a master for life. From now on, you're still my, Yi Yuan's, master. Yi Yuan had never acknowledged a master in alchemy before. Once acknowledged, Yi Yuan naturally would not kick him to the curb after he outlived his usefulness too. There was no real master-disciple relation between him and Zhuo Chen, but there was the name of master and disciple. Now, he was going to acknowledge Cloudmount as his master, but he had to make Zhuo Chen call him grandmaster. That was not what a man would do. Zhuo Chen's face was full of emotion, and he said with a nod, boy, with this sentence from you, it's enough. Witnessing Yi Yuan's talent and strength, Zhuo Chen naturally would not be haughty anymore. Accepting Yi Yuan as a disciple was not Yi Yuan making a profit, but him profiting. Seeing this scene, Hegemon Cloudmount did not stop it but was slightly moved in his heart. Looking at it now, the reason why Yi Yuan kept rejecting it before, it was not hi+ing him off. His misgivings towards Zhuo Chen probably accounted for a large part of it. This boy's character and disposition was all the best choice. Hegemon Cloudmount's appraisal of Yi Yuan went up a few more points. Only after Finus. Hi plusing kowtowing to Zhuo Chen did Yi Yuan arrive in front of Hegemon Cloudmount and kowtowed 3 times again, saying, "Disciple Yi Yuan pays respect to master." Haha, good. Good disciple. With this seat accepting a disciple, I normally would inform the world and all the heavens to come and congratulate. However, present circum stances differ from before. For the sake of your safety, we need to keep a low profile. The blood race has many powerhouses lurking within the absolute heaven barrier. If they find out about your ident one tie, they will definitely come and kill you at any cost. Therefore, you also have to be careful yourself. Understand? Hegemon Cloudmount said. Yi Yuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Hegemon Cloudmount continued, "Since Master accepted you as a disciple, I naturally have to gift you a greeting gift. You're about to enter profound grade soon. This seat will demonstrate to you what's profound grade. This way, it will be much easier for you to break through." Finished saying, Hegemon Cloudmount flicked his sleeves grandly and started refining the unadorned golden lotus. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. Did Chaos Heavenly Masters all refine heavenly medicines like this? But very soon, he converged his mind and placed his mind and body on the unadorned golden lotus. Only to see the unadorned golden lotus gradually transform, turning into a heavenly pill. An incredibly profound aura flowed around the heavenly pill. Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have grasped something but failed to grasp it at the same time. It was seemingly like a castle in the sky. He felt that this layer of windowpane paper had already been poked through. Of course, he had not broken through yet. However, he could already see what was profound grade through that tiny gap. His refinement was not carried out randomly but with a definite target in mind. He went in the direction of Yi Yuan's Tao elucidation, slowly guiding, letting Yi Yuan cross this river himself. He did not impose anything on Yi Yuan. He just acted in accordance with the flow. What Yi Yuan was walking was his own Tao. It had nothing to do with him. Very soon, an ordinary, but also not ordinary heavenly pill appeared before Yi Yuan. "Understood," Cloudmount said. "Understood." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, "Understood what?" Profound grade is also Tao. However, it's just an extension of Tao. The water will flow naturally when the channel forms. A hint of a proud smile flashed across Cloudmount's face. This boy was too monstrous. To ordinary heavenly alchemists, the divine ability that he displayed where there was nothing in the world that could not be refined, it was absolutely shocking. This kind of divine skill was exclusive to Chaos Heavenly Masters. Ordinary people would definitely be immersed in it. Didn't you see that at the side, Zhuo Chen was still immersed in it, unable to extricate himself? But Yi Yuan did not. This boy's heart was like a clear mirror. He was too clear about what he wanted. Although Yi Yuan was also shocked at his means, he placed all of his focus on profound grade. Therefore, Yi Yuan really understood. He understood what profound grade was. As for breaking through, that was merely something that would happen naturally without extra effort. After Yi Yuan went to the extreme medicine sect and entered the scripture library, he would probably be able to break through before long. If not for his guidance, Yi Yuan would probably have to study for more than 10 years in the scripture library before he could puncture this layer of windowpane paper, perhaps even longer. True grade to profound grade was far too difficult. Many Emperor Realm heavenly alchemists could not attain it yet, let alone Yi Yuan, this saint sovereign heaven. It was not that if you reached the bottleneck, you would be able to break through very soon. Breaking through in 10 years, Yi Yuan was already a monster among monsters. Many Emperor Realms were stuck at this hurdle for thousands of years. Of course, Yi Yuan was also extremely shocked in his heart. Acknowledging this master was the right call. This Hegemon Cloudmount was absolutely an expert in teaching disciples. That guidance just now could not be done just because one's realm was high. A high realm and teaching disciples were two completely different things. Some people's realms were extremely high, but the disciples under them were each lousier than the last. Some people's realms were not high, but they could have disciples spread all over the world. Knowing how to teach and not knowing how to teach, the difference was too great. Hegemon Cloudmount's cultivation realm was not only incredibly high, but he also had the knack for teaching disciples too. No wonder he could bring up Dew Pinespring, this chaos heavenly master. A bout of casual giving pointers saved him decades of hard work. This was not what the average person could do. All right, this is settled. This seat will be heading back too. The Southern Front's war is too tense. Master's clone can't leave for too long. You go to the Extreme Medicine sect first and enter the Extreme Light Pavilion. Over there, Pinespring has already arranged things for you. The remaining road, you can just walk on your own. After you come to the Absolute Heaven Barrier, this seat will give you more pointers. Yi Yuan was touched in his heart. Hegemon Cloudmount could be said to have taken an extraordinary risk for him. With his clone leaving during the war, it was equivalent to diminish plussing one's own strength. Once he really encountered a formidable enemy, it would be very easy to get injured. Many thanks, Master Cloudmount, Yi Yuan said sincerely. Hegemon Cloudmount smiled and said, "You, boy, didn't let Master down. This trip wasn't in vain." After he was done talking, Hegemon Cloudmount's figure swayed, and he disappeared. Yi Yuan pushed Zhuo Chen abruptly startled awake and said blankly, "Ancestor Cloudmount, he left?" Yi Yuan gave him a look and said crossly, "Stop thinking. Immersing in it will damage your Dao heart." Zhuo Chen was suddenly shocked. Chapter 2840, Standing by and Watching People Die. Chapter 2840, Standing by and Watching People Die. Masters were, take care. You brat, this seat is at any rate Emperor Realm too. Don't make that face as if it's a parting of life and death, alright? Who, old man's were, you accepted a good disciple. Humph. Don't talk rubbish. Yi Yuan's current ident. 1. Tai isn't the same anymore. Emperor Dan Fei became embarrassed. Said and immediately shut up. The matter of Yi Yuan becoming Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple, they knew about it too. When they learned about this news from Zhuo Chen, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. Hegemon Cloudmount had not taken disciples for more than 100,000 years already. This time, he actually came over personally for the sake of a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. It could be seen how highly he valued Yi Yuan. Just as Emperor Dan Fei said, Yi Yuan's current ident. 1. Tai was different. In terms of seniority, they had to call Yi Yuan Grandmaster. On the contrary, it was Zhuo Chen who did not need to call him like this. At this time, it was already time to leave. The Southern Front was strained. Dan Fei and the other Emperor Realm powerhouses had to head to the Southern Front immediately to fight. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan and a few others were going to the Extreme Medicine sect. After this parting, he also did not know whether they would meet again. Yi Yuan was naturally sentimental. Zhuo Chen played it down, but he knew that the Southern Front was very dangerous. Forget about Emperor Realm, even Hegemon Realms might fall too. Kid, over at the sect side, this seat has already made arrangements for you. After arriving at the sect, your senior apprentice brother Hua Zong will arrange everything. This matter of Ancestor Cloudmount accepting you as a disciple, you shouldn't publicize this matter either. His ident. 1. Tai is too exalted. He's the Tom in the blood race's side. Once exposed, the blood race will definitely kill you at any cost. Therefore, you're still this seat's disciple on the surface. Understand? Zhuo Chen exhorted. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This disciple understands." The two groups of people split up. Yi Yuan brought Yang Qing and the others, and they headed straight to the Extreme Medicine sect. The Extreme Medicine sect was located at East Victory Mountain Range, east of the Heaven One continent. The landscape was endowed with natural spirits, gathering heaven and earth spiritual energy, being a holy land for cultivation. The Heaven One continent was extremely vast. Something as large as the Rainclear continent was only 1/10,000th as the Heaven One continent. The Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's 3 vast continents, plus the area of the ocean, was simply immeasurable. On the 3 continents, there were originally 7 great Hegemon-level sects. The Heaven One continent had the most. It had 3, and the Extreme Medicine sect was one of them. However, for out of the 7 great sects had been destroyed. Now, there was only the heaven-seeking sect, extreme medicine sect, and 9 Suns sect left. And the blood race marched north. 9 Suns sect was the first to bear the brunt. Most of its territory was occupied by the blood race. In the past, the 7 great sects were divided. When it came down to race extermination, they had no choice but to join forces too. It was also under this kind of circumstances that hegemon realm powerhouses joined forces to build the absolute heaven barrier and resist the enemy. In contrast, the blow that the extreme medicine sect suffered was actually not considered great. Therefore, the current extreme medicine sect was still a prosperous scene. When Yi Yuan and the rest Pares said through the transmission array and reached East Victory mountain range, it was already half a month later. TSK, truly well deserving of being a hegemon level sec. This magnificence, this aura, in the future, hegemon azure sky, will definitely dominate here. Yang Qing looked at that magnificent hall that towered into the clouds and said Pares silently. Fat. Big Yellow and Jingfei, 2 people both laughed at the same time. Yang Qing's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "What are you guys laughing about? This sovereign has already stepped into true sovereign heaven. Within 10,000 years, this sovereign will definitely step into hegemon realm." Jingfei said gleefully, "Bulls. Hi+T. If you want to say Big Brother Yi Yuan cultivating to hegemon realm, I'll believe it. But you. No chance." Yang Qing was furious and said to Yi Yuan, "Punk, come, let's fight one-on-one. If I don't beat you until you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, then I'm not called Sovereign Azure Sky." Yi Yuan did not speak. Dao's sword appeared indistinctly between his brows. Yang Qing's expression changed, and he hurriedly took a few steps back and said with a cautious look, "You're acting shamelessly. What kind of hero are you considered by using the Dao sword?" In a frontal confrontation, after he stepped in true sovereign heaven, Yi Yuan was definitely not his match. He was not an ordinary true sovereign heaven. In the previous great battle, he had once battled 3 people alone and even overpowered his opponents. Although Yi Yuan was able to jump realms and battle, that also depended on who the target was. True sovereign heavens were not to be trifled with. But, if he used the Dao sword, that was completely different. One had to know, back then, one sword from Yi Yuan cut down the middle true sovereign heaven Han Guang. Therefore, when Yi Yuan utilized the Dao sword, Yang Qing immediately yielded. When Jingfei saw the situation, she laughed herself even harder into fits and said, "What rubbish Sovereign Azure Sky. You're just relying on that your realm is a little higher. If you have the ability, fight with Big Brother Yi Yuan at the same realm. Big Brother Yi Yuan will give you a handicap of 1 hand. Oh, no, give you a handicap of both hands and both legs and you're not a match for him too." Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "Humph. He's just relying on that he's a divergent cultivator. You rest assured. This sovereign absolutely won't let him catch up. When he reaches Emperor Sacra Heaven, this sovereign would have already reached the hegemon realm. At that time, I'll ravage him then." Yi Yuan ignored Yang Qing and already drifted down, frowning slightly. In front of the extreme medicine sect's gates, large batches of wounded people were gathering over from all directions, wails filling the land. A youth who was injured all over carried another youth as he pleaded bitterly to an extreme medicine sect disciple, "Extreme medicine sect's living bodhisattvas, I beg you, let us enter. If my younger brother is still not saved, he'll be dead for sure." The youth on his back was already on his dying breath, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. But at this time, the extreme medicine sect sent people to block his path and did not let these people go up the mountain at all. The extreme medicine sect disciple whom he was pleading with had an impatient look. Plussing him away, he said in a cold voice, "What's the hurry? What's the hurry? He's merely a lower saint sovereign heaven. Do you know how many people are waiting for treatment on the mountain now? Wait here. If you dare to cause any more trouble, don't blame us for not being courteous." When the youth who got pushed saw his younger brother's appearance, his heart burned with anxiety, and he directly knelt down to that extreme medicine sect disciple and said, "Your Excellency, I beg you, save my younger brother. He only became like this because of fighting with the blood race at absolute heaven barrier. You can't stand by and watch people die. The extreme medicine sect disciple smiled coldly and said, in that case, you're all heroes? Open your damn eyes and take a look. Of those that the extreme medicine sect is treating now, who isn't a hero resisting the blood race? Go away. Keep causing trouble and you'll be killed without amnesty. Clank. That extreme medicine sect disciple drew his blade, a cold aura swept out and made everyone's expressions change. Pewalk. Pewalk. Right at this time, the youth's younger brother suddenly vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his eyes rolling up, looking as if it was hopeless for him. The youth's expression changed greatly and he said in a panic, Zhongyi, you have to hold on. We're already reached the extreme medicine sect. They will definitely save you. That extreme medicine sect disciple's expression was indifferent. Clearly, he did not have the intention of stepping forward to heal him. All around, many people had looks of lament and resentment, all glaring at the extreme medicine sect disciple angrily. But they clearly did not care. Just some ants, what could they do to them? These days, the southern front had fallen into a frenzied great battle. The blood race launched wave and wave of assault. Heaven one side suffered heavy casualties. As the number one alchemy sect, the people coming to the extreme medicine sect to seek medicinal treatment naturally came and went in endless streams. The entire extreme medicine sect had already reached a state of full load operations. They seriously could not accommodate so many people anymore. Hence, they naturally had to choose who to treat. The army that the southern front formed, those were all the various major sects' disciples, their strength far surpassing these itinerant cultivators. But the real numbers were still these nameless itinerant cultivators. They might not be strong, but they also formed all kinds of organizations and were killing the enemy on the front line. These people in front of them were firstly without background, and secondly, they were without strength. They would naturally be stopped outside the mountain pass gates. Right at this time, Yi Yuan arrived next to the youth's younger brother with a flash. It was only to see stars lit up. The Xuanji 9 leaves suddenly activated. One divine essence needle after another entered Zhongyi's body. Very soon, Zhongyi stopped puking blood, and his aura also became much more uniform. Chapter 2841, Too Incredible. Chapter 2841, Too Incredible. After fineness. Hi+ing these, Yi Yuan took out a heavenly pill and directly melted it in water, took out a small cup, and let the youth's younger brother drink it. The complexion of the youth's younger brother, who was originally on his dying breath, became rosy very quickly. Everyone stared at Yi Yuan without moving their gaze, their eyes going from doubt to surprise. That extreme medicine sect's disciple's reaction was the fastest. He naturally knew what Yi Yuan was going to do. Originally, he had a disdainful look. But very soon, his expression became solemn. An expert. This acupuncture technique was much stronger than even many of the top disciples in the sect. Also, that heavenly pill, it was definitely peak true grade. Was this here to challenge the dojo? Divine doctor. That kid was practically about to meet King Yama just now. Now, he actually lived. What formidable medical skills, truly the means to revive the dead. This master is a virtuous doctor, saving the wounded, not like the extreme medicine sect, standing by and watching people die. Humph. Seeing Yi Yuan having such miraculous methods, waves of exclamations immediately came from all around. Of course, they also showed contempt for the extreme medicine sect while they were at it. One refused to help people in mortal danger. The other had a doctor's benevolence. The level was immediately established. All right. Bring your younger brother to go and rest for a while, and he'll be fine, Yi Yuan said to the youth. When the youth saw that his younger brother had come back to life, his two eyes went red with agitation. Kneeling down in front of Yi Yuan with a thud, he said, "Many thanks, Master, for your life-saving grace. Zhong Song's life will be sold to Master." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, go on. There are still many people who need treatment here, don't delay." Finished saying, he said loudly, "People who are on the verge of dying, come in front of me to queue up in haste." You're not allowed to hold a position without being qualified. Otherwise, kill without mercy. This yell immediately attracted an uproar. Those Saint Sovereign Heavens who were seriously injured on the verge of death immediately rushed forward together. The wounded present were not less than 10,000 people. But those who were truly about to die were naturally in the minority. Very soon, those people came in front of Yi Yuan and lined up in a snaking queue. Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique, coupled with true-grade heavenly pills melted in water, virtually worked like a charm. The surrounded cries of exclamations were continuous. The extreme medicine sect disciple who was in front was called Qian Nan, a half-step true sovereign heaven powerhouse. At this time, Qian Nan's expression became increasingly uglier. This punk clearly came to the extreme medicine sect to slap faces. The people that we did not take in, you treated them to earn fame? Furthermore, it was even in front of the mountain PAR-SS gates of a behemoth like the extreme medicine sect. Were you freaking nuts? He came in front of Yi Yuan, using his blade to point at Yi Yuan. He said in a cold voice, "Brat, here isn't the place for you to show off. Hurry up and get lost, otherwise, you'll get it." Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, "Big Yellow, dole out a small punishment, break his legs." Qian Nan was just about to sneer and mock Yi Yuan. "Did you eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? To dare beat the extreme medicine sect's disciple in front of the extreme medicine sect's mountain PAR-SS gates?" However, his eyes blurred. Big Yellow's hoof already arrived. The extreme medicine sect's half-step true sovereign heaven was naturally very strong. But who was Big Yellow? He already killed his way into history's top 1000 in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was already rare for him to have a match in the same rank. This hoof directly kicked Qian Nan's entire person flying. Then Big Yellow followed after swiftly. Crack, crack. Qian Nan's two legs snapped in response. Ah! Qian Nan screamed miserably. Everyone was stunned, including those people who came to seek medical treatment. Beating the extreme medicine sect's disciple in front of the extreme medicine sect's gates, was this person a fool? The extreme medicine sect was a hegemon-level powerful sect. Even in the era of the 7 great hegemon-level sects, the extreme medicine sect was a top major sect too. The extreme medicine sect's hegemon realm powerhouses reached as many as 4 people. Apart from hegemon Cloudmount and hegemon Pine Spring, there were also 2 martial path powerhouses. This kind of behemoth, even hegemon realms did not dare to easily provoke it. Now, it actually had its front door blocked by a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven and got slapped in the face. You really dare to break my legs? Everyone attack together for me. Dice this punk into pieces. Qian Nan roared angrily. As an extreme medicine sect's disciple, how revered was his status? Some fellow who popped out from God knows where actually broke his legs. There were hundreds of Saint Sovereign Heavens maintaining order in front of the mountain PAR-SS gates. Hearing the order at this time, they immediately swarmed forward. Sovereign Azure Sky is here. Who dares to act wildly? Yang Qing's long spear swung horizontally. The power of a true Sovereign Heaven suddenly bloomed. The footsteps of those Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples abruptly stopped. Everyone present was inexplicably shocked again. It was not because Yang Qing was powerful, but they were shocked by his boldness. You were also too freaking domineering, right? A mere true sovereign heaven dared to posture at the extreme medicine sect's door? The extreme medicine sect's true sovereign heavens numbered at least 8,000, even if not, there should be over 5,000. Maintaining order, the extreme medicine sect did not send powerhouses over. Because in their view, no one dared to make a move in front of the extreme medicine sect's gates at all. Who knew that someone made a move? Qian Nan endured the intense pain and said with a cold smile, "Who, Sovereign Azure Sky, how awe-inspiring. Are the few of you really bullying my extreme medicine sect for not having anybody? It was not that the extreme medicine sect doesn't have anyone. It's that you stood by and watched people die, ruining the extreme medicine sect's reputation. Breaking your legs is teaching you a lesson on your teacher's behalf." Yi Yuan treated a person and opened his mouth to say lightly. Qian Nan said furiously, "Who the hell do you think you dare? To also be fit to lecture me? Go and invite Martial Uncle Wu Jiang they all over. I want to see what right a measly little middle saint sovereign heaven has to be so impressive. Under Qian Nan's word of command 4, there was immediately someone who returned to the mountain RSS gates. Yi Yuan and the rest did not stop him either. With this, those wounded were not calm anymore. While this master was impressive, he was a little too impressive. You also didn't take a look. Where was this place? To still want to teach people's disciple a lesson. Wasn't this courting death? Master, you'd better leave quickly. Your great kindness, we're endlessly grateful. But the extreme medicine sect can't be provoked. Yeah, Master, you're a virtuous doctor, we all remember firmly in our hearts. Hurry up and go, or it will be too late. The extreme medicine sect is a hegemon-level sect. There are countless true sovereign heavens in the sect. The few of you can't gain any advantages. The surrounding wounded urged one after another, asking Yi Yuan and his companions to leave. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, no worries. Even if their teachers came, I'm scared that the people they call over don't have enough weight. Everyone toppled. You were posturing too much. If their sect randomly sent a few true sovereign heavens over, they would crush you guys to death. There was naturally no one who would think that this measly little saint sovereign heaven before their eyes was the extreme medicine sect's ancestor's disciple. Even if this ident one Tai could not be known to the outside world, the seniority of Zhuo Chen's disciple was also extremely high. When Qian Nan heard it, he snickered and said, I really broadened my horizons today. In that case, I'll see if you can still be so impressive after our teacher arrives. Very soon, more than 10 true sovereign heavens flew over in a threatening manner. A youth in blue long robes shouted coldly, who is it to dare act wildly before our extreme medicine sect's mountain RSS gates? Blue robes were the attire of true sovereign heaven disciples. The arrival was precisely Wu Jiang, middle true sovereign heaven powerhouse. When Qian Nan saw that Wu Jiang came, he immediately became emboldened and said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, this master, my teacher is here. I want to see how you teach me a lesson. Martial Uncle Wu Jiang, it's this punk who damaged our extreme medicine sect's reputation in front of the mountain RSS gates, and he even broke my legs, saying that it's teaching me a lesson on my teacher's behalf. Wu Jiang's expression turned cold, the pressure of a true sovereign heaven directly pressed down on Yi Yuan's body as he said in a solemn voice, where did this impudent thing come from? Are you courting death? Yi Yuan ignored him and still administered the needles as he said with his back facing him, is the management of the mountain RSS gates your responsibility?